Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme.
Please take your seats. Members, Miss Rachel Woods has been given leave to make a statement regarding the death of Sarah Everard, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. Before we begin, I would remind members that there are possible sub judice issues related to this matter, and I do not want to inhibit comments, but in accordance with my responsibilities under Standing Order 73, I caution members to be particularly careful that they say nothing in their contributions that may prejudice the outcome of criminal proceedings. There will be no points of order, as always, taken during this item until the item is concluded. And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The death of Sarah Everard has brought the issue of violence against women and girls into sharp focus. This is not a single death, a single incident or a single tragedy. This is not a rare event. We know that domestic abuse has worsened since the start of the pandemic. Many women cannot stay at home and stay safe because of domestic abuse, and we know that women and girls are not safe on our streets. But this doesn't stop when restrictions are lifted. This problem remains. Where are women safe? The death of Sarah has sent shockwaves throughout society. Public debate has ensued throughout the UK. Women and girls in Northern Ireland have spoken out to say that they don't feel safe and have previous experience of violence and threat visited upon them, and it is our turn to listen. Last Monday, many MLAs spoke of their experiences as elected politicians. The harassment, misogyny and at times abuse, something we mostly shared, but this is not about us. This is about every single woman and girl who has experienced violence or fear of violence against them, and according to the WHO, 1 in 3 women globally, around 736 million, have been subjected to physical or sexual violence in their lifetimes. How many of us have been told not to walk home alone at night? I certainly have. My grandmother used to offer to come and pick me up from finishing my shift in the bar at 2 a.m. to leave me literally up the road. My mother used to do the same when I started in the bakery at 6 a.m. How many of us have been groped, touched, been told that we were asking for it, assaulted or verbally abused? How many of us have been given a rape alarm? How many of us have been followed home? Don't run at night. Stay in well-lit places. Don't get in the front seat of the car. How many of us have texted our friends when we got home after a night out or made sure that our friends are safe? How many of us have been victim blamed, heard that it's our fault that something happened to us? Mr. Speaker, we are not the reason we get attacked. We are the only part of the UK that does not have a violence against women and girls strategy, taking male violence seriously. And despite my attempts in the domestic abuse bill, the lobbying for many years by the women's sector, this is still the case. It is not just one department. This must be a whole government approach. And as I said last week on International Women's Day, there is a worrying trend in government policies to neutralise gender and the realities that we actually live in. If we fail to recognise the gendered nature of specific societal issues, then we will fail to deal with them. And it is my firm belief that the blind pursuit of policies that neutralise gendered issues is a failure of government. Gender is not neutral. Societal problems like domestic abuse and sexual violence are gendered issues. And if we fail to recognise this in our government, then we fail to effectively tackle such issues. We cannot bury our heads in the sand anymore. We need evidence-based strategies to deal with these issues head-on. My thoughts are with Sarah's family and friends, and also with every single other person who's been a victim. These are our streets too, and we will reclaim them.
Thank you, and I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The death of Sarah Everard was an appalling and tragic act. It has understandably reignited the debate about how we tackle violence against women and girls and ensure that they are safe on our streets, their homes and in society. The dignified acts of individual remembrance for Sarah in Portstewart and Londonderry, among other places, over the weekend highlighted that extent of the outpouring of grief for this young woman. And the reality is that this could have been any one of our daughters, sisters or mothers. Communities and households across Northern Ireland stand with the Everard family in their fight for justice and in the determination to drive out unhealthy and violent attitudes towards women in our society. Government does need to consider what is needed in terms of a strategy on these issues, and I know my party will be reaching out to organisations such as Women's Aid within Northern Ireland to talk to them about what is a very important subject. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Liz Kimmins.
And I just wish to send my condolences to the family and friends of Sarah Everard and my solidarity to all the women and men indeed who have come out over the last number of days to share their shock, anger and sadness at the events surrounding Sarah's death. I think, and as others have said, last Monday we all came together to celebrate International Women's Day, and I think the matter of today, it shows a stark contrast to everything that represents and everything that we celebrated. I think it is important to see the stark gap in a gender-based strategy in terms of violence against women and girls, as the North is the only area on these islands that doesn't have a strategy in place, and it is time that we get that in place immediately. Gender-based violence has a devastating impact on the lives of thousands of women and children in the North every year, and as others have said, the COVID pandemic has heightened this to frightening levels. But this is something that will continue long past COVID, and it is important that now is the time that we put a strategy in place and try and eliminate this if we truly want gender equality for all. I also just want to point out the disproportionate response from the Met Police in terms of the peaceful vigil over the weekend. I think people showing their solidarity in a peaceful way to try and send comfort to the friends and family of Sarah should be allowed to do that without being treated in the way they have been.
All right, thank you. And I call Dolores Kelly.
We would want to be associated with the condolences to Sarah's family. I myself have 5 sisters and 3 daughters. 2 of my daughters would be roughly the same age as Sarah, so I can't even begin to imagine the heartbreak of her mother today. But Ms Woods is right in relation to the strategy. The strategy, Women's Aid warned the previous executive it was not good enough. It was gender neutral and did not recognise that women and girls were more likely to be the subject of violence and abuse by men. And last week at the Performance Committee of the Policing Board, we heard from a senior police officer in relation to the past year's crimes against women, the sexual assaults and the domestic abuse. And over 65% of those crimes were committed against women and girls. The remainder were some against men and others between a parent and a child, where the child had abused the parent. So it is more nuanced, but the stark fact is domestic violence is more likely to be against women and girls, and that's why I support the call of Women's Aid, who launched a petition last week calling on the Executive and the Justice Minister to put forward a strategy. But, Mr Speaker, we have a sterling report by Judge Gillan, which is sitting, I would suggest, on a number of ministers' bookshelves. It needs money behind it in terms of bringing forward the recommendations that Judge Gillan listed. Some of these steps won't cost much money, but it does mean that there has to be collaboration right across government, and that's what we all should be asking our ministers around the Executive to get their heads round and get their sleeves rolled up and say enough is enough.
Thank you. And I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I too would like to send my condolences to Sarah's family at this very, very sad time. I also have a sister and a daughter, slightly younger than Sarah, so I can empathise in many ways what they are going through at this moment in time. Sarah was a young woman, a woman going about her daily business, a woman who disappeared off our streets without trace, without sight. Nobody's seen it. Sadly, this is not the first time this has happened. Women should have the right to walk in our streets, feel safe in our streets, feel safe in our countryside, go out for walks alone. They should not be terrorised. They should not go out with fear in their mind. It is very concerning that in a UK poll recently, 80% of women reported being harassed in public. Reported being harassed in public, while 97% of women also reported being sexually assaulted. This should not be allowed. This cannot go on. Violence is wrong, down to catcalling is also wrong. We have just had International Women's Day, where we listened about the abuse that women have to tolerate, from social media abuse to the aside comments that are made as one perhaps walks past one in the street. We need to drive out these unhealthy attitudes towards women. A strategic must be worked on here in Stormont. It must be put in place post-haste for the betterment of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it is right and proper that we are discussing this matter today, on which a number of members, I believe, submitted notice, and I too send my condolences to the family and friends of Sarah Everard and to all victims. A nation has been reflecting for over a week now about the matter of violence by men against women. There has, of course, also been much analysis of the Metropolitan Police response to women and their supporters taking a stand on this matter at the weekend. The matter of the day before the Assembly, however, is to highlight that men are generally the culprits and women are the victims, and we as an Assembly need to address that fact and tackle that issue before we can move forward with this debate. We can't address, Mr Speaker, concerns for women's safety without putting men at the centre of the discussion. The collective socialisation of men has led to some men becoming predatory, and that's why we are at this tipping point. We need to ask what we can do as men to protect brothers, partners, friends and colleagues from becoming a perpetrator and a statistic themselves. Research from the Femicide Census, an organisation which collects information on men's violence against women, calculates that across the UK 1,425 women were killed by men in the 10 years to 2018. That is about one killing every 3 days. 90% of those killers were men. 62% of all women killed by men were killed by a current or former partner. And my hope is that legislation such as the Domestic Abuse Bill passed recently in this House will go some way to tackling male violence against women at home. As the police investigation into the disappearance of Sarah Everard ramped up last week, local women were warned to be careful about venturing out alone. When a police officer was arrested and subsequently charged with Sarah's murder, the head of the Metropolitan Police, Cressida Dick, acknowledged that women in London and beyond will be worried and may well be feeling scared, although she said that for women to be abducted in the street was, I quote, an incredibly rare event. The fact is it's not an incredibly rare event, nor is it a localised issue in London. On the 16th of August 2020, Susan Bird was murdered in her South Belfast home. She is the 5th woman to die in suspected violent circumstances in Northern Ireland since the start of lockdown. Violence against women, sadly, is not incredibly rare in this country, and it is very much not a local issue here either. The case of Sarah Everard is the tipping point, our George Floyd moment. A catalyst for change to end male violence against women. Women should be able to walk the streets free from harm and fear and threat. We should also acknowledge upfront and openly that women of colour and trans women are particularly at risk. Mr Speaker, I hope that this discussion will continue in the Assembly and we have the opportunity to further debate what more men can do to be better allies, including addressing and challenging problematic behaviour from fellow men. I look forward to working with colleagues to address the issue further.
Thank you. And I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. And I too wish to extend my sympathies to the family of Sarah Everard and also to the families of the 5 women in Northern Ireland that we know have been murdered in their own homes since lockdown began. Last week was International Women's Day on Monday. Yesterday we had Mothering Sunday, and I think the images being beamed across the world, across our social media, really show how we as a society respect and value women. Legislation is not enough. If it's not resourced, it is simply legislation. If it is not understood, it is simply legislation. Male violence against women is endemic in our society and it is largely accepted. My grandmother suffered the same as I would have. My mother suffered the same as I would have. I have grown up and suffered as every other woman has, and I am now teaching my daughter how to keep herself safe, how to report, and how to stand up and have herself heard. I do not want my grandchildren to repeat the same behaviours. 97% of sex crimes in the UK are committed by men. 90% of murder in the UK is committed by men. It is time for men to step up and address why this is. And we as an Assembly have much to do. We as an Assembly know that the United Nations Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, who came and carried out a full inquiry in the UK, including with us in Northern Ireland, have put a whole series of recommendations of how we need to step up, yet we have done nothing. The Gillen Review has given us plenty of recommendations of how we can step up, yet we have done nothing. The pilot domestic violence courts have shown us where we need to step up, and yet we have done very little there. The Criminal Justice Inspectorate has told us and recommended to us what we can do to step up, and yet we have done nothing. Women's Aid, Nexus, the charity sector have all been dealing with the fallout, and yet we remain to reduce access to resource for them. We had a gender strategy at our executive that couldn't even mention the word woman. We have much to do. So let us here commit to being human rights compliant, to stepping up and protecting women at every opportunity, and let us today commit to stop being gender blind. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for bringing this important issue obviously today. And I want to offer my sympathies to Sarah Everard's family and friends on her tragic killing. What happened last week, it goes without saying, was disgusting, and should never happen to anybody, to any woman in any circumstance. And the fact that a woman can be attacked and killed whilst trying to get home reflects the danger that women are in today's society. And I also want to offer my solidarity, Mr Speaker, and sympathy to all those women who have spoken out in the last week, who have been impacted by this devastating and awful news. We do have a problem with male violence toward women in our society, and it needs stamped out and eradicated. Women should be able to walk, run, cycle or use public transport at any time of the day or night without having to fear for their safety or their lives, and tragically so many do. This tragedy really focuses on the need for states and political systems to stop criminalising and targeting women and instead put the resources into protecting and defending women. There has been a common thread throughout the COVID pandemic when people who are oppressed want to peacefully and safely protest. Their disgust at injustice are met by the police, the repression of police. That should be called out, whether it's in London, Belfast or anywhere else. And on Saturday, Mr. Speaker, it was outrageous to see people who were standing against the murder of Sarah Everard and violence against women were targeted by the Met Police in a dangerous and violent way. It's cruelly ironic that women who aren't protected or safe when they are alone are violently intimidated and arrested when they are standing in unison by the people we are told are there to protect them. And it is disgraceful to hear the police say that these protests are unsafe when daily life for women is unsafe. Oppressed people, be they women, people who are subjected to and impacted by racism, have a right to organise and protest. And disgracefully, we're seeing an attack on this, not only at the weekend in London, but also as the Tories try to ram through legislation which will criminalise protests. The Tories' disgraceful new legislation aims to ban protests that are noisy or disruptive. Well, that's exactly what protests are and should be. They are places for people who are shut out of mainstream society to have their say. They are designed to disrupt the normal running of things and to force those in power to rethink their positions and actions. So I wanted to say solidarity to those impacted by this awful murder, and let's redouble our efforts to fight for a world without sexism or misogyny. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Claire Stoglin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to offer my condolences to the family and friends of Sarah Everard. My thoughts are also with every woman who has felt fear because she is vulnerable in the way that she should not be. Mr. Speaker, on Friday I spoke out about this incident and I deliberately edited my comments knowing that people would come back on me and saying that this isn't just about women. But we need to face the facts that this is disproportionately about women. And when we talk about violence against women, Mr. Speaker, we should also look at violence against men. And you know what the common factor is? That men tend to commit these crimes for both men and women. And we need to call that out. I'm asking every man in this chamber to stand up for this issue, to recognise what it is for what it is. Of course we know it's not all men. That's not the point, Mr. Speaker. The point is that it's a disproportionate issue, and I immediately call on the Minister of Justice to bring forward a strategy of to address violence against women and girls. Indeed, I actually call on the First and Deputy First Minister to do it because this is a gendered issue and that falls within the remit of their department. I was pleased to hear the First Minister talk about this last week, but I really think we need to shine a light on this. And yes, I appreciate that people say that we need to protect ourselves, but we need to get to the root cause of the problem so that shouldn't need to be our first consideration. We need to understand why this happens and we need to address it in that way. Mr. Speaker, I was triggered by some of the commentary at the weekend. I was really saddened because I thought this is never going to change until we genuinely recognise where this issue is. So I am calling on every man of this Assembly. I'm calling on every man in the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, and I'm calling on every man across the world. Recognise this for what it is. Disproportionately, women are victims of this type of violence, and violence that does happen against men, disproportionately it is men who are perpetrating. We need to get on top of this now if we genuinely want to address this issue, because otherwise we're going to have to edit our comments, because otherwise even smaller parts of this issue don't get heard. And that's what worries me, that we are not focusing on the right issue, and I think that's a really important message to come from this Assembly today, but right across the UK. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too rise to put on record my condolences to Sarah Everard's mother and family and friends, and I just simply can't begin to imagine the pain they must be going through at this time. And add to that the appalling scenes that we all witnessed over the weekend in London. That cannot have offered any comfort to those people who are so deeply grieving. In the context of Northern Ireland, I also want to put out my absolute disgust at the lack of support we have been able to offer women, and those women who have been lost their lives and murdered during lockdown. Also the families who are left grieving those women in an absolute void of silence, where there is nothing happening to support them. During our hearings on the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill, we repeatedly heard quite distinctly the different crime that is targeted to women. And rightly, I did accept the argument that at the very highest level of legislation there was a need to be gender neutral. But that does not allow us to walk away from the responsibility we have in this House to understand the gender crime that is targeted to women. It is horrific and it is persistent. And it is one thing for us to stand here in unison and call for a strategy that is fully understood, a strategy that is fully resourced, and all the training and backup that is required, because this is an ask about keeping women safe and keeping women alive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members, and that concludes this item of business. The next item of business is on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Gary Middleton replace Mrs Pam Cameron as a member of the Business Committee.
I call Keith Buchanan to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, take your ease for a moment or two, please.
Thank you, members. I have received notice from the Minister for Finance that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this by way of rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or the table here directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. This isn't an occasion for debate, and long introductions will not be permitted. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period after. I call Mr Conor Murphy, the Minister of Finance. Minister.
I wish to update the House on further schemes to provide financial support to business affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, which my department will deliver. In my written statement on the 25th of February, I noted that if funding remained unallocated, my department would bring forward contingency plans to ensure that the funding available is used. The Executive has now agreed to a number of financial support schemes for businesses which my department has brought forward. These schemes will be implemented rapidly to make use of the remaining COVID funding within the current financial year. I am bringing forward 3 schemes of financial assistance for business worth £178 million. These schemes will provide a lifeline to over 19,600 businesses as they continue to confront the challenges of COVID-19. The proposals will help some businesses that have not received any grant funding so far during the pandemic, as well as some businesses which have experienced significant reduction in trade because of the recent restrictions, but cannot access one of the Executive's current support schemes. The first is a scheme which will provide a one-off grant of £50,000 for certain businesses which occupy premises with a net annual value over £51,000 and are eligible for the 12-month rates holiday. These businesses were not able to access grant funding during the first lockdown. Examples of the kind of business that will benefit are shops, cars, showrooms, garden centres, gyms, fitness suites, equestrian centres and caravan parks. Businesses will have to apply for the grant. It's estimated that approximately 1,125 businesses will benefit, and the cost of this scheme is estimated at up to £56.3 million. The second scheme will provide a one-off grant of £25,000 to industrial businesses operating from premises with a total net annual value between £15,000 and £51,000. Again, these businesses did not receive any financial support during 2020. Approximately 1,100 businesses will benefit, and the cost of the scheme is estimated at £27.9 million. The third scheme will make an additional payment to businesses which received either the £10,000 small business grant or the £25,000 grant for retail, hospitality, tourism and leisure in the first lockdown, but which have been unable to access financial support over the autumn or winter from one of the Executive's current support schemes. Although these businesses have been permitted to continue trading during the most recent phase of restrictions, many have experienced very significant reductions in their trade and revenues. Those who received the £10,000 grant last year will receive a further payment of £5,000, while those who received the £25,000 grant will receive a further payment of £10,000. It's estimated that almost 17,500 businesses will be eligible for this payment. These schemes will be delivered by my department using the exceptional circumstances powers under the Financial Assistance Act 2009. The First and Deputy First Minister have designated my department as the relevant department to provide the assistance. My department will urgently bring forward regulations for these schemes. I would ask members to note that payments can only be issued after these regulations are made. These financial support schemes for businesses will be implemented rapidly to make use of the remaining COVID funding within the current financial year. Achieving that speed means that the risk of errors cannot be eliminated. There will, by necessity, be a trade-off between rapid delivery and quality assurance, but the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. In the absence of other departments coming forward to spend this money, the choice facing me as Finance Minister was between using the available funding rapidly on these schemes, with the risks that entails, or surrendering it back to Treasury. Having said that, I can assure members that lessons have been learned from the previous grant schemes and measures are being put in place to prevent previous errors reoccurring. In particular, wind turbines and constituency offices previously paid in error will not receive the additional payments. Given the time available, it has not been possible to undertake the detailed analysis and economic appraisal that would normally underpin schemes of this nature to inform a determination on value for money. My accounting officer has informed me that delivery of the scheme cannot be recommended without bringing her into conflict with her duties under the Managing Public Money NI, and that as such she will require a ministerial direction to proceed. As an Executive, we have been obliged to introduce severe restrictions on businesses as part of our efforts to control the pandemic. It is incumbent on the Executive to make the maximum possible use of resources available to mitigate against these economic impacts. Therefore, I will be providing a ministerial direction to implement the Executive's decision. Last Concordia, the Executive continues to respond to the rapidly changing and highly challenging environment that COVID-19 places us in. The schemes I have announced today will contribute to our aims of supporting businesses and assisting with our economic and social recovery, and will provide a very welcome lifeline to many businesses which have been struggling with the impacts of the pandemic. In protecting businesses, many of which are small, locally owned companies, we are protecting their workers and the families that rely on the income that the workers provide. I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you. I call the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee, Mr Paul Frew.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. On behalf of the Committee for Finance, I would like to thank the Minister for his statement and for meeting with me earlier this morning. It's much appreciated. The health pandemic and indeed the economic and societal lockdown has been long and painful for individuals, families and for businesses too. These new schemes, along with the extension of the business rates holiday, is indeed some very good news, which I know will be welcomed by hard-pressed businesses up and down Northern Ireland. It's important to acknowledge, Mr Principal Speaker, the provision of support packages to some of those smaller sectors which feel they have been left out of the previous support packages. Hopefully lessons have been learnt from previous errors in this regard. Can the Minister advise the House if after the rollout of these schemes he expects to have to return any money to Westminster for 2021? And the Minister also indicates that owing to the compressed timescales, a value for money evaluation cannot be completed unless a ministerial direction has been required for these schemes. Can he advise the House when the necessary value for money evaluation will be undertaken, and also when he is to revise the transparency process and publish all ministerial directions when they are given? Thank you.
Well, can I say that I don't intend or expect to return any unspent money. There still remains, relatively speaking, small amount of unspent COVID money, which of course the member in the committee will know has to be spent out within this financial year. There are a number of allocations which I hope to bring to the Executive next week to finalise that, but this was to, I suppose, take up a very significant proportion of that remaining funding. Undoubtedly, some departments may return money between now. Even in this late stage, we always anticipate some return. But of course, there is a carryover capacity in the normal circumstances of carrying unallocated money over. So we don't anticipate nor intend to return any money to Treasury. It's not the best way of conducting budgetary processes by just trying to spend out at the end of the year, but there is an opportunity, obviously, through this scheme to provide support to businesses that previously didn't get it. This is one of a number of schemes that have required ministerial direction from across a range of departments, and of course we want to make sure that those are published and the background to those, and the member will know that we have intended to improve transparency around all of that, and we'll try and get that out then as quickly as we possibly can.
Call Mr Melissa McHugh.
Gurmil agus Priolas Concarla agus Bawai Lumsa Buyasiani Fostelis and Ira Fahanya and Ratchis. Thank you, Minister, for your statement. And I'd also like to commend the Minister as well too for the expediency he has shown in bringing forward proposals and that where I knew that constant demand had been out there with all departments to bring forward proposals, and that the Minister had reassured us too that at the end of the day, if they didn't come forward, that he was in a position to be able to respond to it. And in particular, Minister, I have just an additional question or two to you, and one of them being in relation to the £50,000 grant that has there been a time frame established yet for when it is that people can actually apply for that grant, because it isn't paid automatically? And secondly, in the event of that time frame being established, how do you hope to communicate that then to the wider public to ensure that these funds go out to those people who deserve it, we'll say, at the present time?
Before I call the Minister, if I could remind members of my remarks at the opening of this debate, if we could try to have focused questions. I did give a little leeway, as I would have to Dr Aiken had he been here, to the Deputy Chair of the committee, but if we could try to focus. Minister.
Thank you, Lascan Corda. Yes, we do intend to get there is an application process for the larger figure. We can't start making payments until the regulations are made, so we'll obviously be working closely with himself and the Finance Committee members to make that as quickly as possible. But we have, even though, as he correctly identifies, we did wait to give other departments the opportunity to bid for some of the unspent COVID money. We were in the background developing contingency plans, so it has. We've had to step in then at the end to make sure that we can put some support out there. So there will be an application process. Some of the other ones are automatic payments, but for the larger payment there is an application process. We will try and get that information out as quickly as we can, but of course we can't pay out until the regulations are made. But we are confident that we are doing this within this financial year, and the money will be allocated within this financial year, so that spending will be approved on that basis.
Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome the fact that this money is going to be spent rather than simply being handed back to the Treasury, but it is clearly true that we are now, unfortunately, in the Brewster's Millions phase of our budgetary process, and money is being sent out without a really clear set of data in terms of the sectors that most need it and the people who haven't had support yet, notwithstanding the fact that, as I said, it's good that more support is happening. What specific research are your department and the Economy Department doing to find out exactly the impact of this money, because that information will be critical to understanding where our economy is, because at the minute it seems like we're flying blind in terms of what is going to greet our high street when we reopen in the weeks and months to come?
Well, I don't think it's incorrect that this has been given out. It's not ideal the way to do this, and we've always acknowledged that. And I think every member speaker in the House acknowledged that our budgetary system has us in a position where we end up trying to underspend at the end of the year to get it spent. Now, obviously, this is going to be very valuable and very welcome for an awful lot of businesses right across the north, particularly as this is targeted to try and reach businesses that didn't previously get support or didn't get support over the autumn and the winter time, and to try and give them some support as we move into the reopening phase and the economic recovery phase. There is data that has underpinned this. We did analysis through the University of Ulster. We've done that again. So any data which has gone into looking at rates and how businesses have been affected by the pandemic in terms of the informing future rates decisions and schemes that we previously ran has all been put into place for this, and also to make sure that some of the mistakes that were made in previous schemes, or some of the businesses perhaps got support that didn't require it, to make sure that was weeded out. So there is data in relation to this. I accept that these schemes aren't ideal in terms of the fact that we are spending out significant amounts of money. But I have to say that I'm sure most people on the ground will be much more pleased that we're actually allocating money to them than sending the money back to them.
Mr John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement and answers thus far. Minister, this is good news for those businesses, undoubtedly. It will never be perfect, it never will, when we're working in the current time frame that we're in, but I do acknowledge this and this money that will be going out to them. Two aspects, if I may. In terms of the extension of rate relief, just on the retail, can you clarify that if that applied to close contact services, including salons and hairdressers, given the impact COVID has had on them? And secondly, we're waiting on information around the CRBSS scheme through Invest in I by the Department of Economy to see whether it will be extended past the 1st of April. There are a lot of concerns from businesses who avail of that currently, unsure if they will, if restrictions continue. Can you give some assurances that that scheme can continue?
Well, in relation to rate relief, the statement was released last Thursday evening identifying that, and those premises who availed of that rate relief over the 8 months of the last financial year up to this point can avail of the further 12 months, and that did include close contact services. In relation to the Department for the Economy scheme, well, I have made it very clear that as long as restrictions apply, the LRSS scheme will continue to pay out, and we have some contingency set aside for COVID money for the next financial year to do that. Obviously, the sooner we're out of restrictions and lockdown, the better for everyone, because all of these businesses, while they very much welcome any level of support, what they want to do is get back trading. That's in essence what they want to do. And so I've said to the Economy Minister that I believe the scheme that she has run should continue on as long as restrictions are in place as well. There would be money there to support that, so I hope it is the case that it does continue to run on.
Mr Andrew Muir.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Particularly thank the Minister for the action in relation to those with an NAV over 51,000. They've been banging their head off a wall really trying to get support for the last year, and it's good to see that coming forward. But in relation to the 10k and the 25k and then the grants then of 5k and 10k to businesses, my question really is in relation to how can we ensure that there is going to be value for money associated with this, and will there be, for example, an honesty box for those who don't need the financial support to be able to return it, because there's no, from what I'm reading in the statement, there will be no application process associated with those grants?
Yes, well, firstly, the lessons from the previous experience have been applied, and there were certainly some businesses, or some things that are designated as business, which clearly didn't require that support previously, and there's been a deliberate attempt to, or a deliberate approach to make sure that they are not included again. So those lessons to be learned. There is, I think, in terms of the receipt of it, a notice to say if you wish to pay this back, or if you are not entitled to receive this, then you should pay this back. So there's clear instructions to people as to how to pay it back. But obviously, with all of these schemes in the timescales that we're working in, the question is, do you try and have them absolutely perfect and perhaps not get the scheme done in time to spend out this financial year, or do you try and not make perfection the enemy of the good and try and get some support out where we can? So undoubtedly, I'd be surprised if there isn't some slippage. We have to try and manage that, and we have to try and recoup that, as the Department has been doing in conjunction with the Department of Economy from previous schemes, and we have to try and learn the lessons from that, as have been done in relation to this scheme. And I would hope that we see less problems in relation to this one than perhaps have gone in previous schemes.
Mr. Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this statement in as far as I agree with the Minister that it is a lifeline to many thousands of businesses who are struggling at this time. Though sadly, even with this statement, there will still be some business sectors that will feel totally excluded throughout the entire COVID-19 pandemic. Minister, you will know I approached you both personally and verbally, our written communication to you in relation to the plight faced by dog and other animal kennels across Northern Ireland who have had no access to funding throughout the pandemic. Can the Minister look at this statement and tell me what comfort those particular industries can take from this statement today?
Well, the member will know that in the absence of other departments bringing forward schemes to target and tailor support for certain business sectors, including the one that he has mentioned, we are obliged to operate off the rates base. That's the only vehicle available to the Department of Finance, and we're not a business support department. It's not really our function. And I'm certainly hoping that once this scheme and the rates relief for next year are done, that's us out of that game and it goes back properly to the Department of the Economy and other departments to continue to support businesses in the time ahead as we get into economic recovery mode. Because it hasn't been, nor isn't, the function of the Department of Finance, and I've had to take additional powers to do these schemes so that we could get some support out. So, of course, there are sectors, some of them may have, the people who look after animals may have rateable premises, some of them may not have rateable premises, and we can only devise schemes around the rate space, so we are restricted in that regard. So I would hope that when we get into economic recovery, and I recognise that people whose businesses, I suppose, rely on other people going on holidays and other people travelling and going off to do other things that they haven't been able to do the normal business. We have tried to use this to get to some businesses that have suffered from a lack of footfall this year that weren't actually required to close but clearly could not trade in any level at all. And we have done this around the rate scheme, but we're restricted in what we can do and what sectors we can reach. And I brought forward this scheme in the absence of other departments bringing forward more specific schemes for other businesses.
Dr. Kiva Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for his statement today, and it is going to some of those business sectors that have had no specific supports that I and others have been highlighting for months, and I am really glad to see the Minister put this support scheme in place, because I've been frustrated at the lack of further business supports being proposed by the Economy Minister, despite the need and the funding being available. Minister, the previous business grant schemes last year, the 10k and the 25k, were jointly administered by the Departments of Finance and the Department of Economy. What role does the Department of the Economy have in these schemes?
Well, we have certainly engaged with them, because as I said, we had to learn some lessons from the way the schemes were rolled out the last time. We have taken the power in this regard this year, and we've asked the Executive Office to give us the power to do this. The Department of Economy have said they're busy with a range of other schemes that they're currently rolling out. They're moving more into economic recovery mode than continuing to pay out. So we have taken the role of being responsible for this, but obviously we work closely with them in terms of identifying businesses that require support, businesses that perhaps shouldn't have received support in previous schemes, and trying to reach some of those businesses, as you identify, that we didn't manage to get over the course of the year.
Mr. Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I welcome the statement today. However, I am still aware of many businesses that have been refused support. Is your department reviewing the data from those sectors still impacted by the pandemic, but haven't yet received support, in order to fill the gaps in funding and better tailor future support schemes, Minister? Thank you.
Well, the member will know, as a member of the Finance Committee, the restrictions and the parameters in which we can do schemes, and it really is around using the rate space to identify businesses off. There are sectors, as he, I'm sure, has engaged with and knows, that haven't managed to receive support. I waited and waited and waited and encouraged people to bid for schemes, to develop schemes, to try and particularly, and I'm sure he's heard me saying this on many occasions over the last number of months, to particularly target those who have yet to receive support or haven't received sufficient support. At the end of the day, I can only then, if those don't come in, I can only then allocate accordingly. And in allocating through this scheme, we have actually hit some sectors which previously didn't, but it won't include all of the people that he has correctly identified. And I know that myself because I've engaged with many of them. We don't have the wherewithal to reach them. And I'm sorry that we don't, but it is the responsibility of other departments. And I hope, as we move into economic recovery phase, that there can be a particular look at some of those who perhaps need more assistance in terms of economic recovery phase in the time ahead.
Mr. Philip McGuigan.
Minister, I welcome the announcement today of £178 million support for businesses. I also welcome your statement on Friday, your announcement of £230 million being allocated towards rate relief, which will be welcome news to many businesses, meaning businesses across key sectors will have benefited from a rates relief holiday for 2 full years. So, Minister, can I just ask maybe if you could detail the total amount of funding which has been provided to businesses in the form of rate relief since the start of the pandemic?
Well, the member will be aware that we initially did a 4-month rate holiday for all businesses, and then on the back of some research and data that was gathered by the University of Ulster Economic Policy Unit, then we tailored that support more closely to those who we understood were going to suffer most as a consequence of the experience of the pandemic. And in doing that, we took out, for instance, large food stores, and that proved to be a correct policy because they end up returning money that they got in England through rates relief. So between that 4-month and then the extension for the further 8-month and this scheme, it takes the rate support over the 2 years, and some people will have a complete 2 years without paying any rates, which is a huge benefit to a lot of businesses. It takes it over to over £500 million worth of rate support.
Ms. Gemma Dolan.
Minister, I thank you for your statement. The announcement of the 25k support grant for manufacturers will be warmly received by that sector, particularly as manufacturers were not included in previous grant support schemes. How many manufacturers will benefit from this support grant?
I think I said in the statement somewhere over 1,000 of them, and it's those operating from industrial derated premises with a NAV between 15 and 51,000. They weren't, as you say, covered by business support grants paid last year, but LPS can readily identify these businesses having recently extended the 12-month rates holiday to them. That was a late add-on of the 12-month rates holiday last year to that manufacturing sector. So those payments will be made automatically without the need for application. But from the original statement, I think that the figure I had said was somewhere in the region of 11 or 1,200 businesses. 1,100 businesses, that was correct.
Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his announcement. There were a number of businesses missed out last year, Minister, because of the complexity of their rating in terms of a portion of their rates was determined as industrially derated or small business rates relief. Will those businesses be picked up in the grants this time round?
Yes, if they meet the criteria as has been established, and if any business has any doubt as to what the criteria is, the NI Business Info website is the place to go, even though we will have to get the regulations made before we can actually pay out. But if people want to get early information to see how they fit into this. And of course, we did revisit, as I said in the previous question, the small, medium manufacturing base, and at a later stage in the year then included them and backdated that rates holiday for them. So those who are eligible then, some of them come in under this scheme, but if anyone, as I say, is in any doubt, they should visit the NI Business Info website, and that should give very clear pictures to who's included and who's not.
Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, somewhat uncomfortably, you've had to acknowledge in your statement today that you've had to take ministerial direction, and your Chief Accounting Officer has had to point that out to you in the statement. Would you agree with me that this is, unfortunately, a rather blunt instrument that you've had to deploy to distribute these funds at the end of the financial year? And should in fact this not have been done better throughout the whole year by more strategic planning together with other departments? So what action will you take for the next financial year to ensure that those actions are more strategic and more in cooperation with other departments?
Well, I think the member is correct. Yes, it is. But as I said in my statement, I have the choice as the Finance Minister between returning unspent money to Treasury and people have identified many sectors here who have yet to receive any support, or giving out this and having to give direction to my accounting officer in the department to do that. And of course, it's not the ideal way to do any of this. We did receive money late on when we were told last summer this was the guaranteed Barnett outcome for the year. That was added to, I think, a further at least 3, possibly 4 times. So it hasn't been ideal to try and do that. The money has been very welcome. And I think a lot of departments have stepped up admirably to try and deliver support where they can on the ground. And there's a huge, there's between the money that's given the health service, but generally we'll have spent an additional £3.3 billion this year. Now, in terms of next year, obviously you do want to try and improve that. We have a sense of the amount of funding that we have available this next year. We've already identified in terms of rate support, so we can make an early announcement for a 12-month rate holiday for people next year. We have an economic recovery plan which the Department of Economy has brought forward, and we have identified money for that and identified money for health and for education, for social support as well. So there are a number of things already identified. Now, if we get additional money throughout the year, we'll probably be back into the same scenario of trying to find ways to spend that. But we are trying to identify as far as possible the amount of money we will have next year, which is I think, up on about £900 million it's, at this stage. And that has actually improved from the budget statement of the Chancellor last week. We were originally looking at £500 million, so you can see that's changing already. But we will try and identify it, spend it more strategically. If all the money comes through the year, then we'll obviously have to try and fit that to those strategic plans as best we can.
Mrs. Martina Anderson.
Going me agad frí las can choir and going weakest leishin ara as the righteous. I want to thank the Minister for his statement. And Minister, can I say on behalf of the near thousands of businesses, well 1,000 in Derry, I want to thank you for the grant support that they have received, because it has been a lifeline, and the 10,000 businesses today I think will deeply appreciate what we're hearing. Minister, could you give more details to those businesses who were not eligible before for any of the grant schemes but who will now become eligible, because I think they will deeply appreciate getting more information?
Well, yes, particularly the North West was our first area into Derry City and Strabane, our first area into lockdown when the localised restrictions began, and I suppose in that regard, businesses there have been in lockdown restrictions longer than anyone else at this stage from last autumn. And there were businesses obviously not included in some of the larger businesses, weren't included in the previous grant scheme, and that includes shops, car showrooms, garden centres, gyms, fitness suites, equestrian centres and caravan parks. I'm not sure how many equestrian centres are in Derry City, but I'm sure there are a number of businesses who will be able to avail of that. And the purpose of this was, while we know LRSS has been paying out, and it has been paying out in a substantial way and at about double the amount of support that businesses in England have been availing of. So on average, people at the lower end of the LRSS grant will have got about £10,000, maybe £11,000 over the course of the restrictions, up to almost £40,000 for some of the larger businesses on the larger payment scheme. So this is to try and give us some assistance to businesses who haven't received that support. And some of them were not obliged to close down, but in effect lost all the footfall and lost. So businesses in the city centre in Derry, I think, who have suffered from a drop in footfall, even though as essential businesses they were able to open, I think will welcome the support that this provides.
Mr. Justin McNulty.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement? Can I also ask the Minister to provide clarity on a couple of points? Can the Minister tell me about applications where a business has multiple properties and where there may be multiple applications? What will he advise in that instance? And also, can he consider widening the scope of the localised restriction support scheme to ensure sports clubs like GAS social clubs are not left behind?
Well, in relation to the multiple premises, and I would very much have liked to address that as part of this, but there's an ongoing legal case which the Department of Economy are involved in, in relation to a previous scheme and paying out of multiple premises. And so we weren't able to include multiple premises in relation to that because that legal action is ongoing. And to take any action contrary to that would actually cut across it. In relation to the payment out of clubs, the member has asked us many times, and he's been told the same answer many times. The GAA Ulster Council were involved in designing the very programme to support GAA clubs. That was the programme that they were encouraging all their clubs to go for. They were involved in designing that, a co-design, as were the IFA, as were Ulster Rugby, as were all of those other sectors.
The Minister must be allowed to answer without interruption.
The member's mumbling away.
Minister.
I can't quite pick him up. But the sports clubs and their sporting authorities worked with the Department of Communities to devise a scheme to provide support for them. And the member keeps asking me to put them into a scheme which wasn't designed for them. It may have paid out more frequently, it may have paid out more money, but it was on the basis of those sporting organisation bodies. They devised a co-designed scheme for their clubs and have encouraged their clubs to go and avail of that scheme, and that's the one that is for them. The member keeps trying to fit a square peg into a round hole here, no matter how many times I give him the same answer, but I hope the penny will drop eventually.
Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for making a statement today. So many businesses and people have been unfairly excluded, so certainly welcome the support that they be given. The Minister refers to lessons learnt from the previous scheme, and on this can I ask him if there's any legal basis for ever recalling grants that may have been given in error? And just in relation to the third scheme that is announced, can the Minister outline if dry cleaners will be eligible for this who have had to take loans over the last year?
Yes, well, I think in answer to the last question, those businesses, were trying to target those businesses that were not obliged to close because they were considered to be essential, but in effect, and some dry cleaners did manage to get support because they were considered part of the supply chain for the tourism industry. People who work with hotels and restaurants and that, I think, have managed to get some support from the Department of Economy, but others clearly haven't, so it's to try and provide some level of support. In terms of the legal, it was the Department of Economy was actually, I think, responsible in working with LPS for trying to get back any mispaid people or people who were paid incorrectly. So I'm not sure of the legal enforcement powers they have in relation to that. I can certainly find that out and give the member some update in relation to that.
Mr Jim Allister.
Thank you. I'd like some clarification on an earlier answer in relation to the first scheme, the £50,000. That is rate-based per premises. But the Minister seems to be saying that if, for example, an independent retailer who has multiple premises or more than one will only get the one £50,000, this is a group which has already been discriminated against in previous grants. Is he really saying that on a rates-based qualification that you're going to just pick and choose between premises as to which will qualify because a particular business might have more than one premise? Surely that's grossly unfair. And does the same apply to the third stage, to the third scheme? And within the third scheme, how is there 17,500 businesses if these are businesses which have been permitted to continue to trade? Have we really had 17,500 businesses continuing to trade?
Well, in relation to the first scheme, as I said in response to a previous question, I would have much liked to be able to pay multiple premises, as I do recognise that it's a situation where you could argue there's an unfairness. Places like Scotland, I think possibly in Wales, but certainly in Scotland, have developed a scheme where they have a kind of a reducing scale from one premises down, because if somebody had 25 premises and were getting 25k grants, it's a very substantial amount of money, but that there was a sliding scale down to a number of premises for people. But the Department of Economy is currently in legal proceedings, and we were not able to cut across that by actually devising a scheme which contradicted that legal action in relation to previous schemes. So while I would like to have paid and found some I suppose, formula to try and address multiple premises, that wasn't possible in relation to this. And in relation to the number of small businesses, of course, we all know small businesses have been open businesses that have been in almost in tourism facilities and train stations, and in the middle of that have suffered from a huge lack of footfall. And while they have been open, small convenience kiosks and places like have been open, have not really receiving any footfall. Businesses in Belfast city centre, which rely on the office traffic, have been not obliged to close and weren't entitled to LRSS, but in effect were. So the figures have been provided from the rates base. If the member has any particular question in relation to them, I'm sure I'll hear from him, and I'll ask LPS to give them some sense of where these businesses are and how they've identified the number of them.
Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister, for a statement. Minister, there are still issues with business support grants in relation to smaller companies not getting access, and bigger companies maybe getting them whereas they don't need them. My question relates to this. There are still small businesses, Minister, in my constituency who, despite meeting the criteria for support during the first round and doing everything that they had to do, applying, appealing multiple times, still didn't get any support at a time when MLA's offices were getting financial support and assistance. Would the Minister commit to ensuring that those businesses who were eligible but didn't get any support will get it? I'm happy to provide detail to him if he needs it.
Yes, I can say I'm happy to receive if he has specifics in relation to any businesses in West Belfast that haven't. And I think we're down to more than 98%. The scheme I assume he's referring to is the LRSS scheme. I think we're down to more than 98% of those being resolved. Some resolved in a way that's told them they're not eligible, but being resolved. And so there will be businesses that aren't eligible to apply for it. But certainly, if someone feels that they are entitled and has looked at the criteria and feels they're entitled, then there are appeal mechanisms for that. And I'm quite happy if he forwards me any detail to make sure that that is being addressed.
Thank you, members. That concludes questions on the Minister of Finance's statement. If I could ask members to take their ease before we move on to the next item of business. Members should just take their ease, and if you're leaving the chamber, don't forget to wipe down the place where you were and the social distancing regulations. Thank you.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. Members, just wish to make a few remarks before we proceed to the bill. I just want to remind members of our standards of debate for good temper, moderation, courtesy and respect. I raise that because I did not think that some elements of the discussion on the Standing Order 34 motion last week in all aspects provided the best start to a consideration of this bill. We are discussing an issue, as we all know, in which we know that there are very strong and deeply felt opinions. Members will have the ability to express those views, and there is absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. Members will also be aware that the issues that we are talking about today are highly emotive ones, and how these matters are discussed can exacerbate the experiences of people on any sides of the particular argument that we're addressing. I therefore do appeal to members to be mindful not just of those in this chamber, but to all those who may be watching this debate who have been affected by these issues. So I would appeal to members to be mindful of their language and their tone. If members follow that guidance, then there will be no need for the Chair to intervene. It is particularly essential that members respect the right of others with a differing view to be heard, no matter which side of the House that they come from. I personally think that how this debate is addressed sets a marker for the integrity of this Assembly. Now, this is a serious and sensitive debate, which members should approach in that manner, and I am confident that I can look to the sponsor of the bill to set the tone for the debate. So thank you. On that note, then we move to the next item on the order paper, which is the second stage of the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill. And I call on Paul Givan to move the second stage of the bill.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill be agreed.
And that the second stage of the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill has been moved. In accordance with the Convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call on Paul Givan to open the debate on the bill. Mr. Givan.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to be bringing the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill before the Assembly today. This bill tackles disability discrimination and how the law perpetuates stereotypes. No one expresses this better than Heidi Crowder, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to her as she tirelessly fights for the rights of those with disabilities. I think that we would all agree that she is an incredible and passionate young woman whose contribution to our society is immeasurable. It was in May last year that Heidi called on this Assembly to make it clear that we did not accept the abortion regulations that Westminster imposed on us, which make it legal to abort on the basis of non-fatal disabilities right up to birth, while affording non-disabled babies a far higher degree of protection. My party responded to Heidi's intervention when we tabled the motion, and I quote, that this Assembly welcomes the important intervention of disability campaigner Heidi Crowder and rejects the imposition of abortion legislation which extends to all non-fatal disabilities, including Down syndrome, and that motion passed by a simple majority. Sinn Féin at that time tabled an amendment to the motion to make it clear that they did not wish to reject the regulations in any respect other than their imposition of abortion on the basis of non-fatal disability up until birth. The impact of their amendment on the DUP motion was to propose that it would read that this Assembly welcomes the important intervention of disability campaigner Heidi Crowder and rejects the specific legislative provision in the abortion legislation which goes beyond fetal abnormalities to include non-fatal disabilities, including Down syndrome. Thus, in the space of 2 votes on the 2nd of June, 75 out of 90 MLAs voted to make it clear that they did not support the regulations to the extent that they made provision for abortion on the basis of non-fatal abnormality. The bill before us today is very much the outcome of that process. The bill has one clause of substance that gives expression to the determination of an overwhelming majority of members, representative of our whole community, to reject the provision of abortion on the basis of non-fatal disability. Mr. Speaker, let me at this stage put on record my thanks to other colleagues in other political parties that support the bill on that basis. Robbie Butler, MLA, Dolores Kelly, MLA, Trevor Lunn, MLA. All 3 have publicly endorsed this bill, and I want to pay tribute to them for doing so. The bill makes it clear that there is no place for disability discrimination in Northern Ireland in 2021. Section 7(1)(b) of the abortion regulation permits abortion up to term in the cases of non-fatal disabilities for conditions such as Down syndrome, cleft palate and clubfoot, something that is not permitted in relation to preborn babies of the same gestation who do not have a disability. It thereby perpetuates myths that exist in our society around people with non-fatal disabilities such as Down syndrome, that they have less to contribute or that they are expendable. This sends out the message loud and clear, as Heidi has eloquently demonstrated, that the lives of people with disabilities are less valuable and less worthy of protection than the lives of people without disabilities. To have a law which fosters this thinking in 2021 is completely unacceptable. Last June, I described Regulation 7(1)(b) as being years out of date and a regressive and backward step in the campaign against discrimination and equality for people with disabilities. That is why I have tabled this bill to give effect through Clause 1 of deleting Regulation 7(1)(b). The purpose of this bill is to tackle the disability discrimination that is so obvious within our current abortion regulations, and to right a wrong that this Assembly acknowledged in June of last year. Mr Speaker, there is no way that you can allow abortion on the basis of a severe fetal impairment such as Down syndrome without perpetuating stereotypes about people with disabilities. That it is perceived that the birth of a child with Down syndrome or another non-fatal disability is something to be avoided is desperately sad. This does not reflect how people with Down syndrome see the world, nor does it reflect the particular joy that individuals like Heidi bring to their communities. Let me tell you some different stories today. Let me tell you about Lily, who has Down syndrome, whose parents say, "The last 20 months have been the hardest, most challenging time of our lives. They have also been the best, most rewarding, loving, funny, busy, amazing time of our lives." Let me tell you about Daisy, who has spina bifida, whose parents say, "She's just perfect and we can't imagine life without her. She lights up any room that we enter and is our absolute hero." Let me tell you about Kirsty, who also has spina bifida, who says, "My mum was told I'd never go to a mainstream school nor walk. I have achieved both and now I am in university." Kirsty now has a baby boy of her own. Let me tell you about Clara. Her mum says, and says honestly, hearing that your unborn baby would have a special need was very, very frightening. But she also says the love we have for Clara is immense. She is her own little character. She's funny, happy, mischievous, and knows what she wants. Let me tell you about Aidan, whose parents say, "We feel so lucky to have Aidan in our lives and can't imagine a world without him. Aidan is Aidan. Down syndrome does not define who he is." These individuals bring such richness into our community and our society, and I don't want to have or imagine a world without individuals like these. Mr Speaker, if we do not repeal 7(1)(b), then however well-intentioned our decision may be, the message that we are sending those with non-fatal disabilities is clear. I don't want to be part of a society that describes children like these as a diagnosis or a risk. Neither do I want to be part of a society that communicates the worth of a person's life based on their perceived ability. I know that this is not what we intend, but sadly the lived experiences of individuals tell us this is the legacy that screening with a view to termination can leave. Too many women have spoken of the pressure they felt to terminate, and individuals and families have spoken of the attitudes that still persist. This is not something that our Assembly should tolerate. After years of campaigning for equality and for the eradication of disability discrimination, we must not permit laws like Regulation 7(1)(b) to exist. The similar provision in Great Britain was introduced into the Abortion Act in 1990. That was more than 30 years ago, and it's now hopelessly out of date and is of course being challenged by Heidi Crowder in the High Court. One of the issues that has been raised around this bill is the perception of the struggle parents may face as they navigate challenges associated with disability. Might we recognise that part of the struggle that parents may face is not about their child, but it's about our misconceptions? One of the things that can make life harder for parents of a child with Down syndrome is the belief that a particular health condition or delay is just normal for Down syndrome. These assumptions can lead to a failure to diagnose accurately or provide timely and needed medical care. This is called diagnostic overshadowing. In 1900, the normal life expectancy for a child with Down syndrome was just 9 years old. Now, people with Down syndrome live into their 50s and 60s. This shows that what is normal depends massively on environment and standards of care. This bill is about tackling the attitudes and the myths that lead to failures to provide high-quality support and care. This bill is about ensuring attitudes towards disability are not based on fear. The support from many people in the medical profession for this bill speaks volumes for the positive attitude within our health service that they have in providing the best care for both families and preborn children. Members will have just received an email, and that number continues to rise. We're now almost at 200 doctors who have challenged the inaccuracies that were contained within the briefing paper circulated to members last week by the political advisor of the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists in London, and they are calling for MLAs to support this bill. This includes doctors and consultants in Northern Ireland that practice in obstetrics and gynaecology, sexual and reproductive health care, palliative medicine, psychiatry, general surgery, emergency medicine, general practice, to name but some areas. Let me quote Dr. Claire Sinton, a paediatrician working in the Royal Belfast Hospital, and she says, "As a paediatrician, I have cared for many babies and children with disabilities. The lives of these children are no less valuable or meaningful because of their differing levels of mental or physical ability. To offer additional access to abortion for babies diagnosed antenatally with non-fatal abnormalities sends a clear signal that we, as a society, place less value on the life of a disabled individual. I feel strongly that to be human is to have intrinsic value, regardless of gender, race or ability. I oppose a law that seeks to single out disabled babies as being less worthy of protection or even the opportunity to live." John Watt is Emeritus Professor of Neonatal Paediatrics in the University College London, and he says, "As a doctor who has cared for many newborn babies and older children with disabilities, I strongly support this bill. It is absolutely right that the law recognises that an unborn baby with a non-fatal disability deserves the same protection as an unborn baby without a disability. We should be a society which welcomes and celebrates the lives of children with disabilities rather than exposing them to the threat of abortion." Mr. Speaker, we are richer for the presence and contribution of individuals like Heidi in our society. I think here about my own great-uncle Samuel, and I've enjoyed listening to the many stories about him. He had the condition Down syndrome, but he's made a profound impact on my family, and his legacy lives on. In 2011, the American Journal of Medical Genetics published a series of articles about Down syndrome. One of these covered a study of people with Down syndrome who were older than 12 on information that could be shared with new and expectant parents of children with Down syndrome. Among those surveyed, nearly 99% of people with Down syndrome indicated that they were happy with their lives. 97% liked who they are, and 96% liked how they look. Nearly 99% of people with Down syndrome expressed love for their families, and 97% liked their brothers and sisters. Another article surveyed the views of siblings. 96% of brothers and sisters that responded to the survey indicated that they had affection toward their sibling with Down syndrome. And 94% of older siblings expressed feelings of pride. 79% of parents said their outlook on life was more positive because of their child. Does this not show that these individuals have value and contribute? What value do you want Northern Ireland society to place on these individuals? Allow me to talk about real people rather than statistics. Edwin and Karen Wilson from County Fermanagh, whose daughter Hannah has Down syndrome, described their parenting journey as a roller coaster of emotions, from elation at attained milestones to frustrations at well-meaning bureaucracy. We always believed that Hannah's greatest hurdle in life would be other people's attitudes, and this has proven to be correct. As a family, we are adamant that we would not change anything about Hannah. God has entrusted us with a unique young lady who has so much to give society. Her warmth, compassion and generosity of spirit are qualities we all need more of, and we thank God for the blessing that Hannah is to us. Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that we should not accommodate laws which contribute to a negative attitude towards those with disabilities. We should ensure legislation affords them the same level of protection as babies without a disability. Let us think about the message we are sending to parents like Edwin and Karen, or parents who have just received the news of a Down syndrome condition or another non-fatal disability. As a Belfast mother, Laura Denny, whose son Nathan has Down syndrome, so aptly reminds us, it wasn't until my son Nathan was in my arms that I realised I had a baby, not just a diagnosis. This is our opportunity to ensure that babies like Nathan receive the protection that they deserve. It is so tragic that in 2018, a survey conducted in the rest of Great Britain revealed that of parents who received an antenatal diagnosis of Down syndrome, 69% were offered a termination on receiving news of the diagnosis, after advising that they were continuing with the pregnancy. 46% of women were asked again if they wished to terminate. It was only at the beginning of this year that St George's University Hospitals and various charities developed an alternative care pathway for an antenatal diagnosis of Down syndrome that is not simply an offer of an abortion in Great Britain. Mr. Speaker, we want an alternative pathway for families in Northern Ireland, and I commend my bill to the House, and I urge you to join with me in sending a clear and unequivocal message that in Northern Ireland, people with disabilities are equally valued. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Deputy Hargey.
Thanks very much. And just to iterate that I'm speaking in a private capacity from the backbench as a Sinn Féin MLA. And I suppose it's just clear from this debate today that it is an attempt by the DUP to distract from the fact that women are still being denied compassionate healthcare services, as promised with the introduction of legislation over a year ago. 1 year on, and women are still being failed. Whilst there is deliberate blocking at attempts of emanating from the legislation to commission modern and compassionate healthcare services for women, the DUP are also intent on unpicking this legislation. We must not allow this debate to detract from the fact that women are still being denied services, women are still being denied care, women are still being forced to travel to England, which is inhumane and traumatic, especially in the midst of a global health pandemic. This is not compassionate healthcare for women. The DUP have talked about rights, yet it's the DUP, aided by others, who have consistently opposed the extension of rights to people within our society. This is a crude attempt to pit vulnerable women and couples against people with disabilities. This is a crude attempt to roll back on the legislation that is in line with international human rights requirements. And in spite of this law being enacted to advance women's health care, it has now not been implemented by the Health Department or the Minister. And in my capacity as a Minister in the Executive with responsibility on taking forward a gender equality strategy, I will be raising this issue at this week's Executive meeting, calling on the Minister to commission these services without further delay. If the DUP are seriously telling us that they care about rights, will they support my proposal for an urgent commissioning of the services without further delay? Will the DUP address the long-standing human rights gaps that still exist and that were committed to in the Good Friday Agreement and subsequent agreements? Or will they continue to block the rights and services forcing women to travel? The current position disproportionately impacts women who suffer from socio-economic disadvantage, thus compounding their hardship and a further denial of their rights. And this cannot continue. Sinn Féin's priority is about ensuring that women receive compassionate health care and that they are entitled to under the law, that they have been entitled to for over a year now. and these services must be commissioned now. I'm finished.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to begin by thanking the member for Lagan Valley, Mr Givan, for bringing forward this bill to the House. In preparation for today's sensitive debate, I listened back to the Health Committee discussion, and I wish to note the informative and very helpful contributions made by Lynn Murray from Don't Screen Us Out, and I have to say the mightily impressive campaigner Heidi Crowther and her mum Liz. Thank you. And I will take a moment, if you don't mind, Mr Speaker, to congratulate Heidi and her husband on their marriage. Heidi, in her presentation to the committee, said, "The law tells her and people with Down syndrome that they are worth less than those without disabilities." Sadly, Heidi is correct. The law, as it stands, does just that. Furthermore, the legislation that was imposed on us from Westminster gave no consideration to the lack of support that should accompany women through any pregnancy. How can we have arrived at a point where we debate the rights and the wrongs of abortion up to birth, when there has never been a concerted effort to address the absence of critical support needed by those women who feel they are in crisis? Where is their support? On the 19th of January this year, the Royal College of Midwives identified that more investment and training is needed to enable midwives and maternity support workers to offer better mental health support for women throughout pregnancy and postnatally. Mr Speaker, they reported as many as a fifth of new and expectant mothers are likely to experience some form of mental health problems, and at least half of women are not able to access the help and support they need. The RCM says the barriers such as women fearing that they may be judged as being unable to look after their baby, or not recognising that they need help, and poor service provision. This all must be addressed so that women can get to the support that they often desperately need. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, Westminster did not choose to deliver on this for the women of Northern Ireland. Abortion has been offered as the solution. Turning to the more technical part of the bill, Mr Speaker, the current legislation sets in place offers some safeguards for some children at 24 weeks. Regulation 7(1)(b), however, denies those safeguards to children who have physical or mental impairment. It specifically profiles the child on the grounds of disability and sets them apart as not deserving of equal treatment due to their disability. In the absence of these safeguards, the profiled disabled child, unlike the child with no known disability, can be aborted at any stage. We could debate, and courts might engage in determining what the definition of seriously disabled might mean, and we might never agree. But to dwell on that detail today, in my view, is to miss the point of this bill. The crux of the matter is this: current legislation profiles and separates children based on them having or not having a disability. Surely this is the very definition of discrimination. Discrimination that is, unless we change it, legislated for and delivered in a calculated and targeted way. We cannot claim to be supporters of the Disability Discrimination Act and ignore this blatant breach of the principles in the current abortion regulations. To my many constituents, and they are many, who have shared emails with me in the lead up to this bill, I thank you. I thank you for the personal content they contained and the absolute show of affection and love, where they recognise the disabled person in their family and the amount of love that they bring to that family. I, Mr. Speaker, wish to push on record today. I choose to see your ability, not your disability. I, Mr. Speaker, therefore, will be supporting the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to express my wholehearted support for the bill here today. As I begin, I would like to add my voice to those who have commended the work of the disability campaigner Heidi Crowther and a number of others, including Edwin and Karen Wilson from my own constituency, who have bravely spoken of the impact of discriminatory abortion laws on their lives. What a joy Hannah is to the Wilson family and also her brother. For any who perhaps remain unconvinced about the disability discrimination problem that this legislation has been designed to address, imagine with me, if you will, that you or your partner are just 3 weeks shy of the long-anticipated arrival of a much-wanted child. And I appreciate that for some of us, this may be more of a distant stretch into our past than others. Imagine that heady mixture of excitement and not a little fear as you prepare for life as you know it to be turned upside down. Imagine the checklists of preparation to be made running through your mind. Now imagine sitting down with the nurse at the maternity unit and the question comes, are you sure? You know we do still terminate up to term in cases like this. How do you think it would feel for that woman and her family to realise that the maternity team who will care for her during those very vulnerable moments are contemplating, just weeks prior to birth, the possibility of a termination? How confident do you think she and her family will be that their child will be given the best possible chance at life and the highest standard of care? Sadly, we know that some women and some families do not have to imagine. Women in England and Wales have sat with the clinicians involved in their antenatal care, and just weeks before their due date, they have been forced to consider their pregnancy ending with the intentional death of their much-wanted child. Cheryl Billsborough is one of these women, and she says, at 38 weeks, when I went for a scan, the sonographer said, "You do know we abort babies full term with Down syndrome." Shocked, I replied, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that." She was offered an abortion just 3 days prior to giving birth to her little boy Hector. For quite some time now, in those jurisdictions, termination of pregnancy has been the only pathway for unborn children with an antenatal diagnosis of Down syndrome. Therefore, it is unsurprising that these are the questions clinicians regularly ask. How do we expect these women to feel reassured about their baby when the default pathway for their antenatal care is the deliberate ending of life? One woman, Emma Meller, describes her experience saying, "At 38 weeks, the doctors made it really, really clear that if I changed my mind on the morning of the induction, to let them know, because it wasn't too late." She had been offered 15 terminations. Many women have shared similar stories. In January of this year, St George's University Hospital London worked with 2 leading Down syndrome charities, introduced at a regional level an evidence-based best practice pathway for the care of women whose babies are diagnosed with Down syndrome prenatally. This is the first pathway to be introduced in an NHS trust anywhere in the UK, and it is indicament of our culture and our laws that this is groundbreaking in 2021. And let us not think the impact of these discriminatory laws stop at birth. Dr. Elizabeth Corcoran of the Down Syndrome Research Foundation says, research into the health issues affecting people with Down syndrome has been hampered and blocked by the ingrained belief that the only way to help the Down syndrome community is to reduce their numbers. Millions of pounds in funding has been poured into running and refining the screening process, whilst only £5.33 per person per year is spent on research that could improve the lives of the people with Down syndrome. This is not a mindset that has any place in our 21st century, and it is not a culture we want to tolerate here. The amendment proposed today sends a very clear message that people with Down syndrome and any other disability are equally valued members of our society, as the friends and families of those with Down syndrome will testify. Let me close by reminding the members present of the comment of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of persons with disability, who says of the UN Convention on the same that Article 10 recognises and protects the right to life of persons with disabilities on an equal basis with others, which is critical for the contesting legislation, policies and practices whereby the lives of persons with disabilities have been put at risk because of the perceived low quality of life. The right to life includes the right to survive and develop on an equal basis with others. Disability cannot be a justification for the termination of life. Today, we have an opportunity to uphold this right and celebrate children like Tess and courageous women like Heidi by removing a provision that perpetuates discrimination from our laws. And I implore the members here today to vote for this bill.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognise this in broad terms a matter of conscience, and I myself am reserving my position on the general issue until I have further guidance around the legal and human rights aspects, specifically around its legal compatibility, its human rights compliance, and most notably whether legislation is in fact the most appropriate way to deliver the outcome sought. By outcome, I mean essentially that of the Don't Screen Us Out campaign, which wishes to ensure that people with Down syndrome are and feel equally valued. However, I have to say that while I reserve my position on the issue, I cannot on the bill. As presented, it is utterly inadequate. Leaving aside its obvious incompatibility with primary legislation at Westminster, as contained in Section 9 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2019, it has been presented without consideration of the human rights implications, with no thought being given to the practical outcomes nor unintended consequences, with no clarity about what its actual effect would be, and in an at best lazy attempt to play off rights against each other as part of what is in fact fundamentally an attempt incrementally to reverse abortion liberalisation. It is clear from what we have heard at Health Committee that the proposer has approached this process with no serious engagement either with the key people nor with the key issues. Are we content in this chamber to pass a bill whose main effect will be to force women to take action rather than support them? Regardless of our position on this issue, we may be sure, because it breaches the requirements of that primary legislation from Westminster, that if we pass this bill simply as it is, it will then simply be reversed in the courts, as it will breach Westminster legislation which puts into law the UK's human rights obligations. No, I'll not take a point of order.
It seems to me that the member from my constituency is veering dangerously close to questioning the decisions of the Speaker's office. You, sir, determine whether or not items of legislation come before the floor of this Assembly. I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
Well, the bill, obviously, the bill has passed all the admissibility tests, as you're aware, and that is why we're in this debate this afternoon. So the fact that the bill is on the floor for debate tells its own story, that, as I say, that it had passed the admissibility test. So just to make the member aware of that, and whatever happens after the bill is concluded, passes through the Assembly, then whatever will be in other places will happen, whatever.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker, I had misheard. I thought he was asking for an intervention. I wasn't questioning your authority over points of order. The point I was making was that it is highly likely that this will end up in the Supreme Court again, where they will reverse it. If we are genuine, excuse me please, didn't interrupt anybody else. If we are genuine about the issues around disability rights that have been legitimately raised by Heidi Crowther and others on those grounds alone, this bill will clearly not deliver. To be very clear about my own position, which others intentionally misrepresent, I am keen to explore whether we may be able to do something arising out of this debate along the lines of much of what the Don't Scream Me Out campaign is requesting. I will take the opportunity later to put on record some of the issues I think we do need to consider urgently in that regard. Priority among them, notably, is support for mothers taking pregnancy to term, something the bill does absolutely nothing about. That is because the bill is really not about disability discrimination. If it were, it would surely take a very different form. There is no trace at all of any serious attempt to gather evidence. This bill is really about the ongoing denial of women's rights. What it sets out to do is pit disability rights against women's rights in a divisive manner, rather than recognising that they are part of the same human rights standards. It has been a long struggle for women, Mr. Speaker, to get the same right to choose that has existed in the rest of the UK for half a century. Of course, certain parties fought this every step of the way and continue to do so. Indeed, had they not played a part in bringing down the executive, it is likely parties in this Assembly would still be working to deny women full and even any bodily autonomy. Even though I do not like how it was done, as I believe in devolution, one of the few advantages of 3 years of having the Assembly in cold storage is that a historic wrong was put right. What the bill is about is chipping away at the newly won right for women to choose. If it were to pass, no one should doubt that is how it will be presented. This refusal to trust women, and indeed specialist medical professionals, is not restricted to one party by any means. We see an ongoing refusal by the Health Minister to commission services as required by law. This is not the only failure with regards to women's reproductive rights. We also have, for example, seen failures with regards to ensuring access to IVF on the same basis as the rest of the UK. It is a pity that over the decades unionists were so unconcerned about an Irish Sea border when it came to women's rights. So let's move on to abortion principles. For all that, it is worth emphasising that we also have to judge the bill on its content. There it becomes rather interesting, because the bill does accept the abortion law as appears in the regulations it seeks to amend. Far from seeking to abandon all of those regulations or even amend most of them, it in fact leaves almost all of them completely untouched. I hear the claims that this is not about pro-life and pro-choice, but let us be clear that passing this bill will be claimed by some pro-life as a victory. However, it will merely reinforce the law in Northern Ireland that it has been liberalised, and an incremental attempt at repealing it is bound to fail. Nevertheless, let us leave the pro-life and pro-choice designations aside and focus on the bill itself. It seeks to confuse the grounds under which abortion may take place late in pregnancy, and nothing else. I think everyone in this House would like to get to the stage where abortions do not take place late in pregnancy. Indeed, none of us is pro-abortion. This is about women's right and women's autonomy, not about wanting to see abortions take place. Yes.
forgiving way, and I respect the comments around not getting into the debate around pro-life and pro-choice. I'd ask the member and other members of this House if they would share in their condemnation with me the anti-abortion protests that have been happening at John Mitchell Place Clinic in Uri over the last number of weeks. A clinic which provides a range of services for women and children, including speech and language therapy, health visiting, family planning and support and counselling for women who have suffered miscarriage and stillbirth. Over the last number of days, and particularly in the lead up to this debate, I have been flooded with messages from women who have been impacted by the horrific imagery and disturbing slogans on display by protesters who claim to be pro-life. I just want to read out a message I received yesterday by a lady who's had to deal with these protesters every day on her way to work.
Sorry, I'm afraid in an intervention you wouldn't be able to do that, so I think it's just if you could wind up your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a well-known precedent in this Assembly that a point of order is a short intervention.
I've already addressed that, Mr.
Not
Wells.
a speech, not a speech.
I've already addressed that. Thank you.
And apologies. I just want to highlight, I suppose, we're talking about rights here today and the rights of everyone. Surely the rights of those women accessing services, for whatever reason, should be respected as part of this conversation, because if we weren't having this conversation and if the services that have been legislated for have been commissioned, those women wouldn't have to endure the disgraceful scenes they're facing every day. And I'm glad that the member...
sorry, just Mr. Wells, just remain where you're seated. Could I ask you just to conclude your remarks? There is an intervention, and the intervention should be much shorter than what you have made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and apologies, Chair. I just wanted to raise it because I think it's a very pertinent issue, particularly in the conversation and the discussion we're having today. And I know that it's caused quite a lot of tension and concern in my own constituency in particular. And I think when we are part of this conversation, we should keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And isn't it interesting how last week I was heckled and disrupted, and this week another woman who's trying to stand up for the rights of other women is heckled and disrupted. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it speaks to the behaviour of those members behind us.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Wells, and please make sure there's a point of order.
It absolutely clear that I've made exactly the same series of interventions had the Speaker been a male member of this House.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I will, and I will put on record my support for my colleague, Councillor Michelle Kelly, who's seeking through legal services at Belfast City Council to have those graphic imagery that they use on the high streets outlawed, because what they do to women who have miscarried, had abortions, any sort of trouble with their pregnancies, it's very triggering and brings back the trauma of that. So let me just find my footing again, Mr. Speaker. What the bill does nothing about, despite its stated intent, is the need to address the key issue of support for women taking pregnancies to full term, where possible, when they have been told about severe fetal impairment. There is a question about whether that support should in fact be given a legal footing, but this legislation does not touch upon it. So I can well understand the bewilderment of pro-life groups seeing the proposer put forward a bill which fundamentally reinforces the law on abortion and indeed highlights the need for it. Maybe he would like to make further attempts at chipping away at women's choice and women's bodily autonomy. But he will always be the proposer of the bill which reinforced a Westminster law which would never have been passed had the executive in which he served not crumbled. What bewilders me, and should bewilder all of us, is why a bill which is supposedly about disability rights and ensuring support for people with Down syndrome are equally valued would focus solely on abortion regulations. I notice the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability has been widely quoted, and we would do well to adopt the Convention into law. We would also do well, however, to interpret it correctly. The Chair herself stated, and I quote, "I am very concerned that opponents of reproductive rights often actively and deliberately refer to disability in an effort to restrict women's rights to safe abortions." So let us talk about what actually happens during pregnancy. Here some of us have a clear idea and some of us have no idea. These diagnoses come around the 20-week stage during much wanted pregnancies. What has been presented by proponents of this bill is a society in which women, finding out that the fetus they are carrying has been seriously impaired decide solely in their own interests to opt for termination? What kind of ogres do proponents of this bill think we women are? Do they seriously think that a woman who has begun developing an emotional attachment and connection with the fetus would be so utterly callous? We need once and for all to end the nonsense that a woman faced with a complexity or a crisis in her pregnancy will simply want abortion on demand. This is a scurrilous phrase, and it completely misrepresents how decisions are actually made in practice. Again, I have to add that the proposer has made no effort to understand the situation by engaging, for example, with women's groups, the wider range of disability campaigners or medical professionals. He himself at Health Committee admitted to having been selective to, and I quote, engaging with who he wants to engage with. So moving on to disability, we do need to consider who we trust on sensitive issues like this. Most of us watched on with dismay, for example, when a man who had openly mocked a disabled reporter was elected leader of the free world. For most of us, that appalling mockery should have ended his campaign. Others among us, that said, actively supported that campaign, cheered his election, and then even advocated his re-election. Others can judge what that tells us about their priorities. So with regard to disability rights, we then need to look at the general lack of support for people with disabilities, and indeed for mothers who have been given a diagnosis of what is now termed severe fetal impairment. The question again arises, why has other action on support not been taken? The CEDAW report is very clear that mothers choosing to take their pregnancies to term must be supported. Yet this bill seeks only to force them to do so, not to support them. This speaks to a particular set of priorities, and I also wonder if the Health Minister has given thought to the outworkings of his failure to deliver on the commissioning of the full contents of the abortion regulations. Probably not. And I would, Mr. Speaker, like to add at this point, given the right and the current and rightful focus on gender-based violence in the media at the minute and the need for respect for women, this intransigence to bring forward the commissioning of the services has also delayed the requirement for appropriate science-based RSE in schools. That is still outstanding as well, and I think that's something that the Health Minister has to give consideration to.
Member give way.
Yes.
Could the member tell us where in the regulations is there a compulsion to commission services?
I think perhaps at this moment, since question time starts at 2 p.m, I would ask members to take a recess for a few minutes to be moved to the next session. And after we resume business, then the next speaker will obviously be Paul Bradshaw. Thank you.
Order members, it's time now for questions to the Minister for Education, and I call Colin McGrath.
One, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for his question. My focus is on achieving a return to face-to-face education for all children, and I reluctantly must accept that some activities associated with schools that have a somewhat higher risk due to mixing within and between year groups, such as school sports, must remain paused at the moment. These activities will therefore remain paused until public health advice permits them to recommence. There are many issues around the return to school, including sport, and these will form part of the wider executive considerations. Indeed, the next stage of that will be tomorrow. The resumption of sport forms part of the executive's pathway out of restrictions. Opportunities for children and young people to participate in sports and school sports helps them build upon the knowledge and skills they develop through the PE curriculum. Schools often build effective relationships with communities they service through the medium of sport. Community use of school sports facilities makes an important contribution to community cohesiveness as well. So I recognise that participation in physical activity, both inside and outside of school, makes an important contribution to the well-being and personal development of all our young people. That's why I'm keen to see a return to sport as soon as possible.
I call Colin McGrath for supplementary.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome some of the remarks that the Minister makes. I suppose sports are outdoors, they're good for physical health, they're good for mental health, they give an opportunity to mix, which could be socially distanced. So could I ask the Minister, is there any form of planning being taken place to see if sports could be introduced, but in a safe manner that could see, it does not automatically have to be team-based sports, it could be sports that allow people to participate, but at the same time it could happen a bit quicker?
I take on board very much as I suppose maybe they're looking to this House. We're not always on the same team in that regard. So team-based sports are always a little bit a bit of a dubious issue in that regard. Yeah, look, I think that as we will see in terms of the broader return to education, that will be in part as well on the basis of a range of mitigations that we put in place, and I think the same can be done in terms of sports. I think that perhaps there is a slight level of misunderstanding out there amongst some people, because when the Pathways document was produced, it put school sports, for instance, specifically at strand 4 of that, but then mentioned within the wider sports side of it on it being at strand 2. Those two can move along together, and I believe it is important that if we are seeing, for instance, a movement in terms of sport, that also includes school sports. That's why, for instance, specifically when reference was made on the issue of spectators, there was then a specific exemption that was put in place, or a particular provision put within the Pathways document on allowing a level of spectators at school events on that basis as well, because I think it's important that balances it. I think from that point of view, it's important that we move as quickly as possible to that resumption of sports activities. And I think whatever mitigations that need to be put in place, I think can be examined. Obviously, will be dependent upon what information the Executive receives as a whole from Public Health and from the Department of Health in terms of those mitigations. But I suppose to use the interlinkage between the two, to use in my own old school motto, at least a part of the old school song was "Sana mens incorporate sano," a healthy mind in a healthy body. And the interlinkage between the two is important, not just for the physical advantage of our young people, but actually the impact on things like mental health and well-being is critical as well.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The impact of school closure and the closure of youth sport has been severe on children and young people, so can I welcome the planned resumption of outdoor sport training and games without spectators in Phase 2 of the Executive COVID Recovery Plan, and can I ask the Education Minister to work with his Executive colleagues to ensure a coordinated response to the resumption of both school and club sport as soon as possible?
Would very much. I know the member, as well as being chair of the Education Committee, has a strong interest in sport, would come from a very strong sporting background. And I think it is important in giving that wider context to our young people. I'm very happy to work with, I think everything that we should be doing as much as possible should be coordinated and through a level of cooperation. And clearly, if we're talking about education, we're talking about sport, there is that strong nexus between the two, between departments involving communities, involving health, involving education. So I'm certainly happy to give that commitment of working towards that. And I think
whatever sport we follow. For instance, I think one of the pities that we will see, for instance, next week, I mean, many of us will have associated with our own particular sports. St Patrick's Day as being sort of a great school sporting occasion. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see that this year. But the sooner that we can resume those activities and have that benefit to all our young people, I think the better.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's announcement to return to sport. But could I ask the Minister, does he see a possibility of opening the school estates to youth clubs and community organisations over the summer months to work with children who attend schools and sometimes are members of the same clubs, to make sure that the time lost in physical education can be made up over the summer months?
Yeah, very much so. Like, I know that there is good interaction where we have our schools and wider community organisations working together. And in particular, we see that in the sporting context. There will quite often be a scenario in which quite a lot of school sports grounds are also linked in with a local sort of community sports facility. It is important, and I'll be bringing forward proposals to the Executive in terms of a wider recovery package for our young people and education. And clearly, while there will be focus on the academic side of it, there will be focus on the broader well-being and mental health side of it. Clearly, having a level of physical activity, particularly over the summer, will be critical. And I think as part of that overall package, which will hopefully run throughout the year, there will be specific activities targeted in at the summer months. And I hope that by that stage, we'll be in a position in which the vast majority of restrictions, the things will have moved on to the extent that those can be lifted. And that level of coordination, I think, between the community and schools can be done, particularly in the sports field. I'm acutely aware that there are also things which can be delivered, be it through a sports club or a community-based organisation, which can take it over and above what can be directly delivered within schools. And I know there's a number of initiatives which have happened down the years, and I'd be keen to see those embraced during the summer months.
Moving on, I call Jonathan Buckley.
Question number 2.
The intention of the Addressing Bullying in Schools Act, Northern Ireland 2016, the Act, is to provide greater consistency in how all schools respond to bullying incidents and allegations, ensuring that all pupils are being protected to the same best practice standards. This is an important piece of legislation. It builds on schools' existing duty of care for their pupils and strengthens the protection pupils can expect if they experience bullying in schools. The Act, which will commence on the 1st of September of this year, will provide a common definition of bullying. It will require all schools to centrally record incidents of bullying, their motivation and their outcome, and require each school's Board of Governors collectively to take greater responsibility for the development, implementation, monitoring and periodic review of the school's anti-bullying policies and procedures. The recording requirements of the legislation will also allow schools to monitor patterns and trends of bullying and ensure instances of bullying will be addressed promptly and effectively.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I'm sure he will agree with me that bullying is a scourge in our society and in particular in our classrooms. It has a devastating and long-lasting impact on any child as they go out throughout their life. So can the Minister perhaps elaborate on what duty will this particular piece of legislation impose upon boards of governors?
Thank the member for his answer, and I agree with him in terms of the longer-term impact that bullying can have on individuals. I think one of the things that we are sadly seeing, which is difficult in terms of the reach of any form of legislation, will be the level of bullying that will take place entirely outside of the remit of the school. And we see sort of what happens in terms of the social media side of things. But specifically in terms of boards of governors, as a corporate body, boards of governors are legally responsible for all decisions and actions taken in its name by individual governors, the principal, or the committees to which they have delegated functions. So the Act will place a statutory duty on a Board of Governors to determine the detailed measures to be taken at a school to prevent bullying, ensure that they are properly implemented and are kept under periodic review, so it should be at least every 4 years to ensure that they are fit for purpose. And the legislation will require a review at intervals not exceeding 4 years. Governors will be actively involved in developing and monitoring the effectiveness of their schools' anti-bullying policy, because it's important that not simply is this a policy that sits on the shelf, but one that is directly implemented. I think they'll also be better informed to support or indeed challenge how an incident has been handled by staff. And I believe in many ways, as I mentioned, that this was dealing with best practice. For most schools will have in place already policies as regards bullying, because I think it's important that is the case. So a lot of schools are very proactive in this front. I suppose this is just creating a situation in which we ensure that best practice is shared across the system.
I call Orlia Flynn.
I thank the Minister for his response. I would like to ask the Minister, I know you had mentioned there are some of the guidance and direction for the schools. Will there be any additional support given towards schools and principals in how they're going to fulfil their obligations to implementing this legislation? And I'm just asking that question, obviously, given the challenges and the pressures that the school environments are under at present with the pandemic. Thank you.
I understand that. Well, look, we will give as much support and guidance that can be done. So guidance has been developed to accompany the Act, and it's been designed. I think it's also important that this is not something which is simply imposed from on high. But in terms of the input, we've had considerable work in working out the implementation, for instance, with the teacher unions to make sure that is fit for purpose. And also, I suppose, had significant impact from teachers and wider educational professionals, so that what is there is fit for present. So, for example, while there is opportunities for schools to develop whatever recording requirements, the methodology in relation to that, there will be a bullying incident recording system that has been developed on C2K for schools, should they wish to use that. And also the Education Authority has provided training and online resources for schools and their governors. I think it's also important that in doing so, we also ensure that while we have a strong system and one which then protects our young people through this, that it doesn't become an additional administrative burden. So we believe that the online recording of this can mean that this can be done that will not significantly add to any administrative burden that would be there from schools. But in many ways, I suppose this is about a belt and braces approach, because we believe in trying to create probably a very similar approach, because the vast bulk of schools will have a level and have procedures in place already anyway. So hopefully we're simply building on good practice.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, can I thank you for your answers so far? Minister, often bullying, whilst an abhorrent action, masks underlying issues with the perpetrator. Given that the victim unequivocally deserves every support, what steps will be taken to reform and educate the perpetrator?
I think what we will have is individual cases, and I think that it is important, first of all, that that level of support is given to the victim of bullying. I suppose there's not always a one-size-fits-all type situation as regards that, and there will need to be individual interventions to take place within that. Clearly, I think one of the issues which needs to be is indeed good education that will happen in the classroom to try to prevent this happening in the first place. Because again, rather than try to deal with the consequences of something, if we can try and ease that at the start. That, I suppose, in terms of that will also then go down, both in terms of the guidance that will be there, but also actually will play to the particular actions that a school will take in terms of its own policy, which will be developed by governors. And they will want, and I think teachers are wise enough to know what levels of interventions are there. Part of the, it is also important, was why, for instance, the motivation is one of the areas that will be recorded as part of this. It's important then for a school to see where there are potential trends. So if, for example, they are seeing, is there a particular problem with racism, for example, or misogyny or whatever, that they'll be able to actually have a bit of a data capture. At least they'll be able to see where this is coming from, and hopefully then be able to target any actions to try and deal directly with the problem.
And I call Jerry Carl.
Number 3.
Thank the member for his question. My department already operates a policy of maximum class sizes for children in the foundation stage and key stage 1, as well as for practical subjects within the curriculum. In regard to educational attainment, the available evidence suggests that, except in the very early years, class size reduction doesn't have a significant impact on student outcomes, and the main driver of the variation in pupil learning at school is the quality of teaching that will be provided. Small reductions in class sizes are unlikely to be cost-effective relative to other strategies. Other interventions, such as individual or small group tuition, provided to those most in need through my department's Engage programme, are likely to have a greater impact. Using normal formative assessment approaches within the classroom, schools will work to understand where pupils are in regard to their learning after the period of remote learning. I'm confident that schools will identify and support those pupils who are most likely to experience difficulties in engaging with learning. However, I fully recognise there will need to be a plan for and fund ongoing evidence-based interventions to support schools to limit the long-term effects of the current disruption. So I plan to bring forward proposals for a further support programme for a range of educational settings to the Executive shortly, and that will build on the work of the Engage programme in 2021, subject to Executive agreement and availability of funding.
I call Jerry Carr for supplement.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I think maybe this assertion that they don't have an impact, smaller class sizes, on education may be disputed. They're obviously important to protect people through the virus, can enhance learning, allowing for more one-to-one assistance, can also be better for those with learning disabilities, people with sensory issues, and so on and so forth, and better, I would and many others would say, for education overall. Will the Minister commit to looking at international best practice where there are smaller class sizes in other countries, and to see if we can implement those measures here? Thank you.
I say there was no impact at all. What I'm saying is I think if we're looking at interventions, particularly on academic side of it, there's a limited amount of evidence that outside of the early years that it makes a particularly significant difference. As with all things, it is a matter, but I take on board as well, for example, where there are learning difficulties, where there is issues with regard to special educational needs. There is then, and there is within process, a situation where there can be that one-to-one interventions, and particularly if we look, for instance, at the point of view of somebody who is statemented, with that statement will retain a level of particular intervention for that individual. So it may well be, for example, that will mean that there will be a particular classroom assistant that will be assigned to an individual, and I think that's the right way of tackling it. In terms of the broader issue on class sizes and looking at best practice, again, as part of this, I will look to try to ensure that we get the best results for the level of investment and resources that are available. But if we were to move to, for instance, a situation in which there are much smaller class sizes, that would require a high level of resource-intense commitment. And I can only allocate ultimately what's within the education budget. It is likely, while we are in the position that we're at draft budget stage still, that the overall budget next year for education, outside of particular COVID interventions, is likely to be fairly close to being flatlined on cash terms. That will mean I don't think there'll be a radical change within that. But I'm also looking at where the interventions can take place in the best possible way. I will also look as part of that, and we're due by this summer also to have the report of the expert panel on education underachievement, and I will study closely whatever recommendations are made from that and try to ensure that as much as possible that they are implemented as well.
I call Carl Nicholan.
And thank the Minister for his response thus far, and indeed for Jerry bringing the question forward. Could you confirm, Minister, as part of your priorities in bringing proposals forward to the Executive, that you will look at capital prioritisation of children who are being educated in porta cabins that were supposed to be temporary are now going into decades, particularly children who have been statemented?
In terms of position, because I think particularly on the COVID issue, it is likely that will be sort of resource rather than capital. However, there is a situation, I think, for the Executive as a whole that its overall capital budget is probably likely to be of a smaller nature next year than this year. However, and that has meant that in terms of the draft allocation directly to schools and in terms of the capital programme, we're dealing with an overall smaller budget in education in overall quantum. However, as part of that, there has been indications from the Department of Finance that they're looking, for example, to try to supplement that through RRI, and as part of that there will be part of our bid for next year is not simply where we are in terms of the mainstream baseline capital build, but also what can be provided from a capital point of view for RRI. That is likely particularly to concentrate on additional needed sort of quick intervention in terms of special needs education. But you're right in terms of the situation that where we can move in cases in terms of porta cabins, etc., to more permanent structures, it's better. I suppose the only caveat I would add to that is anybody who's been around schools, what is now provided in terms of porta cabin is light years away with what would have been the case when either the member opposite or myself would have been at what's right? I know the member opposite might have dreamed of the prospect of porta cabins, but what I would say is I think some of us have a slightly maybe old-fashioned attitude of what we see within that. The modern sort of mobile classrooms that are provided tend to be of very high quality, but obviously the aim is as much as possible to move towards permanent structure. I would simply make the point in a more general sense that it is the case that in terms of capital build, if there was both the capacity within the system to deliver it, from the point of view of the industry and the finance, there is always at least twice as much that could be done in terms of capital build in that regard. And as with anything else, it's quite often, as with education, as with other things, it's about choosing probably between good projects rather than choosing between good and bad in that regard.
Call William Humphrey.
The Minister for his answers so far. Minister, thank you for the visit to the excellent Springfield Primary School last week. A school that in 2005 had 67 pupils, now over 200. A school that has had an extension and it's no longer big enough. So can I ask the Minister to consider that school in terms of any future investment for a new building? Can I ask the Minister then, in response to this question, what flexibilities do schools have in terms of their class size and numbers?
There is a considerable. First of all, I was delighted to be at Springfield during the week, and I think the joy that was there. Both I would value the professionalism of the staff, but also the joy that was there in terms of returning pupils showed actually the direct benefits of face-to-face teaching. And I congratulate the school on the level of success that it has had. I suppose, directly speaking on the COVID situation, does give, I suppose, has got to be class size, has got to be with regard to health and safety requirements. Within post-primary, in practical subjects, there is flexibility provided the necessary assessments are carried out. And strictly speaking, while there is a limitation in terms of what is there in the early years of primary, there's more flexibility in terms of limit on P5 to P7. Now, we know that within particularly years 1 to 4, a smaller class size can have a positive impact on outcome, and so the law in that circumstances requires the classes for youngest children are kept to a maximum of 30. So flexibility in post-primary tends to be around issues such as science, art and design and PE, and those have been in place, that level of flexibility, since 2004, and those have been unchanged. There is, I think, as regards class sizes in excess of 20 pupils and up to a maximum of 26, and the different bits for years 8 to 10 and 11 to 12 in the further practical subjects such as home economics, music and technology and design. And I think some of that can also mean an opportunity to ensure then that schools are able to use their budgets effectively as possible, sometimes the division on that. So there is a level of flexibility, but I suppose what remains paramount is the health and safety of pupils. So that is something that any schools board of governor must be content with, that any practical arrangements reflect that.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answers to the questions so far. Minister, they say hindsight is a wonderful thing. Given the level of infection in classrooms when schools are opened, and also the huge numbers of pupils that had to isolate, if the Minister could go back now, would he do anything different in terms of the classroom sizes? Would he have put extra resources in, or maybe split the sizes of classrooms if possible?
On it, we didn't have huge impacts in relation to that. It was a very similar position to what happened elsewhere. And I make no apology for trying to ensure that we get the maximum number of pupils in. Now, the reality is that in terms of class sizes, there's been flexibility, indeed, has been said to all schools, the opportunity, and some schools have been able to use this, that where they can split classes, where they can use extra space, and indeed some schools have used this. Probably the principal constraint on that is, from a teaching point of view, that if we simply disperse large numbers of children across the overall piece, then there will be an issue around the number of teachers that can be available to be able to teach that. It's simply not an effective way of teaching. There will be barriers because of the sheer volume of substitutes that are there. And I know a number of schools, particularly at primary level at the moment, are having difficulty even getting substitute teachers in. So there is a level of restriction within that. But obviously I'm always very keen to take any lectures from the member opposite on the basis of hindsight.
Moving on, I call Martina Anderson.
Question number 4.
Thank the member for her question. Ardnashee School in the Foyle constituency was announced under a major capital works call and is currently planning with an approved business case of £33.92 million. The school is due on site in the summer of this year. There are 3 projects, as well as the major capital works, there are 3 projects progressing under the second call to the School Enhancement Programme SEP2. These projects are the Chapel Road Primary School, the Greenhaw Primary School and Holy Child Primary School. Each of these projects will see an investment of up to £4 million each in improving their school. There are also, in addition to that, directly through the schools, 4 voluntary youth service schemes that received capital funding of £4.5 million under the 2 youth calls that have been made.
Martin Anderson.
Goin Buigas, Leishanara, Astor Fragra. Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, as you know, the Finance Minister has made social value a mandatory component of procurement contracts. So can you confirm that within those contracts that will be coming on stream that there be social value, that there be social clauses in the procurement contracts, and that will be an integral part of the capital funding for Derry?
Certainly, with regard to any contracts, we'll comply with what the position is across the executive as a whole, so there wouldn't be any particular issue with that. In terms of the detail of what will be in contracts, I'm probably not in a position directly to comment on those. But obviously, I think across the executive, we want to ensure that we've produced a consistent approach to that.
Nicole Kelly-Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. Just when we're talking about major capital projects, I'd be very keen to hear from you the rollout of Fresh Start and how well that's performing across Northern Ireland, because it does seem to be extremely slow at the moment.
Well, as the member will be aware, and it was something I think that was tackled originally even in the last mandate, one of the issues in terms of Fresh Start, we're confident that the full amount will ultimately be spent. One of the issues was that, I suppose, if you go back historically in terms of Fresh Start, and we'll write to the member in terms of some of the detail of that, was that I suppose this was something that was largely agreed at Prime Ministerial level without Treasury really wanting a penny being spent. And that meant that when it came to the detail of both predecessor and myself, and indeed successors of discussions with Her Majesty's Government, there was a range of conditions that were put in. First of all, that anything had to be a completely new project. So, for example, somewhere like Park Hall Integrated, although it had been announced at that stage, couldn't then avail of Fresh Start money. Secondly, it had to be a complete new build so that SEP was effectively knocked out of the picture. And also schools that, for instance, would have not necessarily fitted it exactly within the integrated status, but had a high level of mixing. They call it, the small number of super mix schools were also excluded. But also particularly that at that stage there was a bar on spend between years. That has been something which was successfully negotiated, first of all by way of the confidence and supply arrangement, which has been continued. So there is a level of progression that is there. That will mean that the level of funding will have a certain level of peaks and troughs within it, but we're confident that the overall 500 million will be able to be absorbed within the full 10-year period.
Moving on, I call Sean Lynch.
Chair. Question 6.
Yes, actually it's 5, round 6, on that regard.
But that ever occurring 5.
So currently BTEC qualifications through the medium of Irish are facilitated by a contractual arrangement between CCEA and the awarding organisation Pearson. Towards the end of 2019, Pearson awarding organisation had given notice of their intention to end this agreement and no longer provide the qualifications. While CCEA continued its discussions with Pearson about this decision, the school which was offering these BTECs was advised to consider and identify alternative qualifications. However, unfortunately, in the past couple of weeks, Pearson has confirmed its intention to withdraw from the agreement, withdrawing Level 3 qualifications in September 2021 and Level 2 qualifications in September 2022. Pearson's decision has been taken in the context of a significant change to all Level 3 BTECs this year. Pearson 2020-2010 BTECs are being withdrawn fully across the UK in September 2021, and the new style 2016 BTECs will be the only BTECs available to any school, whether that be in the medium of English or Irish. These new style BTECs introduce external assessment units, making them more like A-levels in their assessment and arrangements. I would point out the CCEA provides a range of applied A-level qualifications and are available in the medium of Irish. A total of 13 applied A-levels are offered by CCEA. Other vocational qualification providers may wish to make their qualifications available in Irish, and CCEA has contacted other providers to explore this option. CCEA will continue to explore what further actions might be possible to address this matter.
And allow the member a brief supplementary.
I get and thank the Minister for his answer, and sorry for trying to confuse you, Minister. But I think what I've asked you to do is just step up your engagement with the qualifying bodies to ensure that these qualifications are there for Irish medium students.
The issue is that I suppose there's two aspects to this, and obviously the direct engagement is with CCA through Pearson. Pearson are the only group that offers directly the BTECs on that basis. And I suppose as an awarding organisation, we have no means to directly compel them to do certain things. They could withdraw entirely from the Northern Ireland market. We want to make sure there are no particular barriers to that. But there are, as indicated, both through direct, and I suppose it is not helpful whenever there is a narrowing of choice, but there are a number of awarding organisations which also then provide alternative vocational qualifications. CCA is working with those, and CCA itself will be stepping up to the mark to provide qualifications as well. But the problem is, I suppose, we're very much in the one boat as regards Pearson, as regards BTEC.
And that is the end of our period for listed questions, and we now have 15 minutes of topical questions to the Minister for Education, and I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The outpouring of pain and anger in response to the heinous murder of Sarah Everard and in relation to male violence against women and girls has been palpable. Can I ask the Education Minister if he agrees that standardised relationship and sexuality education is fundamental to promoting appropriate behaviour and to preventing serious sexual offences against women and girls, and what action he has taken to implement the Gillen Review recommendations, including a school sexual offences awareness campaign?
Well, from that point of view, we're working closely indeed. I met on Thursday specifically on the issue. I mean, first of all, I would join with the member in both condemning and expressing my horror at the what appears to be brutal murder of Sarah Everard, and I think that it is a clear sign of terrible criminal action to which too many women have been subject to, and I think we all stand in solidarity on that issue. Can I say specifically as regards to the Gillen administration, the Gillen report, there are a number of aspects of that which relate, and there's a interconnection particularly between education and justice. And so last Thursday, the Justice Minister and myself had a meeting to discuss the issues around the implementation of those issues. That relates both in terms of what is taught within the classroom. It also relates to issues around matters, around what provision can be made in terms of the CCA hub on RSE, and also work that is ongoing in preparing up teacher training on that issue. We did have a productive meeting, and our two departments will continue to work together to try to ensure that there is full implementation of the Gillen report.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his update, and can I ask the Education Minister further to his meeting with Justice Minister Naomi Long, will he review the minimum content order to ensure all fundamental matters such as consent are included in standardised relationship and sexuality education in schools?
It is the case, I think, that in terms of being directly prescriptive on the curriculum, we do have a situation in which the Northern Ireland curriculum is not prescriptive, and that kind of advantages as well in terms of flexibility and agility and ability to take on orders. But directly speaking, as part of that meeting, we've agreed, certainly for my officials and the justice officials, to work together on that. And issues around, for example, the issue of consent, I think is critical in terms of education on that front. And secondly, amongst others, the issue of trying to break cycles of abuse, particularly domestic abuse, because we also know that one of the added problems is that those who have experienced abuse as a young child have a greater propensity to be involved with abuse at a later age. So it is important that that is the case. It is the point that in terms of imposing direct curriculum changes on any subject under the current legislative position would require a change in primary legislation. But I would believe that schools should be in a position to step up to the mark on these crucial issues. And I think we've all got to realise as well, particularly from a justice point of view, that we're in a fast-moving environment. And so the issues which may seem tangential at the moment may become very central in a year or two's time to come. So there's got to be that level of flexibility to be able to meet and to ensure then that we create as safe an environment as possible for everyone in society.
I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, many parents of children from P4 and above are still very much in the dark in terms of when the children will be able to return to schools to face-to-face teaching. Obviously, there's a lot of interest around the executive meeting tomorrow. What stance will the Minister be taking as he enters into that executive meeting? Will he be urging his ministerial colleagues to ensure that our children can be taken back into school as soon as possible?
Certainly, there will be wider discussion within the executive tomorrow. I'd have preferred if we'd been in a position that decisions could be made earlier, but we are where we are. Last week we were able to agree that for P1s to P3 pupils and also those of preschool age, that there would be no interruption to their education. That was an important step forward. But I think we only reach something closer to normality when we have all students back, and particularly for those at primary level. And I can understand, particularly those at primary level, will see a situation in which they are seeing perhaps a younger sibling heading into school and a level of confusion as to why they are not. So I think it is important that tomorrow we bring a level of certainty. I will certainly be pushing for that return as soon as possible, in line with whatever public health mitigations will need to be put in place. But I think both from an academic point of view, from the point of view of where families are at, but also from the point of view of the mental health and well-being of young people, I think it's critical that we get that return to face-to-face teaching as soon as is practically possible.
Gary Middleton for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that response. Obviously, Minister, we hear from a lot of teachers and school leaders who want that clarity to be able to move from remote learning into face-to-face, but obviously they need as much time between that as possible. So I join with him in urging all the other parties who do a lot of shouting if they would support our young people, our students, in getting back into schools.
And do you have a question?
And ensuring that we can do so in a safe manner.
That would have been, I suppose, like the old sort of GCSE or A level with the words discuss at the end of it, I suppose, in that regard. But look, it's undoubtedly the case. I would like to see a situation, and I hope that the executive will be able to unite around positions where all of us can actually value education and the role of our young people. I have to say as well, it is also important as we look towards our young people that while the focus, for instance, has been on schools, I'm acutely aware, for example, of a phased return in terms of generic youth services is also important. And also particularly for, as it obviously concentrates in areas where there's a level of disadvantage, that we see a very rapid return in terms of child-centred activities, in terms of Sure Start will be critical as well. And I hope that the executive, in considering all these things, will make our young people a priority as we hold that discussion tomorrow.
Call Alex Easton.
Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Minister for an update on a potential new school build for Holywood Primary School?
Well, I thank the member for in the past have been at Holywood Primary. As part of this, there isn't anything currently that is proposed for Holywood Primary. It was not successful on any of the previous calls. What I would say is that in terms of a need for new build, the aim would be that later on in this year, there would be a fresh call in terms of major capital works. Under those circumstances, it requires, first of all, the managing authority to agree that Holywood or indeed any other school goes forward for that. Those schools are then evaluated, and then as part of that are ranked according to then the level of support. So there will be that opportunity for Holywood and others to apply there. I would also hope that also within the next year there will be a further call for school enhancement programme, which particularly quite often for some primary schools may be the best placed route within that.
Call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, does your department ever look at other types of funding rather than just capital funding for potential new school builds?
Well, look, I think from that point of view, if there's any opportunities for us to draw in additional money, I suppose if it is a new build, then it's by its definition capital money. However, as indicated, I think previously, there's sometimes different streams of capital money. So within that, obviously, we operate both major new builds. We also then look at school enhancement programme. We look at minor works, and also within outside of the directly baseline money, as indicated earlier, we can also make a bid in for RRI money on that basis. What I would say to the member in terms of, and there's the opportunity for schools to apply in different, so quite often for particularly a primary school, because a major capital bill will tend to be a much longer process, tends to be a much more expensive process, and for example will have to do, as the member knows, for example, for something like Central Integrated, where it will require as part of that a site search to be done. So it will take a longer process. School enhancement programme can spend up to 4 million within that. So there's nothing to stop any school when the different streams are being announced of applying for either or both. Obviously, effectively, it can only benefit from one or other within a period of time.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, Portadown College is an educational institution, is a jewel in the crown in Upper Bann in Portadown. However, its current building has long passed its best, with significant infrastructure issues affecting its ability to provide educational excellence. A scheme proposed for a new build was proposed as far back as 2006, with a debate in this House in 2009 where the Education Minister, Katrina Ryan, said it is estimated that the replacement school will be completed by 2012-2013.
Can the member come to this question?
Can the Minister give us an update as to the provision?
Again, at present, there's no direct plans to do that. I should say as well, whenever assessments are being made in terms of capital build, primary and post-primary are on separate lists whenever assessment is being done. So I suppose I can give one assurance that to the member and the previous member that there won't be a direct competition between Holywood Primary and Portadown College on that basis. What is the case is that I think previously, whenever in the last round, Portadown College I think was ranked 15 amongst the post-primary schools. At that stage, I think there was a high level of assessment given on the basis of where mergers were taking place. And I think that what that did do was it had a level of disadvantage to schools which were not involved in a merger. But one of the advantages of the previous occasion has been that as a result of that announcement, half a dozen schools have then been taken effectively off the list. It means that whenever a new capital build call is being made, the Portadown and others will effectively have some potential rivals for that money have been removed from that and will be able to bid within that. I would indicate that unfortunately the situation of a promise being made in 2006 around there is not unique. What was the case at that stage was there was an expectation of finance in terms of capital simply going up and up and up, and then we had the crash, and for a lot of schools they were given a promise which then had to be effectively withdrawn. Let me give the member one assurance that certainly from my point of view, if we reach a point whether it's Portadown, Holywood or wherever is announced on a capital list, it will happen.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I'm sure he will agree with me that the need was identified back in 2006 for a new build on this location. The issues have got worse, the infrastructure has got worse. Will the Minister agree to visiting Portadown College with myself to look at first hand about ways in which we can see the need for urgent investment?
I'm always very keen to be able to visit schools, and I'll be happy if the member is sending in an invitation to come to Portadown College. I think it is important sometimes to see at first hand what the particular issues are. I think to some extent it's maybe been one of the restrictions that we've had out of COVID, that the opportunity to be round schools has been greatly reduced. As particularly hopefully restrictions ease, then I think that will give greater opportunities, and I'll be very happy to see at first hand the issues surrounding Portadown. Again, I would say there is no lack of willingness to provide support for schools. The one obviously constraint will be what is available in terms of budget, and as such on any occasion any capital call will tend to be a competitive process.
I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I follow on from my colleague Gary Middleton in relation to, I suppose, getting children back to school? There's been much public opinion, whether it be public, political, or indeed teachers offering opinions in relation to what's best for children. But can I ask the Minister what he believes is best for children, given there's been so many different iterations suggested by different politicians over the last number of months, and what he believes has actually would be best for the children in terms of their education and indeed their mental health?
Look, I want to see children. I've always made it very clear that I want to see children directly in school, getting face-to-face teaching, and I want that as soon as is practical, given sort of the public health constraints that are there. I suppose as part of that, while quite often the focus is on the academic level of catch-up, and there's no doubt, despite the brilliant work that's been done by schools, by teachers, by parents, and by students themselves in terms of remote learning, is at best a secondary substitute for that face-to-face teaching. To some extent, probably academic catch-up is something that's probably easier to put a level of investment in to do. What is more difficult, and I think is something, again, the reason why we need to see the children back as soon as possible, is the mental health and well-being of our young people. You know, I saw it certainly at first hand amongst the very young children at Springfield during the week. Simply the biggest single thing for particularly those P3s was actually seeing some of their friends who they haven't seen during the period of lockdown, having that opportunity for a level of interaction. And it would concern me the long-term damage that has already taken place in terms of mental health and well-being. So I think for a range of reasons, including also for their physical health as well, I think the sooner we can get back to a situation in which all children are directly within schools, the better.
And that is the end of our period of questions to the Minister for Education. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments until our next Minister, the Minister of Finance, is ready. Order members, it's now time for questions to the Minister for Finance, and I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1, please. The Department of Education has submitted bids of £4 million for Summer Scheme 2021 relating to primary, post-primary and EOTIS settings, as well as £5 million for Youth Service Summer Scheme Programme 2021 for consideration as part of the budget for 21-22. These bids will be subject to consideration in light of funding available and competing pressures. No bids have been received from the Department for Communities for this purpose. Neither are any such bids expected, as this is not within their area of responsibility.
I call Robbie Butler for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, you may or may not be aware that eminent education psychologists in here in Northern Ireland and across the UK have called for the absolute need to integrate and assess our students before they return to full-time education. Just in terms of any further funding bids that may be made from either department, will there be scope within your department to meet those funding bids to make sure our kids get off to the best start post-COVID? Well, the member will know that in terms of next year's budget, we have a flat cash budget, which meant that departments really got a standstill rollover of the money they had this year, which is very challenging, particularly for departments such as education, which have a huge salary base as part of their department. But there will be COVID money available. There was COVID money available for the end of this year, but there is COVID money available into the new year. The Department of Education has bid for some of that, has been earmarked for some of that as well. So it'll be up, I suppose, to the Minister to prioritise that. I listened to him just as I was waiting to come into the chamber, and I agree with his view in relation to the benefits of, for particularly younger kids, but for school kids generally, of being in the school setting, the absence from that and the pressures that has created, and there will need to be a close look at how they get back into that system again. And if there is support that we can provide for that, I'd be more than happy to consider that.
I call Justin McNulty.
I can thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, you will be aware that some kids are participating in homeschooling on their mobile phones. What resources have you allocated throughout this pandemic to bridge the digital inclusion gap for young people in education via the provision of expanded IT support for schools and IT equipment for all children who do not have adequate IT at home for schooling?
Well, he will know it's for the Department of Education to provide such resources, and they did, over the period of the course of the year, bid for various COVID-related funds, some of which to use for supporting kids who were struggling with home learning. And of course, he knows, as I know, particularly from the constituency we both represent, the difficulty in access to broadband support. That again is a matter for the Department for the Economy, who are rolling out
the Project Stratum scheme. And so it has been very, very challenging for families and for young people to try homeschooling in good circumstances, but in circumstances where the IT support is not there, then that is difficult. We have had a responsibility, an initiative within my own department who have that digital responsibility for the broader civil service in rolling out IT support for vulnerable people, not for the school scenario, because that's the responsibility of the Department of Education. And we have done that. We have run a pilot scheme which has been oversubscribed. I'm glad to say we'll continue to provide that support.
Moving on, I call Andrew Muir.
Number 2, Mr Deputy Speaker.
My department has prepared an ambitious draft programme of phased uplifts to the energy efficiency requirements of building regulations for inclusion in the Executive's forthcoming Energy Strategy Options consultation. We will be refining this further and will consult as appropriate in due course as part of our ongoing work. Officials are currently focused on an urgent uplift to the current requirements for new buildings, which we plan to bring forward within this Executive period, if possible. Officials are engaging with the Department's Building Regulations Advisory Committee and its special subcommittees on the details. Further uplifts will take into account technological advances and policy developments in other regions over the coming years. It seems likely that revisions made after 2025 would anticipate that all new buildings will routinely have very high building fabric standards and low carbon heating.
Call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his detailed reply. A short while ago, I sent a written question to the Minister, and it was about whether his department would take a lead in ensuring that unsafe cladding would be removed from buildings in Northern Ireland. And the Minister, in his response, stated that he had recommended a building safety programme and supporting fund to the Executive, but you were still awaiting the outcome of your proposals. Can the Minister provide an update on that?
Well, the responsibility for these matters rests across a range of departments, and what we want to try and ensure, well, there's perhaps some merit in discussion of having a single home for all of this. I think it would be very difficult to extract from various departments the associated responsibilities. So what we have tried to get, and I think there is an urgency in this, in trying to do this, and I have brought propositions to the Executive to try and get a kind of, under the heading of the Head of Civil Service, to try and get an agreement across all the departments as to where each responsibility lies and a coordination function in relation to that. I've also said that if there was to be a retrospective or a retrofit type scheme to address some of these issues that arose from that, I'm very happy to look at that proposition. But we really want, I think, to make sure that the proper degree of coordination across all the departments and all those responsibilities is brought to bear in relation to these matters, because they are obviously, given the experience he refers to, very serious issues and need to be addressed urgently.
I call Kiva Archibald.
Margaret, last Concollia, and just following on from Mr Muir's question, I was wondering if the Minister could update on the progress being made on the recommendations of the Grenfell Tower inquiry.
Well, we obviously will have to be cognizant of that and look at the recommendations that come from that. I know there has been some proposals developed in terms of looking at buildings already across Britain, and we've looked to see whether Barnett consequences will flow from that. But there are clearly very serious issues in terms of building materials and the approach to testing and the verification of testing, a whole range of serious issues which throw up, I think, questions for a range of departments here. And as I say, that one of the difficulties is that the responsibility for this, various aspects of this, lie across a range of departments. So I think what we need to ensure is that we coordinate as best we can across those departments. We have, if you like, a central authority in terms of making sure that coordination works, but that all of those component parts then play their part and are resourced to do so, to make sure that we don't have any such tragedy here.
I call Rachel Woods.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister if he or his department have considered the energy governments for the Northern Ireland Energy Transition Research Report commissioned by the Northern Ireland Executive, what his position is on the recommendation that a new Department for Climate and Energy Transition should be set up?
Well, I haven't personally considered it, but I have to say that, I mean, given the position of our budget next year, the idea of starting a completely new department would probably be more challenging than the Executive had resource for. I think in the context of a longer-term strategic plan, programme for government, multi-annual budget, that arguments around this sort of setting up a completely new department would probably fit into that time frame, and I'm certainly happy to look at that. I have to say, between now and the end of the mandate, with a rollover flat cash budget, then what we want to try and do is bring the standards that we have up to the highest level in terms of environmental efficiency and other efficiency, that the standards we have in terms of building are brought up as quickly. We have catch-up to do, we've acknowledged that, and we want to do that as quickly as we possibly can. But in the longer-term strategic type project that she's referring to, I think that's more than likely a consideration for an incoming executive beyond this mandate.
I would ask that Linda Dillon be brought onto the screens. And I call Linda Dillon.
Question number 3.
With your permission, Lascan Corda, I wish to group questions 3 and 15. I met with the Secretary of State on the 23rd of February, along with the First and Deputy First Ministers and the Minister for Justice, to discuss funding for the scheme. At the meeting, I pressed him on the need to resolve the matter urgently so victims can get payments they are entitled to. I highlighted the need for the British Government to make a fair contribution to the cost of the scheme in recognition of the changes they made to it. I have since written to the Secretary of State to confirm that I am content to recommend to him the Executive meets the full costs of the scheme as envisaged in the Stormont House Agreement, as well as any implementation and administration costs. We were due to meet again with him last week, and I hope, as a matter of urgency, that the meeting scheduled for tomorrow will go ahead. I remain absolutely committed to resolving the question of funding for the scheme. It is important that victims have the certainty they deserve about its longer-term funding. The Government's Actuary Department report around the potential cost of the scheme is being produced for the Executive Office and not my department. It would be for that department to decide on the release of it.
And I call Linda Dillon for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, has the Secretary of State given any indication as to whether there is any intention to fund your department in relation to the scheme, to give that assurance to the victims right across the north and right across these islands that they are going to get payment whenever the scheme does start?
Well, I haven't had anything very firm from him. I was told that the meeting that we were due to have the latter end of last week was postponed so he could have some discussions with Treasury. I sincerely hope that means that they are beginning to accept the responsibility that they have for a scheme that they had devised and legislated for, and which went well beyond the scope of the scheme which the parties had agreed to at Stormont House. So if those arguments have begun to land with the Secretary of State in the Northern Ireland office, then that would be progress. I have nothing firm in that regard to report, but we look forward to the meeting with him tomorrow evening. It's been postponed from last Thursday, and so I think that needs to meet as a matter of urgency. As the member will know, the courts are awaiting the outcome of these discussions, and also the victims themselves, most importantly, are awaiting the outcomes of these discussions.
Steve Aiken is not in his place. I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for those answers. As I understand it, the Government actuaries have greatly increased their assessment of the cost of the scheme from several hundred million to over £1 billion. Can the Minister explain why that is?
Well, the report was produced for the Executive Office, not for the Department of Finance, so I don't have the detail behind that. It varied from, I think, 600 million right up to 1.2 billion. I suppose that depends on the extent of people who come into the scheme. It depends perhaps on whether people want upfront payments or payments over a longer term. And there are so many uncertainties which were created by the very substantial expansion of the scheme that was done under a previous Secretary of State, and that's why we have argued with them that while we want to make sure, and we're absolutely committed to make sure, that victims get the payments that they need, the Government need to work with us, because they took what was an original scheme under which, I'm sure he will remember from the Stormont House talks, we were having discussions as responsibilities who was to pay for that proportion of the scheme between us and the Government. We talked about the pre-98 and the post-executive responsibilities from 98 and beyond, and then we end up with a substantially larger scheme that brought in a whole scope of new people. Now, I'm not disputing whether people are entitled or not entitled. That's a matter for somewhere else. But what I have a responsibility to do is try and find the resource to do that. And the Executive, given the state of our resources over the next year, I want to make sure that we are able to actually meet the requirements of victims, and that's why the Government, I think, need to work with us. Thus far, they haven't. There are some indications that the Secretary of State and the NIO are beginning to engage, and I hope that they have something to offer us tomorrow evening.
I call Paul Free.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can I ask the Minister, even if agreement on funding was achieved this week when he meets the Secretary of State, what type of lead-in time is still required before victims receive money?
Well, it's the Department for Justice that will operate the scheme, so it would really be a question for them to answer. I have proposed to the Executive, and the Executive have made funding available for administration. We've already done that on a number of occasions, made funding for the administration and implementation of the scheme. I suppose there will, when it begins its work, there will be an assessment as to whether people are looking for upfront payments or people are looking to get into a pension-type scheme. And so these are things that are unknown until the scheme itself opens up. So it will be for the Department for Justice to manage that. What we want to ensure is that through our work with the Government in London, to make sure that there's sufficient resource in that scheme so that when it does open up, then we can meet whatever costs there are.
I call Jim Allister.
Now that the Lord Chief Justice has directed that the Department of Finance should be joined as a party to the ongoing legal proceedings, there really is shrinking ground in terms of avoiding this issue. Last week in this House, the First Minister gave a guarantee that the money would be paid when it fell due to qualifying victims. Can the Finance Minister give the same guarantee?
Well, can I say firstly there has been no attempt to avoid this issue. The ground that has been created around this has been created by the Government in London. And it's very unfortunate because it's not the place that any of us wanted to be. The Government in London took it upon themselves to significantly expand the scope of this scheme. They added pieces of interest that came from the backbenches of the Tory party into the scheme, and therefore they have a responsibility to meet the costs in relation to that. Of course, we are absolutely committed to making sure that the funding is available for the scheme. The Executive have made that clear time and time again. I think the First Minister recommended that, or reiterated that, sorry.
Moving on, I call Lisa McHugh.
With your permission, Lascan Court, I wish to group questions 4 and 14. As of the afternoon of Friday past, the 12th of March, the total value of payments made from the localised restriction support scheme is £221.65 million. The amount paid to businesses in Derry City and Strabane Council area is £18,462,477. The total spent to date in Mid-Ulster is £17,950,953
I call Melissa McHugh for a supplementary.
I thank you. The Minister has actually adequately answered my supplementary.
I call Emma Sheeran.
And I thank the Minister for answering the question that I had originally asked as well. And I want to place on record at this point my appreciation to the Department and the team within LPS, particularly Leona Lees, Ian Snowden and Lenny Paden, who I think at this stage see my name and say, can I just ask the Minister when businesses that haven't received payment can expect to receive their payment for the last phase of the scheme?
Well, I hope we're in the last phase of the scheme. If restrictions continue, we might be into further phases of the schemes. I'm sure we'll hear from you many times again in between. Can I say it's businesses who are entitled who meet the entitlement, and I think we're down to a very, very small handful that are still working their way through that. Of course, some businesses would be disappointed because they were found not to be eligible for the scheme and won't be getting payment from it, and I hope that the announcement I made earlier today will help some of those businesses in turn. But as soon as we possibly can, I think it's over 98% of cases now at this stage are dealt with. And it has been a very challenging scheme because, as you know, and other members know, LPS is a rates collection agency, and we've had to turn them around and reprofile them to be a grant-giving body. And we changed the scheme of payments, I think, a number of times. It escapes me now how many times they've actually changed, and we've a range of 3 different payments, and times people have fallen onto the wrong payment scheme, and we've had to go back and refit that. So there have been a lot of challenges with this. Nonetheless, I think most people will accept that it was a very commendable scheme which provided a very vital lifeline to an awful lot of businesses and have kept them in a position that, as we hopefully move now towards the ending of restrictions, businesses can get back to doing what they want to do, which is to start to trade again.
I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Deputy Speaker, businesses will face many additional challenges as we move towards COVID recovery. Can I ask the Minister if he can detail any plans for restart grants to assist businesses when they are eventually able to reopen?
Well, the Department for Economy has put together a package of economic recovery. There are other aspects to recovery from this, the social recovery, the recovery that was been discussed earlier in relation to schools, and there's a very broad recovery piece needed. But they have put together a package which I will be proposing to deal with in our final budget paper, which should be coming very shortly to the Assembly. I'm not certain whether there are restart grants included in that, but it will be a matter then for the Economy Minister to bring forward such proposals. For our part in the Department of Finance, I said this morning in response to some questions around my own statement. This is the end of our involvement, I hope. We've done the rates relief for another year. We have a package of support, business grant support measures going out, and Finance and LPS in particular are looking forward to getting back to doing what they do in relation to rates and managing the money.
Moving on, I call Martina Anderson.
Question number 5.
In recognising the importance of the social economy sector, I appointed Colin Jess, Director of Social Economy NI, as an advisor on the board. The board is working as a first priority to develop an enhanced model for delivery of social value in public procurement, which is linked to programme for government outcomes. The board has also agreed to work to build more capacity and resilience in local supply chains to ensure continuity of supply in future public contracts. These initiatives and Colin's contribution will increase the opportunities for local social enterprises to bid for public contracts, both as a main contractor and as part of the government supply chain.
I call Martina Anderson.
Going buíochas leis an aire as dá freagra. I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, appreciate what has happened with regards to the appointment of Colin Jess, and I think that's deeply appreciated by those who work in the social enterprise industry. And as you know, Minister, 94p of every pound that is spent by the social enterprises is kept within the local economy, like places like Derry. So can I ask you, Minister, would you engage wider with more representatives? I'm thinking of John McGowan in Derry, who's very keen to explore additional ways that they can increase their capacity to compete for public contracts.
Well, part of Colin's function is to actually represent the social enterprise sector on the procurement board, so it's a two-way street. It's not just to bring his experience into board, but also to engage with the wider social enterprise sector, and he will do that, I know, and has been doing it. I know that the person you mentioned has been talking to the department from Derry, so I'm very happy to engage with people in relation to developing the best possible policy in the time ahead. And we do want to see opportunities for the social enterprise sector to be able to engage with tendering, provision of services, because in my experience, wherever those have been provided and the added value that they bring in terms of the communities that they are working with, then is something which the broader government sector, I think, want to be engaged with as part of our programme for government commitments, and I want to see that work as best as it possibly can in the time ahead.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, a couple of weeks back, the Finance Committee took evidence from the Construction Employers Federation. One concern that was raised was around clarity for firms here, particularly construction firms, being able to bid for tenders in the south, and they felt there wasn't enough clarity. Ironically, this was a detail that wasn't in the Ireland Protocol in enough detail in terms of protecting the all-island economy, so they're concerned that northern businesses, northern construction firms could be at a disadvantage. Could you ask your department to take that away and look at it, and if possible make representations both via Dublin, London and Brussels to clarify that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I mean, I'm not sure if it's the same or a similar issue we dealt with a number of weeks back, and we got clarity on where building firms who had a foot on both sides of the border were only being judged in terms of their ability to bid for contracts here on the northern side of their the capital that they had. The value of the company was only being judged on one side of the border, and therefore it impacted on their ability to bid for higher contracts. And that was rectified. That was an anomaly which hadn't been really considered, I suppose, pre-Brexit, and it was rectified. So I think there are sometimes these things, a bit like the Brexit and protocol experience, there are problems which arise which either no one had envisaged or someone is misapplying what they think are regulations to certain sectors which don't exist. And I'm very happy if he gives me the detail of that to look into it and come back to it.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Speaker, I understand that public procurement is worth around £3 billion per annum. Does the Minister have a figure in mind for what the social enterprise sector should be pitching for?
Well, that's actually part of the debate that the Procurement Board is having at the moment, and part of I suppose, the value of the reconstituted board, and it's only really been reconstituted since just before Christmas, is to bring the various sectors in rather than having permanent secretaries in. No disrespect to the permanent secretaries, but you bring the sectors in. We have the construction people in, we have the social enterprise people, we have the small and medium enterprise people in there, we have the various Centre of Procurement Excellence from a number of the departments, and you get that kick around to say, what is the balance, where does the balance lie, and that figure is actually something that's currently under discussion to see. So the social enterprise sector are given advice as to what they think they could step up to achieve, as well as others who think it might be a challenge for them. So I hope in the near future from those discussions, and they've been very productive and mature discussions, that we will get to where we see the balance should be here now, but we will always have an ambition to do better, and I think we should have that ambition to do better, but let's get off to the right start.
Moving on, I call Orlia Flynn.
Question number 6, Liddell.
The Dormant Accounts Fund is being delivered by the National Lottery Community Fund and open for applications on the 12th of January this year. Phase 1 involves a flexible and responsive grant programme. Individual organisations, including social enterprises, can apply for up to £100,000 to be able to adapt to future challenges and be more financially resilient. The first phase will also support larger investments that will enable collaboration and develop new and creative to assist sustainability. It is expected that the first grant awards will be announced shortly.
I call Orlia Flynn.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I would like to ask the Minister if he does have any further update in terms of any more money being made available to social enterprises through the dormant assets. Thank you.
That will be the next phase. And I very much look forward to that. The dormant accounts, as I said, is only just opened, but it's very substantial amounts of money for social enterprise projects to make them more financially sustainable and to encourage that growth in them. And I think the last one I visited was in your own part of Colin in West Belfast, a very, very progressive social enterprise, but people who've had to focus a lot of the time on sustainability, on accessing more finance and trying to generate more finance. And this is the dormant accounts is to try and give them an assistance in doing that. So it's not always a question every year of trying to get more money in to stay alive, if you like. The dormant assets then would be a much bigger fund, and we're obviously waiting on more detail of that coming through. But I hope it will, on the back of the dormant accounts programme, then that it will give it a substantial bigger boost to the social economy sector.
I now call Gemma Dolan.
Question 7, Liddell.
I want to place on record my thanks to the civil service for their hard work and flexibility in response to the many challenges of maintaining and delivering services during the pandemic. I have met recognised trade unions about the civil service pay award, and my officials have had negotiating meetings with the unions. In considering the pay award, I aim to strike the difficult balance between recognising civil service colleagues for their work while managing public money carefully in the face of the most challenging economic position for many years. Although this pay award is for 2020, it will obviously have consequences for the future in terms of overall cost of a civil service pay bill, which is very large, so affordability is more critical than ever. I have therefore been considering a range of different options. I have circulated an executive paper, and the agreement of the draft paper would enable an offer to be made to the trade union shortly.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Minister, and I appreciate having to strike a balance. Will the pay award give priority to those on the lowest pay?
I'm fully committed to the new decade, new approach aim of executive becoming a living wage employer, and Department of Finance officials are working to realise that aim for the civil service. I have also asked that other public sector employers consider how pay awards can be targeted to ensure that the payment of Living Wage Foundation's living wage. I am also considering ways in which the pay award for civil service can deliver a better outcome for lower paid workers.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, I'll be brief. Minister, I appreciate there are constraints as you've just laid them out, but will you accept that, given some of the last-minute spending allocations that are being made, and given the delay in announcing any details, there's real frustration out there among ordinary civil servants, particularly those on low pay, particularly those who've had to really work extremely hard over the past year to keep public services going. A lot of them are just very, very frustrated that there's been this delay in confirming a settlement.
Well, I think they understand, as I'm sure most members will understand, that we have been grappling with a huge range of issues at this time. And, of course, the pay award for the public sector is not linked to that money that we're spending out at the moment. But nonetheless, I do want to get to a point of agreement very quickly. I have put a paper to the executive, and I hope to get agreement on that very quickly, and I will make an offer as soon as I possibly can to the unions, because I do want to see this issue resolved to everyone's satisfaction.
And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Like Mr O'Toole, I think it's important that this issue is brought to conclusion. Also, a number of months ago, an announcement was made about the £500 payment to health and social care staff. And I think there was a recent update on that would the costs associated with national insurance and PAYE would also be covered. Can the Minister give an update on whenabouts these payments will be made?
Well, they're a matter for the Department of Health. They asked for more money to assist them with that, meet those costs, because the British Government refused not to treat these as a taxation issue and a welfare receipt issue, so they intended to extract their take out of the £500 payment. So we have assisted the Department of Health in moving that up to the level that will account for that. I say that is a one-off payment, so what we're talking about here is the pay settlement award, which will be an ongoing payment for civil service. Nonetheless, we were happy to assist the Department of Health, but they're responsible for the rollout of that.
And that is the end of our period of time for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. I advise members that question number 3's name has been withdrawn, and I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. There is no doubt that the pressing issues of the climate emergency and environmental protection require interdepartmental strategy, actions and indeed budgeting. Can I ask the Minister, in light of that, if he will or whether or not he can lead on a Green New Deal strategy for Northern Ireland?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, he knows that we're facing into a very challenging budget next year, which means that the possibility of new initiatives have been absolutely frustrated, because departments have been only able to carry over the same amount to spend they had the previous year. So really, to meet all of their pressures and requirements is going to be a challenge in that regard. But I hope we do get to the stage. I hope departments do collaborate. I hope when we move to a multi-annual budget aligned to the programme for government, we are able then to plot ahead and get into that type of territory. There are a lot of things can be done in the department spend that they currently have in the level of collaboration they should be trying to achieve with each other to improve the environmental outcomes. But I certainly hope that we are able to get in as quickly as we can into a Green New Deal strategy.
Call John Blair for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. And following on from that, can I ask that as we move forward, would there be merit in requiring all departments to review their baseline budgets and spending priorities with a focus on the climate emergency?
Well, that would be a matter for the executive. That a department I'm assuming it would be the Department for Agriculture, Environmental and Rural Affairs, would perhaps bring a proposition to the executive that asked all departments to do that, but it would be a matter for the executive to decide.
I call Paula Bradley.
My thanks to LPS for all the work that they have done in assisting my office in the many, many inquiries over the past year. And some of those inquiries were around the LRS scheme and the sporting clubs and social clubs. And I know from some correspondence now I've received that some of those social clubs, the decision has been overturned and they've now got their LRS. But there's been others, and I just want to ask if there's any redress for those other clubs that should have applied for the Sports Sustainability Fund because they are sporting clubs, but were led to believe through correspondence that they were going to get LRS, but it was too late when they received the correspondence to say they'd been turned down for them to apply for the Sports Sustainability Fund.
Well, I know we did a discussion some time back with the Minister for Communities and some of our senior staff in relation to try and make sure that the situation which you are now describing didn't arise. We had a similar arrangement with Economy when we were working between the schemes we were running and they were running, that people would apply to the wrong scheme and then they might find they were out of time when they eventually realised it because they needed to go on to a different scheme, to try and make sure we could pick those up so we can consider an application to one within time as an application to another. So I know that was the objective of the discussions. I'm told that there was some progress made in that between officials, so I'm hoping that it isn't a situation where people who are thinking they were in the right scheme then find they're too late for the other one, that we can actually pick those up and see. I think it would be a relatively small number in terms of overall applicants for both schemes, so I'm hopeful that we are able to do that. I know there have been a multitude of schemes that have gone out between our department, communities, economy, infrastructure, a range of schemes, and it's very hard for the public and for those organisations who need support to try and navigate their way through those. So I think we should try and be flexible to make sure that nobody misses out.
I call Paul Bradley.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer, and he's probably answered my supplementary now, because we know that many of those sporting organisations were really, really good and got out to their members very quickly to say you need to apply for this, but others were absolutely dreadful and didn't. I mean, one of them is the likes of Lawn Bowls, where there's lots of bowling clubs now that are facing closure. So it's just to ask then if you can continue to have those conversations with the Minister of Communities, and if possible, if it might even be possible, to open up a second tranche of funding for those clubs that actually missed out the first time round.
Well, I'm not sure about the latter part, because that could take you into issues where somebody else missed out and then you're into a legal challenge as to favouritism, or somebody was in early but had the wrong information and perhaps hasn't been approved. But I think you're right. Most of the organisations responsible, the parent bodies, were very good at advising their club members as to what they need to do and when they need to do it. And the fact that sometimes by the default got through into the LRS scheme and it was paying out earlier and in a more consistent way, then encouraged others to try the same route. And what we don't want to happen is that people who have gone to the wrong scheme end up suffering as a consequence if they were entitled to money from the other scheme. So we'll continue to work together on that.
I call Andrew Muir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and for the record, on the previous supplementary, I would declare that my mum is a retired member of the health and social care system. On Friday, the Minister announced the appointment of members to the Fiscal Council and the Fiscal Commission. Can the Minister outline what his plans are in terms of the relationship between both bodies and assurance that the Fiscal Commission will take into account how we're spending our money at the present moment in time when considering any tax varying powers?
Well, the member will now know, I suppose, from the membership of both bodies that you have people with very substantial experience and ability in these matters. And of course there is an interconnection, and I would expect that, pardon me, when the Fiscal Commission is a time-limited body, and when it completes its work, hopefully by the end of this calendar year, in order to present a report to me, that such a report will also become part of the ongoing work of the Fiscal Council itself. And should an incoming executive decide to take up some of the issues in relation to transfer of tax varying powers, then clearly that does become a matter for the Fiscal Council. So there is an interplay between both of them. I want to see them, I intend to meet the chairs of both the Council and the Commission this week, and the membership then next week, and I'd like to see them as early as possible, given the circumstances we're all in, but as early as possible to begin that level of engagement with this institution, with the Finance Committee, with others, to discuss their business as they go forward. And I think, as I say, as a fairly broad welcome, a widespread welcome for the establishment of both bodies, but also some of the personnel we've been able to attract onto both of those. And I look forward to working with them time ahead, and I'm sure members here will look forward to that engagement also.
Call Andrew Muir for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the Minister for his response. I would congratulate the Minister and the officials in the Department for the signings that he managed to secure for the Council and the Commission. In terms of the budgetary process which comes through this Assembly, how will you ensure that the advice of the Fiscal Council feeds into that budgetary process, so that when we're analysing that legislation that you're often sitting here for days on end for, is actually taken into account in terms of the professional advice from those individuals you've managed to recruit?
Well, I think that's the function of the Council, and it's not just for the Finance Department, it's for the Executive's finances as a whole, but obviously if we have responsibility for managing those, it's a key relationship with our department, and that's why our department will bear the cost and the administrative support of both Council and Commission. But yes, I look forward to that. I look forward to a situation, firstly, and the Deputy Speaker will recognise this from our conversations over many times, where we have a much more simplified budget process, that we have the time to do it properly, because we have sufficient time in terms of the announcements coming from Whitehall, that we have a multi-annual budget which we can plan and align a programme of government to. And in that scenario, I think a Fiscal Council will have a very important supportive role in not only advising the Executive, but in their general informing, I think, of all of us in terms of public finances and how we best manage those.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, perhaps unsurprisingly, I'm going to ask on the same subject. So I've been slightly geeky on this thing. Can I ask the Minister to confirm, though I certainly welcome the establishment of both of these organisations, first of all, will the Fiscal Council, in a statement, he said it will be introduced. It will be put in legislation. Can he give a timeline for when that legislation will be introduced? And secondly, can he clarify that it will be fundamentally independent from the department? Because that's a completely critical bit. At times, this organisation will have to say difficult things for your department, and that's part of the purpose of it doing its job properly.
Well, as I said, the experience in other jurisdictions has been established a Fiscal Council and then legislate to underpin the work that it needs to do. So I'm hoping that if that is required, and if it gets off to a good start, that we will be able to do that in this mandate. And if that's required, then I certainly would like to get work on that. I know I've had discussions with the Chair of the Finance Committee, and he said, I know he can't purport to speak for the whole committee, but he said they were very keen, the committee would be very keen to see this happening and would be very willing to work with us in the time ahead to try and make sure that's done. In terms of independence, although the department is providing the budget for it and we are providing some backup resource for it, it will have absolute independence from the department. It is not in control of and the people, as I say, certainly in relation to the Fiscal Council, Robert Choate, people who are very broadly experienced in this matter will know how to manage that line between the necessary resource and support they get from government, but actually providing an independent advice service to government.
I call Matthew O'Toole for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Further to that, can you confirm that both the Fiscal Commission and the Fiscal Council will have, it's alluded to in the statement, but it would be helpful if the Minister could be really specific about it, they'll have independent economic forecasting resource, and it might be the same for both, in the sense it might be the same people doing it. And secondly, will the Fiscal Commission, once it reports, can you be clear here that that will report not just to him or to the department, but to the public and to the Assembly? This is the Commission I'm talking about. Thank you.
Well, can I say in relation to the Commission, yes, I want to make sure. I think it's much better if this is a public debate. And for it to be a public debate, then the Commission will have to be out engaging with members of this House, but also with business organisations and with other people and organisations who have an interest in this matter. And I think such a report will come to me in the department, but it would be my intention to have that a public airing of that, because I think a debate around that in this institution would be very appropriate at that time, because this will be in the run-up to the end of this mandate. I think it's very important for people to be able to speak on these matters and to perhaps give a sense in terms of the election itself. I don't mean this is an election matter, but I mean in terms of the creation of an incoming executive. It would be very helpful to understand the public mood and public debate in relation to these matters. And in terms of the resource for either Council or Commission, I mean, what we have put forward is the initial establishment of both bodies. We are happy and will determined to work with them to make sure that they can do the job that they need to do. So whatever support they need, we're very happy to consider that.
And I call Maurice Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answers so far.
Minister, following the reform of property management programme, which has been focused on making a more efficient use of the government estate, I welcome the Minister's commitment to promote regional recovery and regeneration in areas across Northern Ireland. However, could I ask the Minister for his rationale in excluding Coleraine as a hub, and in doing so prevented the people of the North Coast and the North East of Northern Ireland to be part of this recovery and regeneration?
Well, forgive my geography, but I thought Ballykelly was on the North Coast, and that's one of the first schemes that we're rolling out. And we're not excluding anyone else from a scheme, so there's no saying these are the 10 that are under consideration and that's it. There is a programme to roll out which recognises, firstly, in the creation of the criteria, and he's right, we added in a criteria of being able to support local economic development, and that's important that the central government does that wherever it can. In terms of locating its own services, but also the travel pattern from people from various parts across the north into Belfast. So we kind of mapped the travel routes of the civil service staff who come in out here every day and to see where those figures were highest. And then the ability to work with local government, or indeed where there were central government estate that was readily available to do all that. So there are a number of factors in the consideration of all that, and I would ask the member if he is keen that Coleraine be considered to engage with either through the council down there, because I'm sure there is an engagement with the Causeway Coast and Glens, or himself to engage with the officials in the Department of Finance to get an understanding of how that criteria was set and how it will apply into future. So this isn't to exclude anyone, this isn't the end of the programme. We want to get it rolling out in the areas that meet it most in terms of the criteria, and then I would anticipate fully it will be successful and that other areas will follow suit.
Paul Morris-Bradley for a brief supplementary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I will be brief, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I would remind the Minister that the County Hall, located in my constituency, is a building that once held several government departments. It's currently half empty at the minute, and I was wondering if during this rationalisation of government estate, does the Minister have any plans for utilisation of this 7-storey building in the heart of East Londonderry?
Well, I'm sure that the officials that were tasked with working on this, and there were some tasks from SIB to work with us on this and to work with local government organisations, will be looking at all of the civil service estate and all public buildings across the north to see what can be utilised. I suppose it depends what state it's in, who's using it, and how it can be. We need to make sure that if civil servants are going to go in, and this isn't to relocate jobs, this is to allow people to do the job that they're doing up here in Belfast a couple of days a week closer to home, means they can have a better work-life balance, they are spending their money in the local economy while they're there, and they're cutting down on carbon emissions in terms of transport in and out of Belfast. But we want to ensure that the facilities are ones that people want to go into. So there's going to have to be an investment in them to make sure they have all of the connectivity that they need, that they have the surroundings are conducive to actually attracting people in to work on them. So I again would ask them to go and engage with some of the officials involved in that and put the case in relation to County Hall and Coleraine.
And that concludes our time for questions to the Minister for Finance. The next item of business is an urgent oral question to the Minister for Health. I invite members to take their ease for a few moments until the Minister and members are in the chamber. Order members, Mr Colin Gildernew has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise in their place continually to indicate they still have a question to ask. A member who has tabled the question will be automatically called to ask the first supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health whether the ongoing rollout of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is under consideration due to recent concerns expressed in other jurisdictions.
I call the Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the House will know, the Northern Ireland Health Service administers COVID-19 vaccines under the expert direction of the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. The MHRA is the internationally respected UK regulatory body for medicines and approved vaccines for public use, only when it is satisfied of grounds of safety and effectiveness. Whilst my department is aware of the decisions of the public health authorities of some other jurisdictions to suspend the use of the AstraZeneca vaccination as a precautionary measure, in this instance I will again be led by MHRA experts. They are very clear that members of the public should continue to come forward for their vaccination. Despite what individual EU member states are doing, it is also important to remember that the European Medicines Agency issued a statement on Thursday to state that the available evidence does not confirm an association with the vaccine. It was also very clear that the benefits of the vaccine outweigh any risks. The World Health Organization has also stated that countries should continue to use the vaccine. I do recognise, however, that any talk over the safety of vaccines can be very worrying. So I want to take this opportunity to reassure everyone listening that the evidence as reviewed by the MHRA shows no correlation between the vaccine and the reported events of blood clots. To date, 11 million doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine have been administered in the United Kingdom. This includes 310,000 doses in Northern Ireland, and the evidence available from the UK's very large data set shows no unusual correlation between receiving the vaccine and the frequency at which blood clots occur naturally. I would therefore urge the people of Northern Ireland to keep their appointments. In line with MHRA guidance, the rollout of Northern Ireland's vaccination programme will continue. And as you may now be aware of, as of this morning, we have now expanded the programme to everyone aged 50 years and over. And I can confirm that within the first 3 hours of today alone, a further 30,000 people booked vaccines. That is very reassuring, and we should take it as an indication that the vast majority of the local population have confidence in the vaccine, and we're now looking to add additional slots. The Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is helping to protect the most vulnerable in our community from COVID-19, saving lives and reducing hospitalisation levels. I would urge everyone to look beyond the actions of others and have faith in the extensive evidence the UK already has. The vaccine works, so I would urge people to keep coming forward and ask all in this House to support me in this call.
I call Cont'd for supplementary.
Agad Las Cancorlia and Gormagat to the Minister for coming today and for his answer thus far. And I suppose, Minister, I'm sure that you will share my hope that everyone who is eligible for the vaccine will get that and will be accepting the vaccine when they get it to their cohort. And I'm delighted to say that I myself fall into that 50 to 59, and I'm one of those 30,000 who has booked the vaccine for this week, and I will be delighted, and I will be ensuring it's an appointment that I will not miss. So my question then is just what plans you have, Minister, in order to maintain public confidence, what plan you have to communicate the safety of the vaccine at this time.
I'm a great believer, and the Chair of the Committee will know this, that actions speak louder than words. And when we've seen the Chief Medical Officer coming forward this morning to take his vaccine, when I now hear of the Chair of the Health Committee going forward to take his vaccine, I think those actions and those displays of public confidence in the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine and the vaccination programme here in Northern Ireland should be a signal and should be a sign to the people of Northern Ireland that the people who set this out and the people who set the example are coming forward and taking this vaccine. Unfortunately, I must say to the Chair that I don't fall into that cohort yet, but I'm looking forward to the stage that we can move, the stage where we can move down to the next age cohort, because I can assure the member I'll be on that line as well.
I call Pam Cameron.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the fact that the Chair of the Health Committee has booked his vaccine. I hope it's not going to clash with his committee on Thursday morning. Thank the Minister for the answer to a very important question, and I very much welcome the success of the rollout of the vaccination, in particular in Northern Ireland, and I'm delighted that we are taking an evidence-based approach to the concerns around it. And obviously both UK Medicines Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency and European Medicines Agency have reiterated their support for the AstraZeneca vaccine. highlighting that the benefits continue to greatly outweigh those risks. So can I ask the Minister if he agrees that politicians need to be very mindful of their language and the effect that that may have on public confidence, and they shouldn't really be allowed themselves to be dragged into any anti-vax arguments that could potentially harm any uptake in the vaccines?
And I thank the member for the point that she makes, and I would ask all members today to choose their words very carefully. We are all lay people after all. We must remember that the rash, uninformed words of some could have consequences and actually give fuel to the fire of those anti-vaxxers. The assessment of the safety and efficacy of vaccines, I believe, is best left to the professionals and the experts, and that's why we have always followed that evidence-led advice that the Chair of the Health Committee rightly acknowledges.
I call Justin McNulty.
Can I thank the Minister for coming before the House today? And as I was speaking to you outside, Minister, I recognise and appreciate the huge success in the rollout of the vaccination programme. Huge credit and huge thanks to all the people involved in delivering that. And the level of security that has given so many people, so many families, is phenomenal and cannot be underestimated. But, Minister, given the success of that vaccination rollout, when do you feel, and when do you and your executive colleagues feel you'll be in a position to recommend the recommencement of youth sports, of non-elite sports? It's been too long since too many children have had a ball in their hands or a puck at the end of their stick, or youth sports needs to recommence, and non-elite sports. When can that happen, Minister, given the success of the vaccination rollout?
I know it's an issue that the member is very passionate about. The member will also know that the executive is due to meet tomorrow in regards to the discussion of regulations, and I'm sure the member will well know that I don't make those discussions public or any of our recommendations public until the executive has had a chance to debate them and decide as a whole.
I call Alan Chambers.
Minister, it's perhaps disappointing that you've been called before the House this afternoon in what is undoubtedly a period when demands on your time must be quite considerable. It is clear that there would be little evidence to suspend the current successful vaccination programme in the light of concerns that have been dismissed by not only all the local and national experts but also by the World Health Organization. I could only guess at the major public concern that a suspension would cause those hundreds of thousands of our citizens who have already received their first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Can the Minister reassure all those who have availed of the vaccine to date that there has been no evidence of anyone locally been placed at greater risk of developing blood clots as a result of receiving the Oxford vaccine, and that rather than cause for concern, there is only cause to celebrate the protection it offers against the COVID virus? Thank you.
I thank the member, and he rightly acknowledges the statement from the World Health Organization, who have actually come out with a further statement today, where they appeal to countries not to pause vaccination campaigns. The World Health Organization said its advisory panel was receiving reports related to the shot and would release its findings as soon as possible, but it said it was unlikely to change its recommendations. And the World Health Organization has also said, as of today, there is no evidence that the incidents are caused by the vaccine, and it is important that vaccination campaigns continue so that we can save lives and stem severe disease from the virus, and that comes from the World Health Organization spokesperson. In regards to the public messaging, I think it's very clear that the MHRA, when they come back and feedback to a request from ourselves yesterday in the decision that was taken by the Irish authorities, where they said that they were closely reviewing reports, but given the large number of doses administered and the frequency at which blood clots can occur naturally, the evidence available does not suggest the vaccine is the cause. And again, MHRA advised people should still go and get their COVID-19 vaccine when asked to do so.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your statement. Can you please outline whether your department's carried out any research into how many lives would be put at risk if there was a delay in our vaccination programme here? Thank you.
Again, it's not information I readily have to hand for the member, but again, it's one of the benefits we see from the vaccine programme. We do know, when we look even at the number of care homes today that we're supporting through outbreaks, back in February it was 150, today it's 14, so we can already see the benefits of the vaccine programme coming forward yesterday. And unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, and a lot of the noise that was created yesterday around this announcement, I think what was also missed that yesterday we reported 0 deaths in regards to anyone who had tested positive for COVID-19. That's a big step for us. We haven't been able to make that announcement since October of last year, so it shows the direction of travel that we're taking, not just in regards to regulation, but also the benefit of the vaccine programme is having direct benefit and correlation to it.
Claire Bailey.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for coming here today. And I, like Mr Gildernew, fall into that bracket and welcome making that phone call to get my vaccination. And if they offer me the AstraZeneca one, I will gladly and happily take it, as have others within my family. But Minister, what I want to ask is, if people are uncomfortable in the circumstances taking that vaccination, will they have the ability to request a different vaccination when going for their vaccination?
I understand. There's not that opportunity to pick and choose vaccines within our current programme. And actually, where we are seeing at this minute in time, due to the supplies of Oxford AstraZeneca, we are actually migrating some of our regional vaccination centres across to Oxford AstraZeneca as well. So there will be a dual process where some centres will be running a second dose of Pfizer while still running first doses of Oxford AstraZeneca. But again, I welcome the member's commitment and her thankfulness for our vaccination programme, because we should also acknowledge the large numbers of our health workers and the volunteers who are coming forward to deliver this extensive programme across Northern Ireland.
Jim Allister.
I congratulate the Department on the exemplary rollout of vaccinations. We've heard much talk during COVID about the need for collaboration on a cross-border basis. Can I therefore ask the Minister, how and when did he know that the Republic of Ireland, it turns out, have issues with this vaccine?
I thank the member for his point, and while not wanting to make a political issue out of this, the first I became aware yesterday was through the media. So I have asked my Chief Medical Officer to review the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding, because I think it was disappointing that that's how we found out. When we took the decision to announce that we would be continuing, I did communicate that to my counterpart in the Republic of Ireland, Stephen Donnelly, so he knew of the steps that we were taking.
Jonathan Buckley.
Minister, for coming to the House today. I have to say I have been increasingly concerned as to the amount of misinformation and frankly fake news that has been circulated in Europe in relation to the AstraZeneca vaccination. It appears for some that we have moved from vaccine nationalism into the dangerous territory of vaccine jealousy. I believe that Friday past, the Taoiseach Micheál Martin was in contact with AstraZeneca calling for more vaccination. So would the Minister reiterate the clear, strong and consistent scientific and medical evidence surrounding the safety of AstraZeneca vaccine? And would he agree with me that it is important that governments tread carefully in politicising a particular vaccine, which will sadly only result in further delay to getting that vaccination to the prospective constituents?
I thank the member for his comments. I'll refer back to comments that I've already made in regards from the supporting commentary that has been received, not just from the MHRA but also from the World Health Organization, in regards to the dangers of countries and advising countries not to pause vaccination campaigns, in regards to the difficulty that brings, and just also the importance that vaccination campaigns continue so that they can save lives and stem severe disease impacts from the virus itself. Also, the member will be aware that the European Medicines Agency, as I said in my opening comments, also has given its consent to the use of Oxford AstraZeneca. But we have seen many challenges, political, from across a number of nations in regards to the utilisation of Oxford AstraZeneca. My department and myself, we've always been guided by the expert advice that comes from the MHRA, and that comes from the initial guidance that we got that these vaccines were right to use for the purposes that they were designed for, and also from the intervals between first and second doses. And so far the MHRA advice and guidance, I think, has stood us and the United Kingdom in good stead.
Last Concollion, I thank the Minister for being here today. Is he aware of how many cases of thrombosis have been recorded since the start of the vaccination programme, and and also just to say that I too am in that age bracket, and I will be getting my vaccination hopefully soon, and hopefully in Belfast. I have been offered to go to Fermanagh, but there you go.
Well, I wouldn't have believed it, Carl, that you were in that age group. But apparently, according to one of your colleagues, Fermanagh is a good day out for, well, I think he said it was a good day out for unionists. But I think when the travel opportunity does open up, I'm sure if she wants to go to Fermanagh for the vaccine, and I'm sure they'll be willing to support her. But in regards to the question that she does put, as of the 14th of March, MHRA has received less than 5 reports of blood clots, and as the member will know, being a member of the Health Committee, less than 5 indicates a number that we cannot report.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I echo all those who have underlined the importance of people signing up for their vaccination when their slot comes. I'm obviously a couple of decades away from that, but I won't rub that into members. It's very important that we all, when we do get called, that we take it. I just wondered if the Minister could give us, since he's here in the chamber, give us an update in terms of, it's great today, really welcome news that bookings have opened to over 50s, but if that goes well, can he give us an indication of when he thinks the entire adult population will have been offered a vaccine, and also an update on supplies of other, obviously I urge people to take whatever vaccine is available to them, whether it's Pfizer, AstraZeneca or anything else, but whether things like the Johnson & Johnson vaccine and also some of the other supplies which are coming online, if he has an update on the deployment of those in Northern Ireland.
And I thank the member, and I know from the initial updates I gave the House in regards to our vaccination programme, being part of the UK, we were part of that forward buying of 7 different vaccines. At this minute in time, MHRA have approved the 2, which is the Oxford AstraZeneca and the Pfizer, so those are the 2 that we're using. We did receive a significant delivery last week, which has been now dispatched around our GP centres and also our regional vaccination centres. We do hope and ensure the member is aware that of the 29th of this month, we will be moving to open another regional centre at the SSE Arena, which should also coincide, I hope, with the greater availability of moving further again into a different age cohort of those who are eligible to pick up and be eligible to be part of our vaccination programme, which the member rightly indicates, I think, is a great testimony to the people working in our National Health Service and the volunteers that are coming forward. Mr Deputy Speaker, to receive 30,000 bookings in the first 3 hours of this morning for opening up to the over 50s, I think shows the confidence, not just in the vaccines, but also the programme that we're delivering.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming here today, his answers so far and those involved in the rollout of the vaccine. I'm not in the new cohort, but I do look forward to my turn. I have been contacted by a person in my constituency regarding accessing the vaccine who is in Northern Ireland temporarily from Scotland and cannot return due to restrictions. He's eligible because of his age, but he's been told that he's not entitled to a temporary GP registration or vaccine appointment and isn't a permanent resident in Northern Ireland but in Scotland. Can the Minister outline what advice I can give him to get him his first jab?
I thank the member, and look, what we are seeing is a number of peculiarities, specifically like that case. If she wants to forward the specific detail to my private office, we'll get a response. But due to our booking nature, one of the things that we are insisting that anybody who receives the vaccine is actually a medical insurance number. So if there is anything we can do between inter-jurisdictions, between ourselves across the UK, it's something I would consider looking at, but there's not a clear pathway that we have established yet to allow that mutual support of individuals living in either jurisdiction.
I call Orlia Flynn.
I'll ask Concollia. I also thank the Minister for coming here today and answering all the previous questions. In answer to a question just asked earlier, I welcome the fact that the Minister is seeking to strengthen that memorandum of understanding with the South. So hopefully those communication issues, you're not facing that into the future. Can the Minister outline or detail what proposals he's made to Minister Donnelly or what proposals he intends to make to achieve that strengthening of the MOU? Thank you.
I thank the member, and it is what I've asked, because the MOU is actually signed by both Chief Medical Officers from both jurisdictions in regards to the sharing of information, best practice, and also communications in regards to our test, trace and protect systems so there is that mutual sharing of information. I've said before in this place, unfortunately, that I was disappointed that we didn't have at least some heads up in regards to the announcement that was going to be made, but also still the challenge that we have in sharing passenger locator form data. You know, that is now a serious issue, not just, and it's something that we've been continually raising, but it's also something that's now becoming an issue from England, Scotland and Wales, as people travelling through Dublin Airport using the common travel area and then either being asked to or avoiding using the quarantine hotel process that's been set up. So it's about that ongoing conversation that we are having. Most of it is productive, most of it is positive, but in regards to the latest announcement, I think it showed a weakness that I've asked the Chief Medical Officer just to make sure that we look to the future to make sure that these sort of announcements are not blindsided in either jurisdiction.
And that concludes this item of business. And I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before we return to the debate on the second stage of the severe Fetal Impairment Amendment Bill. Members take their ease.
Okay, members, we can resume the sitting. I have received notifications from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10, brackets 3A. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10, brackets 3A, the sitting on Monday, 15th of March 2021 be extended to no later than 9 p.m.
I call Keith Buchanan to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 9 p.m. this evening if necessary. Thank you. Before I reintroduce this last speaker from this debate on the bill, I just want to remind ourselves of a couple of remarks I made earlier. And while I thought the debate started appropriately earlier, there were some tensions beginning to emerge, and I think that would be unfortunate. So firstly, while I have given members some leniency to set out context, I do remind members that this is a debate on a severe fetal impairment abortion amendment bill. It is not per se a general debate on the issue of abortion or indeed any of all of the other issues related to it. Secondly, I said earlier that it is particularly essential that members do respect the rights of others with a different view to be heard no matter which side of the House they come from. Members want to express their own views, there is time to put their name down and speak on the order of the list. So what is not in order is to be making remarks from a sedentary position or seeking to interrupt members by abusing points of order. So members can keep to this, all of this in mind, then we can resume the debate. And I now call Paula Bradshaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to continue on this point, I should add that people with disabilities should not be cast as a single community of like mind. As the Women's Resource Development Agency put it, they are as diverse as any other group. A broad group with a diverse range of views. Please do not use disability only when it suits your agenda. So moving on to medical screening. It is worth noting also that when a question in committee was put to the proposer about screening, he had nothing to say about the ramifications for the future of antenatal care. This is an important practical issue. Screening is carried out by NHS England earlier than it is by HSE here in Northern Ireland. There is a potential here for women not to be adequately informed about what is to follow and how to prepare, and also for differential impact depending on means. Women who can travel to England for screening or who can pay for it in an independent hospital here for £320 will be at an advantage over those who cannot. This cannot be right, yet this bill exacerbates the problem rather than solving it. Furthermore, it was the professionals who pointed out that effectively forcing a 23-week time limit on abortion in certain circumstances may lead to more abortions taking place, not fewer. The proposer evidently had no idea why this would be the case. The answer should be obvious. We should not be forcing women to make life-changing decisions in a rush and where there is limited support for those who choose to continue their pregnancy, something this bill does nothing about. With limited support, what decisions are likely in such a scenario? The blunt reality is that the best people to judge what to do in the case of a difficult diagnosis are the women, taking advice from the professionals. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to read into the record that it takes at least 18 years of training, learning and career progression to become a fetal medicine consultant. This bill fundamentally attempts to interfere with a woman's right to choose, again to repeat, forcing her to do something rather than supporting her. So moving on to commissioning. Furthermore, when asked even which pro-life groups he had engaged with, the proposer accepted the blunt reality that it was not many. I do not know, therefore, if the proposer is aware that he has said to have guaranteed that commissioning of abortion services will not be an outcome of this bill. This bill claims to be about disability discrimination, but then it chooses, of all the aspects of disability rights, it could have chosen to be solely about abortion regulations. This only brings into broad view that it is not only his party which stands in the way of a woman's right to choose. It merely reinforces the failure of the Health Minister and of this Assembly to commission health services, a failure which is discriminatory against women, another form of oppression. I will have a lot to get through. I might let you in later. That said, ultimately, the legislation for this derives from Westminster and the duty is placed on the Secretary of State. I should add there is a specific reason that commissioning is important and should be part of a bill such as this. Actually legislating for commissioning would potentially enable a requirement for the Department to bring forward regulations, perhaps informed by a systems-wide review of maternity services by RQIA or another regulatory body, to develop a robust framework for pregnant women who receive a diagnosis such as Downs. I have spoken to professionals who would have no objection to such a clear framework and would in fact welcome it, which could be informed by much of what the Don't Scream You Out campaign is advocating. So, travel, Mr. Speaker. The shameful situation of leaving vulnerable women to make horrendous choices without support would only be made worse by this bill. When asked in committee if women seeking abortions would, in some instances as a result of this bill, have to travel, again, no answer was given by the proposer. That is, however, a likely practical outcome, as we have seen from the Republic. The proposer specified that the bill is not about condemning women, yet that is precisely what it does. It would condemn them by limiting their choices and risking ostracisation if they chose to travel, but forcing them to carry pregnancies to term without adequate support if they do not or cannot travel, a point the proposer accepted at committee. It must be emphasised that women in this position are entirely alone in every sense. They must book their own appointments in England, they must travel alone, they must seek their own information, They must make their own decisions about who to involve and not involve, and they must, which is probably the most crucial point, they must ask for a post-mortem when they're there. This would allow for an enhanced care package for them for future pregnancies. Mr. Speaker, no one ever thinks it will happen to them, but for women it can be an horrendous reality. Anyone in this chamber could be in that position or have a family member in that position, alone, frightened, uncertain. This bill only creates more of that, not less. So it is absolutely about condemning women. It is worth re-emphasising that the proposer said the lack of support for women speaks to the issue. Yet he has elected to do nothing about it. There are no guidelines even about the language to be used around, for example, Down's diagnoses. There is certainly nothing available in terms of support. To be clear again, the support does not exist. There is no budget for such support. There is scant counselling currently available, with some trusts having on-hand psychologists and/or a social worker, while others do not. There is frankly very little information aside from that provided by professionals the proposer has chosen not to consult with. Nothing in the health or welfare system will be changed by this bill, yet women will be forced to proceed with pregnancies regardless. If lack of support speaks to the issue, why does the bill do nothing about that? It bears repeating that it could do something about it. A bill could require a framework of support for pregnant women receiving a severe fetal impairment diagnosis, which would set out statutory obligations for social, financial and emotional support, not just through the pregnancy but throughout childhood and potentially beyond. Such legislation would be about supporting women to carry pregnancies to term, not forcing them. Had the proposer engaged properly in public consultation or a call for evidence, this point would no doubt have been made. Yet again, we have to note that he elected not to call for evidence. For him, disability discrimination refers only to abortion, not to ensuring a lifelong pathway of support for families. If we want to have an impact on this issue, we also need to pass legislation which is human rights compliant, otherwise it will simply be overturned. The question before us is whether we want to look like we're doing something or whether we actually want to do something. The bill as it stands falls into the former category. It takes people on an emotional journey, then fails to deliver on the promise, because it will be overturned and thus no difference will be made. It also, as cannot be repeated enough, speaks only to forcing women to carry their pregnancy to term, not supporting them. Indeed, it explicitly offers no support whatsoever. We need to point that out. We need to be clear that the proposer, had he been confident on this point, he would not have skipped the usual stages through which a private member's bill normally goes. Indeed, he was intent on proceeding quickly, without taking the time to run the public consultation or to consult with the Equalities Commission or the Human Rights Commission, as would be the norm before proceeding for first reading. What he has hoped to do was push this bill through without proper consideration, and we need to address why he was so keen to do that. Let us be clear also that that is what he did. His justification that the abortion regulations were consulted upon, but that is a peculiar justification, given that he also goes on to claim that the bill is not about abortion but about disability discrimination. Let us remind ourselves that if this was really about disability rights, he would have run a public consultation on how to ensure people with Down syndrome and other conditions could be and feel equally valued. Instead, without consulting, an ardent campaigner against trusting women just happened to present a bill solely focused on abortion and specifically about forcing women to carry a pregnancy to term without support. With regard to the human rights aspects of the bill, it is reasonable to point to all the UN conventions. Ultimately, the bill focuses on regulations arising from just one. The UN Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women in 1979 was agreed by the UK Government in 1986. The report of the inquiry concerning the United Kingdom under Article 8 of the Optional Protocol by the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, chaired by Theresa de Gaynor, was published in 2018. Its recommendations were in articles or paragraphs 85 and 86. Section 9(1) of the Northern Ireland Executive Formations, etc. Act 2019 specifically requires the Secretary of State to ensure, and I quote, that the recommendations of paragraphs 85 and 86 of the CEDAW report are implemented. So the scope of the regulations is specified. They must implement Articles 85 and 86. 85b(3) states, severe fetal impairment, including fetal abnormality, without perpetuating stereotypes towards persons with disabilities, and ensuring appropriate and ongoing support, social and financial, for women who decide to carry such pregnancies to term. As noted, it is not always possible to distinguish between severe and fatal when these things are being considered in practice. This is absolutely not a licence to ignore the aspects of disability discrimination many may legitimately feel is inherent here. But, however, it does demonstrate that the bill, as introduced, will not accomplish the stated objective, not only but also not least because it breaches requirements in primary legislation from the UK Parliament. But even more importantly, we also need to emphasise, as the Chair of the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities herself put it from a quote I have already mentioned, that disability rights and gender equality are two components of the same human rights standard that should not be construed as conflicting. She also notes very specifically that using the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, referred to by the proposer, in any effort to restrict or prohibit access to safe abortion, and I quote, constitutes a misinterpretation of the Convention. Therefore, Mr Speaker, the proposer of the bill has misinterpreted the Convention. It is also clear that when he says, in his opinion, the bill is human rights compliant, this is in fact a point of significant contention. For me, the key point, however, is that of all the things he could have brought forward to ensure appropriate and ongoing support, social and financial, for women to decide to carry pregnancies to term in cases of severe fetal impairment, the proposer has chosen to focus solely on forcing the woman to travel. As a result, the whole premise of the bill rests on a misinterpretation. It is legislation which will be overturned because it is based on a false premise. The task is to present policy and legislation which, exactly as Theresa de Gaynor said, on a correct interpretation of the Convention, which recognises that gender equality and disability rights are two sides of the same coin, but this legislation is not it. Ultimately, the question is, are we going to try to pass legislation which will inevitably be judicially reviewed over whether the Assembly has the discretion to amend legislation that would run contrary to Westminster legislation requiring the implementation of international human rights obligations? No, I won't give away. Or put simply, are we going to need another courageous woman to sort out intentionally muddied waters in our courts? So, moving now to consultation, I wish to return to the remarkable absence of consultation on the bill. It is standard practice for private members' bills to be publicly consulted on and for professionals to be involved in engagement and scrutiny. As we established in committee, the proposer could only say that he had a meeting with the GMC lined up subsequent to his appearance there, and then went on to mention one individual but could not give any context as to who that person was. So he had already put forward a bill without any consultation with representative groups. This is simply not adequate for good legislation. He went on to add that the NIO had consulted on regulations on the entirety of abortion law, yet he also says that this bill is not about abortion but about disability discrimination. A bill focused about disability discrimination requires a focused consultation about disability discrimination, not a reliance on a consultation which was fundamentally broader and about a different subject. Members, regardless of your views on this issue, and I repeat the fact that I am highly sympathetic to finding ways urgently to provide greater support to women facing complexities in pregnancy to remove disability discrimination, we need to consider whether it is adequate to pass legislation, even in general principles form, upon which there was no public consultation, no engagement with representative bodies nor broad campaign groups, no understanding of the likely practical outcomes, and no evidence of consideration of alternatives which may achieve the objective more readily. Is ill-considered legislation, which is likely to be deemed unlawful in the courts, really the best we can do in this chamber, members? Mr Speaker, there are those who will demonstrate their interest only in political gains and creating division by arguing that raising clear objections to the bill, which is incompatible with existing law and which is about forcing women to do things rather than supporting them, is somehow anti-disability. In doing so, they are only demonstrating that they are interested not in delivery, but in playing to emotions and divisions for electoral gain. We do not advance disability rights by pitting one set of rights against another, by presenting a bill which just happens to be solely about abortion, by engaging only with those who you feel comfortable engaging with. Nevertheless, we should not ignore the Don't Screen Us Out campaign. There may be an opportunity to use this debate to achieve most of the campaign objectives. Unlike the proposer, I have consulted widely on this, and I was struck by the words of one campaigner who put the objective very clearly. There is a time limit on non-fatal abnormalities, and we are just asking for that to be extended to Down syndrome. I also think the proposer raised a relevant issue in committee with regard to the need to avoid pejorative language, although again I note he had not actually consulted with the healthcare professionals. I think the claim that around abortion being mentioned in the same sentences as a diagnosis of Downs is questionable here in Northern Ireland, having myself engaged with many fetal medicine consultants. I do not think it does justice to the extremely sensitive way in which our highly trained medical specialists approach this issue. Again, I am concerned that legislation has been allowed to reach this stage without the frontline healthcare workers having been engaged with any meaningful way whatsoever, and we need to reflect on why an attempt would be to push legislation through various stages without such engagement and scrutiny. Ultimately, the proposer refers with justification to the need to change societal attitudes towards Downs, his words. Yet again, we have to ask then why he has presented a bill which does precisely nothing about it. I think, Mr Speaker, there may be a way to accomplish that fairly, and I continue to take soundings on whether and how an appropriate way can be found. We need to avoid a conflict of which rights predominate, instead recognise the need for the highest human rights standards which deliver respect, recognition and justice for all. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, during this pandemic we have come to trust and even literally applaud our medical professionals. So while every organisation will have differing views, let us consider exactly what the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists have to say on this issue. Removing these provisions in law will ultimately prevent a patient-centred, individualised approach to care for women who may already be distressed, ignore the clinical complexity of severe fetal impairment and result in women travelling to Great Britain to access healthcare. If we consider these words carefully, it will prevent a patient-centred approach for distressed women, ignore clinical complexity and result in women travelling for healthcare. Whatever the objectives of the bill, these will be the outcomes if it becomes law. I have to ask each of you, are you comfortable with these outcomes? In closing, therefore, let me put on record two essential points. I want to see commissioning of abortion services, which includes reference to the importance for support to enable mothers to make fully informed choices about whether to take pregnancies to term. What I do not want to see, however, is this Assembly endorsing a bill designed to force women to do something rather than support them to do something. Not least in the week that we have just had, I would urge members to reflect carefully upon that. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful for the powerful words of colleagues from across this House who have set out why this bill is so crucial to tackle discriminatory attitudes towards disability. And I want to add my very special thanks to disability campaigners, Heidi and Liz Crowder and Lynn Murray of Don't Screen Us Out, who gave evidence to the Health Committee last week. Eilish Kalishil, mum to Tess, whose blog Little Hands speaks to the need for this bill far more eloquently than I ever could. Ciara Smith, mother to Jacob and founder of the Northern Irish charity Joy 21, and many more who have given painful personal testimony as to the need for this bill. I want at this point just to thank my colleague Paul Givan MLA for his work in bringing this private member's bill forward and the great efforts to ensure the voices of those with disabilities are heard loud and clear by this Assembly. These disability campaigners have schooled us on the richness and the joy that people with disabilities bring to their families and the wider community, and I hope this is a lesson we will think deeply of. Today we have an opportunity to work together to ensure our laws better reflect this truth. We should not need to be reminded that the value of an individual is not reliant on their possession of a particular physical characteristic. But hearing the stories from parents who, at the birth of their child, have been met with silence or received expressions, not of congratulations, but of sorrow, tells us that we have quite some way to go in this regard. And I commend Joy 21 who are doing a fantastic work in providing resources to new and expectant parents whose child has a diagnosis of Down syndrome to ensure they receive the warmest welcome, a welcome shaped by the voices, the stories and encouragement of those who themselves have Down syndrome and their families. The regulation which permits abortion up to birth in the case of non-fatal disability should never have been made. The Disability Rights Commission, now the Equality and Human Rights Commission, have said of the equivalent disability selective abortion provision in the 1967 Act, and I quote, "It is offensive to many people. It reinforces negative stereotypes of disability and is incompatible with valuing disability and non-disability equally." And I end the quote there. It concerns me greatly that some 30 years after that provision was introduced in Great Britain, we have simply reiterated those negative stereotypes here. We must fully comprehend the shadow that is thrown over these children's lives when one of the very first conversations their parents have with their antenatal teams is about termination. And sadly, as others have said, the impact does not stop there. One woman in England has spoken out on social media recently about her experience of being asked at a hospital appointment why she chose not to terminate her daughter Betsy, who was, by this point, 3 years old. It is appalling that people with certain non-fatal disabilities and their families must continually justify their very existence. Their lives are as valuable as everyone else's. Their lives matter. Voting in favour of this bill makes it plain to all that the harmful stereotypes perpetrated in conversations which suggest that life with certain disabilities is not worth living do not have any place and should not have any place in our society. Screening for disabilities with the purpose not to provide the best possible tailored care but to offer terminations is deeply unethical. These children are not a risk, they are a joy. Some have suggested this bill may pressure women into taking decisions too quickly to evade the 24-week limit. They've spoken of late diagnosis at 20 weeks or more. Might I put it to those present that this misses the point entirely. No one should be pressing women to have a termination for a non-fatal disability at any stage of pregnancy. Women need to be provided with unbiased information about their child's diagnosis to reassure them that they and their child can thrive. I am very conscious that in the context of the pandemic, our duty to ensure people with disabilities have all the support that they need to thrive, and that has never been clear. A recent survey conducted by Disability Action highlights significant concerns amongst people with disabilities and their families regarding the ability to access support during the pandemic and in the longer term. And I am aware that a number of schools for children with special educational needs have been struggling to remain open for full-time education. And we must listen to those with disabilities and ensure that there are improvements made within these areas. This bill is one such opportunity, and I hope there will be more. More than 1,500 people with Down syndrome and their families have signed an open letter giving us a very clear message. Regarding the Regulation 7(1)(b), they say, and I quote, "This is discrimination and it will likely have a devastating impact on the community of people with Down syndrome." Mr Speaker, they have called on us to vote for this bill. My own constituency office in South Antrim has received hundreds of emails, letters and calls from local constituents urging the same, and I know that every member of this House will have received many also. I ask the members of this House to join me in responding to their call. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Michelle O'Neill.
And I'm taking the unusual step today to contribute to this debate in my role as an MLA as opposed to my role as Joint First Minister. And I do so because I wanted to signal my deep unease of the narrow focus of this piece of legislation. Can I just start by stating the obvious? Women are entitled to modern and compassionate healthcare. This is something that's currently being denied to women here in the North. I believe that the PMB before us and being debated today at this second stage does nothing to address the immediate need to address the urgent deficit that exists for this compassionate healthcare for women. In fact, I believe that the sponsor of the bill is focused on rolling back legislation and progress that has been made, whilst also ignoring the failure to provide the essential services that are the direct outworking of the very same legislation which he attempts to amend. And I also have no doubt, just to call a spade, that this is a thin edge of the wedge, and I think that thin end of the wedge even, and it's attempting to reopen the debate that has already been had around women's healthcare provision. Over recent weeks, and rightly so, people in this chamber have been outraged and disgusted and angered at the revelation of how women, babies and children were treated across this island by state and also by religious institutions. And that injustice and that cruelty continued because people and women's voices weren't heard. And is anybody going to tell us that that should be continued and allowed to happen into the future? So I can call you, I'm here today to give a voice to those women who find themselves in incredibly difficult and find themselves in very vulnerable circumstances. Because I believe that the DUP, alongside the UUP Health Minister, are failing women by refusing to commission the services that were legislated for, failing to put in place modern, compassionate healthcare, accessible services, and those are being denied to women day and daily at this stage, so long after the legislation was enacted. Women are entitled to their human rights, and no thank you. Women are entitled to have compassionate healthcare. It's a human right to have compassionate healthcare, and for that reason, that should be the focus of what this Assembly is concerned about. How do you commission the services for women that need them, and when they need them? So that should be the focus, and that should be the priority of the Assembly, and therefore, for that reason, we will abstain in the vote on the second stage of this bill.
Thank you. And I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset of my remarks, I wish to express my sadness at the passing of Professor Jim Dornan and send my condolences and sympathy to the family he leaves behind. I welcome the severe fetal impairment abortion amendment bill introduced by Paul Givan. His bill is in line with the motion I brought before the Assembly on the 2nd of June last year, as it seeks to amend one element of the Abortion Northern Ireland No. 2 Regulations 2020, that is, Regulation 7(1)b, which allows abortion up to birth in circumstances when, if the child were born, it would suffer from such physical or mental impairment as to be seriously disabled. At present, Regulation 7 covers all disabilities, those referred to as fatal and non-fatal. This allows for abortion in the very difficult cases where a baby has a disability which is likely to be fatal either sometime before or shortly after birth. Under Paul's proposed bill, there will be no grounds for an abortion on the basis that the baby has a non-fatal disability. As I said in the debate last June, in Great Britain, the equivalent section of the 1967 Abortion Act, Schedule 1(1)d, has been interpreted to allow for abortion up to term for conditions such as Down syndrome, cleft palate and clubfoot. In England and Wales, we know from the abortion statistics that abortions on the grounds of cleft palate, cleft lip and clubfoot, all conditions that can be addressed through surgery, are deemed to meet the threshold of seriously disabled and do happen. In 2018, in England and Wales, 3,269 abortions were undertaken because of fetal abnormality, known as Ground A cases. The commentary on the statistics says, quote, "It is likely there is still a significant undercount presented in the Ground A notification tables in this publication, so overall figures related to Ground A notifications should be treated with caution." Of these figures to be treated with caution were 618 abortions where Down syndrome was identified. 18 of these were conducted after 24 weeks, the gestation limit for other types of abortion. It is highly likely that a similar interpretation will be adopted here in Northern Ireland. Regulation 7 is the only ground where the decisions are made based on a diagnosis made in relation to the baby, and it allows for abortion up to birth. Regulation 7(1)b of the abortion regulations affords greater protection to viable human beings in the womb who are deemed to be without a disability than it affords to viable human beings in the womb who have non-fatal disabilities. It is clearly saying that viable human beings with non-fatal disabilities and conditions are worthy of less protection under the law than viable human beings who are deemed to be able-bodied. And this in turn clearly says that people with Down syndrome or other disabilities are of less value than people without disabilities. This is completely unacceptable in 2021. Again, I ask, as I did then, why would we ever countenance the disability discrimination that the Westminster Parliament was persuaded to vote for 30 years ago in 1990, before the advent of disability discrimination legislation and before the UK became a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities? I'm sure members know the lovely Heidi Crowder. She's a brave young woman with Down syndrome. She describes the current law as offensive and hurtful. This law is not only offensive, it is regressive and discriminatory. In the last 30 years, Northern Ireland, like every jurisdiction in the UK, has introduced legal protections for individuals with disabilities. These laws aim to foster equality and ensure that individuals with disabilities are treated equally to everyone else. The Disability Discrimination Act 1995 protects the rights of persons with disabilities. The Northern Ireland Act 1998 placed a statutory duty on public authorities to have due regard to the need to promote equality of opportunity for persons with a disability. In 2006, the Disability Discrimination Northern Ireland Order further amended the Disability Discrimination Act 95, including a requirement that public authorities, quote, promote sensitive attitudes towards disabled persons. In 2009, the UK as a whole ratified the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. These laws reflect the fact that every person, regardless of their ability or so-called disability, is of value and worth. This bill seeks to illustrate that those with disabilities are equal to everyone else, inside or outside the womb. I would also like to remind members that in 2017, the UN Committee, in their report on Great Britain and Northern Ireland, stated, "The Committee is concerned about perceptions in society that stigmatise persons with disabilities and about the termination of pregnancy at any stage on the basis of fetal impairment. The Committee recommends that Great Britain amends its abortion law accordingly." Make no mistake, Regulation 71B mirrors the very same legislation the UNCRPD rejected. It fundamentally perpetuates stereotypes against individuals with disabilities. In our deliberations today, we also have to bear in mind the cross-border dimension when considering the impact of this particular regulation. It seems from the explanatory memorandum of the current regulations that cross-border considerations rather than CEDAW were the primary consideration in Westminster, wanting to free itself from dealing with women from Northern Ireland who travelled to England for abortions. The government seems to forget, as everyone it suits them, however, that there is another border. It is my understanding, Mr Speaker, that in the Republic of Ireland a woman cannot get an abortion up to birth on the basis of Down syndrome or any other non-fatal disability. These regulations mean we have a situation where women from the Republic of Ireland are able to travel across the border to here to obtain an abortion on the basis of any serious disability right up to term. These regulations may have an impact on our neighbouring jurisdiction and the way in which people in the Republic view disability. I'm aware some TDs have already expressed real concern about the impact on attitudes to disability within the Republic. If we do not pass this bill, we are signalling to every person with a disability that their life is valued differently to others. Hannah Wilson, a young woman with Down syndrome from County Fermanagh, points out, "I was very sad when the law was explained to me. It feels so wrong. The law should not treat some people differently from others." Hannah's mother, along with the mothers of Eliab, Nathan, Aaron, Darren and Sarah and many other parents from Northern Ireland, all agree that their children should be treated as being of equal value to any other child. With Hannah's parents sharing, quote, "We are angered by the very notion that a life, however different, is viewed by some as expendable, because it is deemed as less than perfect. Mr. Speaker, it is also important that we consider the kind of society we are creating for pregnant women and mothers. Do we want them questioned as to why they will not terminate their pregnancy, as was the experience of one mother recently? Or do we want to create a society where people with disabilities are protected and valued? This bill is about protecting women. Women like Emma Miller, to whom Mrs Barton has already referred, who at 24 years old described feeling under pressure to abort her daughter Jamie throughout her pregnancy. Emma states that she and her husband, quote, were offered 15 terminations, even though we made it clear that it wasn't an option for us. They really seemed to push and really seemed to want us to terminate, end quote. Doctors made it very clear to her, even at 38 weeks pregnant, that if she changed her mind on the morning of the induction, to let them know, because it wasn't too late. So until her baby had literally started travelling down the birth canal, she could still terminate her pregnancy. We're trying to protect women like Rachel Muse, who describes how she was pressured to consider having a late-term abortion at 7 months pregnant, despite previously stating repeatedly that she would never terminate for Down syndrome. She describes herself as having PTSD as a result of this experience, saying, quote, being forced to imagine someone killing Betsy nearly destroyed me, end quote. This bill will protect women like these so that they do not have to fight for the right of their child to live, so that they will not feel pressured by medical professionals. This bill will uphold their child's right to life. Last June, I quoted Lord Shinquin. His words are just as relevant now as they were then. He said, I utterly reject this medical mindset that clings to the idea that a disabled baby is a medical failure to be eradicated through abortion. I beg no one for my equality. I know I have as much right as anyone to be alive. The charity Disability Rights UK, commenting on Lord Shinquin's bill, said, fundamentally, it is about equality. Wherever Parliament sets the number of weeks after which abortion is not permitted, it should be exactly the same, whether the pregnancy is likely to result in a disabled or a non-disabled child. All lives are equal. As I said last year, Mr. Speaker, we cannot and must not separate the regulations from the people to whom they would apply. Assembly members may not, on the one hand, promote equality for the disabled and with the other vote to have them aborted. These positions are incongruous. Either those with disabilities are equal or they are not. If they are equal outside the womb, they are equal inside it. And to my mind, they are equal. And let us be clear. Without question, Regulation 7 unavoidably perpetuates stereotypes against individuals with disabilities. Any person with a disability looking at when an unborn baby can be legally aborted will recognise that their life is valued differently to others. As I conclude today, I want to remind the House of the words of Heidi Crowder last summer before the regulations were approved, when she said, "My life has as much value as anyone else's." She recently said, "This Northern Ireland law at the moment makes me feel less valuable." Heidi's previous intervention on this matter gave rise to a very moving piece on Sky News Australia. This reminds us that as we approach this subject today, we're not only being watched by our constituents and our neighbours in the Republic, but by other parts of the world. We now have an opportunity to change the law and uphold the rights of those born with a disability and at the pre-born stage of their life. Let us seize it with both hands. Because, in the words of one mother, the right to life of a person with Down syndrome should never be questioned simply because of a chromosomal variation. My daughter is meant to be here on this planet, and nobody has the right to suggest otherwise. This is the message that we must send to people with disabilities. It is that we value your life equally to those we describe as able-bodied. Mr. Speaker, none of us knows for how long we will be here, but for as long as I am, I will stand for the unborn, and I will stand for the disabled. I shall certainly be supporting this bill, which gives effect to the motion I introduced last June and encompasses the Sinn Féin amendment to that motion. I would urge all members of this House to do likewise, and in so doing, send out the signal, loudly and clearly, that there is no place for disability discrimination in Northern Ireland in 2021, and that Northern Ireland continues to be a country where disabled people are valued. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Colm Gillernew, Chairperson of the Health Committee.
I'll make some initial remarks today on behalf of the Health Committee, outlining the committee's consideration of this bill before speaking as my party's health spokesperson. The committee first considered this bill at its meeting on the 18th of February, just after introduction at first stage. As the proposer outlines, this bill seeks to remove the ground for an abortion in cases of severe fetal impairment. At its meeting on the 18th of February, the committee agreed to write to the Human Rights Commission to seek the Commissioner's views on the bill's compatibility with human rights. On March the 11th, the proposer of the bill, along with representatives from the Don't Screen Us Out organisation, then briefed the committee on the principles of the bill. A number of questions were raised with the proposer and witnesses. Members asked questions in relation to the consultation undertaken, statistical information around services, screening and inequalities, and the provision of supports and services following screening before the proposer introduced the bill. Following the briefing, the committee agreed that it would not take a position on the principles of the bill. I would now like Ceann Comhairle to add some remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. The right to access compassionate and legal personal health care, which the DUP seek to deny, is a right that belongs to all, and no political party or political body should move to undermine or exclude anyone from that right. At no time in this Assembly have we seen evidence of the DUP fighting for an extension of rights to anyone. They fought against language rights, they opposed marriage equality, and now they seek to deny women's rights to access safe and legal health care services for themselves and their families. In 2017, the United Nations found the British government guilty of grave and systemic violations of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disability. Members in this chamber will remember 2017 to also be the year that the DUP entered into the confidence and supply arrangements with the same Conservative Party who oversaw those same violations to form a government. Is it the case that disability rights are only right for the DUP when it is politically expedient for them? As the DUP attempt to undermine their right to access legally entitled health services, the Minister for Health has refused to commission those same healthcare services, and women again are suffering as a result. This DUP PMB does not distract anyone from the fact that the Minister of Health has the responsibility and the power to provide these healthcare services for women. I will not. He has failed to do so despite the change in the law almost 2 years ago. Members, we cannot continue to force women on long, tortuous and expensive journeys to England and elsewhere to seek the healthcare they need and to which they are entitled. It is inhumane treatment and should not be allowed to continue in light of the current legal position. I support my party colleagues in Sinn Féin who will bring forward a proposal to the Executive this week to ensure that the healthcare services so desperately needed by many women are delivered.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in genuine sadness to debate this amendment bill. This day, last week, I joined with many of my female MLA colleagues across this House to celebrate International Women's Day. We discussed issues relating to gender equality, gender barriers, the impact of COVID on women, and all any of us really want is a society that is fair and is level. Today, we stand in this Assembly asking members to roll back on the rights of women's health. What a roller coaster of a week we've had. I, like many others, have been saddened about the tragic circumstances surrounding the death of Sarah Everard. I have joined in the calls to reclaim our streets, and I, like many others, have been disillusioned and angry at the police response on Saturday evening. Women still receive second-class treatment in our society. Make no mistake, the attempt to roll back on women's health rights in this Assembly today hurts me to the core, as I fear that there is a reluctance within our society to trust and to treat women fairly and affording them dignity and respect. Like many other members in this House, I celebrated Mother's Day yesterday. Mother's Day for many can be poignant and a reflective day for those who have lost our mums, and indeed this year, as a result of COVID, it meant that many of us could not celebrate with our families. I spent yesterday preparing for this debate today, and I thought about my mum. I thought about her a lot. My mum died 12 years ago, and yesterday I thought about her motherhood and how the world treats mothers and women, both past and present. In the 1960s, my mum gave birth to a full-term, stillborn baby boy, a few years after I was born. He died a few minutes before birth. He was not given the dignity of a church burial. He was buried in an unmarked grave. My mother never really knew exactly where he was buried. I tell this story, and there are many other stories like it, because it happened in my lifetime. Respect for women's reproductive journey has always been resisted, it has always been challenged, and it is full of contradictions in this country. Sex, birth control, and the actual physical process of giving birth were no-go areas for discussion, and were often conflated with guilt, with sin, and with judgment, rather than natural acts of love and compassion. The taking of control of one's reproductive rights and was part of their health and mental well-being is a choice not afforded to all women in the world today. Back in the early 1960s, my mum couldn't even attend my christening, as she had to remain home for 4 to 6 weeks after she gave birth. My mum had to be churched after childbirth. Churching refers to a ritual or a blessing as an act of cleansing mothers following recovery from childbirth. Only married women were eligible for that blessing. My mum said that a lot of women felt the stigma of being labelled as tainted or dirty after going through an often difficult but no less life-affirming joy of childbirth. I tell that story of churching because it is shockingly one of the least extreme examples of how society tried to control female behaviour by imposing restrictive rules and beliefs around our reproductive rights. Again, this happened in my lifetime. The swinging 60s, it was not. When it came to being in control of our reproductive rights, it was forbidden. Family sizes were testament to that. I'm glad life has moved on, but there's still a long way to go. Issues of gender equality and reproductive rights are still set in the past. It is up to this generation of political leaders to ensure that we challenge society, and particularly public policy and legislation that continues to try and control and limit the choices of women. I want to help women, and it is time for all of us to trust and believe in women. And this amendment bill does not help women. It does not contribute to a progressive, inclusive and equal society that I want for my daughters, that I want for Aoife and Claire, and for the next generation. Abortion is an essential component of women's health care, and I do not deny, absolutely not, that the topics being raised here are incredibly sensitive. But I do take issue with the misleading language used by many proponents of this bill. For example, and I think it's important to state for the record, that I have met many people that are pro-choice, and I have yet to meet someone that is pro-abortion. Let's talk specifically to that amendment. Firstly, it is important to establish that abortions in cases of severe fetal impairment occur in extremely rare instances. Abortions beyond 24 weeks accounted for just 0.1% of the total abortions carried out in England and Wales in 2019. And these are carried out in cases where very severe, complex abnormalities that would shorten life or cause significant lifelong disability are detected. Women must undergo multiple tests, and a multidisciplinary team of obstetricians, midwives, genetic doctors, etc. They're all involved in the decision-making process. As with all medical procedures, their care is patient-centred, and this array of clinicians would not take lightly a termination of pregnancy at such a late stage. To suggest otherwise, my friends, is quite frankly an insult to the medical profession. Cleft lip diagnoses are often disingenuously brought up in this debate, and yet there is absolutely no evidence to substantiate the claim that women have abortions for less severe fetal impairments at such a late stage of pregnancy. The Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists say that this simply is not true. Given that we are discussing such sensitive issues, I believe that we all have a responsibility to ensure that this debate is grounded on factual evidence. Moreover, we should take stock of the learnings from the Republic of Ireland's abortion legislation, which only provides for fetal impairment, not severe fetal impairment. The Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists have outlined a key issue with it, namely that it is not always possible to clearly distinguish between a severe and fetal impairment. A recent study of stillbirths and neonatal deaths found that less than half of the abnormalities or anomalies could be classified as fetal abnormalities, yet all were fatal. Fetal medicine specialists point out that the legislation is too restrictive as it forces women to travel to access abortion care for conditions that are deemed not quite fatal enough, even when the fetus is not going to survive. So women will receive a devastating diagnosis, only to be told that their doctor cannot provide the health care that they need. As a result of this flawed legislation, at least one woman a day continues to travel from the Republic of Ireland to Great Britain for abortion, denied access to family support or proper aftercare. Dr. Alison Hunter, a fetal medicine specialist, has spoken about the further trauma that this inflicts upon patients and their families when they are already going through difficult pregnancies. This, I'm afraid, is the harsh reality of restricting access to abortion for severe fetal abnormality, and it is dreadful that this bill seeks to follow that same pathway, continue to export our women and our girls. We should therefore avoid replicating the failings of the Republic's legislation and instead provide comprehensive and compassionate abortion care. The human rights implications of this bill must be thoroughly interrogated. The UN's Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women found that our previous abortion laws had resulted in human rights violations and subsequently made a range of recommendations, including that legislation should expand grounds to legalise abortion in cases of severe fetal impairment. Notably, this is compatible with the requirements under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which state that rights begin at birth. Amnesty International also highlight that forcing someone to carry on an unwanted pregnancy is a violation of the human rights, including the rights to privacy and bodily autonomy. Our abortion legislation is required to be human rights and CEDAW compliant. It is clear that this bill does not meet those requirements. CEDAW also recommended that abortion services or abortion access be expanded in tandem with ensuring appropriate and ongoing support, social, financial, for women who decide to carry such pregnancies to term. And this particular passage sticks out to me. It is clear that we have a long way to go until women and children, especially those with disabilities, are adequately supported. In my own constituency of Foyle, we need only to cast our minds back to 2016, when it was revealed that there was a multi-million-pound black hole in the Western Trust's disability services. These vital services had £8 million funding rerouted to other departments. Then we had the chronic underfunding of the Northern Ireland Hospice and the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. £16 million is required to deliver its services each year. In 2019, only £4 million of this was funded by government. That is just a quarter of the necessary funding. This pattern of underfunding is replicated across the North. I am sure that other members are also regularly contacted by constituents who raise the inadequate disability support services and lack of paid employment opportunities, as well as barriers to accessing healthcare, education, housing and benefits. COVID has heightened this inequality even further, with people with disabilities being utterly abandoned. Parents denied contact with their children in supported accommodation, advances in speech therapy lost after a year of isolation, and families in complete and utter turmoil from the pressures they are facing without respite. These are utterly distressing stories and reflect issues being faced on a daily basis. Yet, interestingly, these are often met with tumbleweed from many of those supporting this bill. In fact, I would like to point out to certain parties that their support of welfare reform has further entrenched the systemic discrimination that people with disabilities face within our society. We need to support the living. Given that we have heard much talk about the need to create a rights-based culture, I would urge members to take heed of the following statement from Disabled Women Ireland. Social and financial support to disabled people and their parents is the strongest way to deal with concerns for disability rights. Recognising the full extent of disabled people's rights from infancy to old age, to education, to early childhood support, to personal assistance, will make meaningful changes to the quality of disabled people's everyday lives. Restrictions on abortion will only place further restrictions on the reproductive rights and freedoms of people with disabilities. And that is a statement from Disabled Women Ireland. Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasise how important it is that we allow women bodily autonomy. We must trust women to make the decision that is right for them. No woman reaches a late-stage pregnancy having already formed that parental bond, only to flippantly choose to have an abortion without deep deliberation. Very complex, serious abnormalities are only detected at a 20-week scan or even later. During what are often much wanted pregnancies. My heart goes out to all women who are faced with the heartbreaking decision of whether to carry such pregnancies to term.
Will you agree with me that it's not just the women who feel this gravely, it's also the men?
And the wider families, I agree totally. Very emotive language has been used in this debate, and I widely respect the variety of feelings that have been expressed. But to be honest, it is not your emotions, nor indeed my emotions, that actually matter. It is the emotions of the woman who has to make an extremely difficult decision about whether she can progress with a pregnancy, having been given a distressing medical diagnosis. It is therefore vital that the Health Minister commission services that will support women in making these informed decisions based on their own health and the wider circumstances. Let me be very clear. This bill is an overreaction to an extremely small number of abortions, which politicises the personal choices women are forced to make in extremely difficult circumstances. In my constituency office in Foyle, I have an inspirational quote from Malala, and it says, "I raise up my voice, not so I can shout, but so that those without a voice can be heard. We cannot succeed when half of us are held back." Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to hold back women by taking away their choice, and I cannot support that, and I will be voting against it.
Thank you, and I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just take the opportunity at the very start to alert the Chamber that it is World Down Syndrome Day on the 21st of March, this Sunday, so unfortunately we won't be in the position to light up the building on the day or have a debate for those people who have Down syndrome, but I'm sure you'll join with me to wish all those people who have Down syndrome to have a very special day on Sunday the 21st of March. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to add my voice to those speaking strongly in support of the bill brought before us today by Mr. Paul Givan from Lagan Valley. And for the record, I'm speaking on behalf of myself because abortion is a matter of conscience for the Ulster Unionist Party. I would like to echo the words of many of those who have spoken before me, but not all. And I want to pass on my gratitude and acknowledgement of the incredible work of Heidi Crowder, who will celebrate on the 21st of March, a very special day. For Heidi to have the courage to advocate for the rights of those who, like her, have Down syndrome, but live in another part of the United Kingdom, speaks of a great commitment and a determination which we should both honour and affirm. And the reality is that unless this bill passes, it is possible that at some time and some point in the future we will be left in a very sad situation where there are no longer people like Heidi left in our society, and that, in my opinion, would be an absolute tragedy. It's clear to me that the issues that this bill deals with, and that's what a lot of the debate has missed, that this is about one aspect of the legislation, is about disability discrimination. And as the chairperson of the All-Party Group on Disability, I believe it is of fundamental importance for myself and for this Assembly to take a stand against disability discrimination. And it's our responsibility to promote equality and ensure those people and babies with disabilities have their whole person recognised, their capabilities and their dignity respected. If left unamended, the abortion regulations which were forced on us by Westminster last year will have devastating consequences. I've heard the word devastating used a number of times now in the Chamber, but not in relation to the devastating impact it has on the unborn child. So leaving our society bereft of diversity and the unique qualities that those with disabilities contribute. But, and of crucial importance, this is something within our power here in this Assembly to change. So in 2021, we should not permit laws like Regulation 7(1)(b) to exist. We should remove them and support people like Heidi and their families. And that is a point that most members are making. There is much work we need to do to support those with disabilities and families who are supporting them and allow them to enjoy their life to the fullest. We should be creating a society that delights in them. That's the kind of society that I want to be part of. The statistics from England and Wales, which we have debated today, are shocking, and they provide a worrying indication as to how things are likely to develop here in Northern Ireland if we do not amend the law. Some people have talked about a 0.9% indication of an outcome. When you look at there's upwards of 250 to 300,000 abortions of a year, even 1% or 0.9% is an incredible number, but it's not just a number. It's a life. According to the National Abortion Statistics for England and Wales in 2018, there were 618 abortions on grounds of Down syndrome. And that figure, which is likely to be an underestimate, Mr. Speaker, is far greater than the numbers of babies for Down syndrome who were allowed to be born in 2018. So it's clear to see that when you look at the choice that's made, and it is a difficult choice, it absolutely is, that we need to do more to support the mothers in that instance. Mr. Speaker, the direction of travel is clear. We also need to be very careful about the outdated stigma and stereotypes that a law like this could perpetuate. This is summed up best by Sarah McNeil, a mother to Tommy, a wonderful boy with Down syndrome from Ballymena. Some of you will have seen him lately. And she says, "I would urge any parent faced with the decision of what to do, not to be blinded by poor outdated preconceptions of what Down syndrome is. I thought our outlook seemed bleak when our doctor first shared her suspicions about our brand new baby. But now I know better." And if you've seen the videos and the singing, it would just be marvellous. If you haven't seen it, I would ask you to look at it. As has been pointed out by others today, the present law sends the message that people with disabilities are less worthy of protection than those living without disabilities. And earlier, Paul Givan said the current law tells those with disabilities that they are worth less, their contribution is less valuable, their lives less valuable and less full. And is that really a message that we want to send at the end of this day? For anyone who suggests this is not the message that this law sends, I would remind you that when asked about the current law, Heidi responded that allowing abortion up to birth on the basis of non-fatal disabilities, and I quote, "makes me feel that I am not as valued as anyone else." And I would also remind you of the words of Hannah Wilson, a young woman from County Fermanagh who has Down syndrome. She said, "I felt very sad when this was explained to me. The law should not treat some people differently from others. We just want to be treated the same." These are people whose lives and perception of self are profoundly impacted by this law. Imagine if it was you, your son, your daughter, who was confronting the fact that because of a diagnosis, viable human beings with the same condition as yourself were no longer entitled to the same right to life as those with your condition. And how would that make any of us feel? And I use the word diagnosis very reluctantly, Mr. Speaker, because Down syndrome and conditions like it are not diseases. We need to see these people's ability, not focus on their so-called disability. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to remind this Assembly of the debate we had here on the 2nd of June in 2020, when in two separate votes, 75 out of the 90 members made it clear they did not support abortion on the grounds of non-fatal fetal disability. And on that occasion, our votes could not change the law. By voting for the bill before us today, we can take the first steps in the process of translating that vote into an actual change in law, a change that is not imposed on us by Westminster, but a change that we adopt for ourselves. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted and honoured to be standing with Heidi, Hannah and their families and countless others like them, to be taking a stand against disability discrimination. So I will be voting in support of this important bill and would strongly urge others to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Pardon me. Pardon me. And I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this vitally important bill today, and has been mentioned by others to do so on the day following Mother's Day, when we quite rightly look to the valuable contributions that mothers have played across our society. I, for one, am very proud to say that if it was not for the intervention and help from my own mother and indeed grandmother, that I would not have the ability to stand before the House today. I have witnessed a number of very courageous individuals and families speak on the issue of disability discrimination. I would like to say that it is a pleasure to walk in their footsteps, but the plain fact is that we should not need to be here debating this bill today. More than 2,000 families and individuals with lived experiences of Down syndrome, one of the conditions commonly screened for in pregnancy, wrote to Prime Minister Boris Johnson in Westminster, asking him not to introduce abortion regulations in Northern Ireland which would perpetuate stereotypes of people with certain congenital conditions, but sadly their request went unanswered. Some have spoken about the delays in antenatal testing for congenital conditions as justification for a law which provides one limit for termination in pregnancies where a congenital condition is suspected and another in pregnancies without. They suggest these delays require the provision of termination up to birth. To that suggestion, I can do no better than to quote one mother, Nicola Sparrow, from elsewhere in the UK, who says, "No test could have told us how strong, cheeky, determined, brave and funny our baby boy would be." As the Down Syndrome Research Foundation have said, a prenatal diagnosis doesn't tell us the use of full and loved life that a child may have. The baby with Down syndromes will write their own story, just like any other child. The idea that late screening justifies results justify a law permitting termination up to birth entirely misses the point. The desperately sad truth is that antenatal screening and tests are not being used to provide the best possible care for babies with Down syndrome. They are not being used to give these children all they need to write their own stories. Allow me to give you an insight into where these tests lead. Nicola Sparrow writes, "The first thing that the consultant said to me was, if you come in and see us this week, we'll arrange a termination for you." She sat us down and told us all the negative things about having a child with Down syndrome. And she said that you're only 28, you're both so young, you should terminate and start again. I was incredibly shocked that I was being asked this at 37 weeks pregnant, after just being told that I was being induced the following morning. I was being told that I still had options to whether I was going to have my baby or not. And then also that if she was born not breathing or struggling to breathe, that they were willing to not help my baby. They were willing to just leave her. This should never be. And this is not about individual clinicians. This is about a whole system that is shaped through the narrative of managing what is termed so unhelpfully risk. Despite some improvements, just this week I read the government.uk website's guidance on screening for ultrasound practitioners. It said, and I quote, "Screening is a process of identifying apparently healthy people who may be at increased risk of a disease or condition. They can then be offered information, further tests and appropriate treatment to reduce their risk and or any complications arising from the disease or condition." Whilst I appreciate this is a headline definition of screening as it applies to many different conditions, please note the purpose statement that, and I quote, "They can then be offered information, further tests and appropriate treatment to reduce their risk." This is at the beginning of a document which talks solely about screening for the chromosomal conditions Down syndrome and Edwards and Pateau syndrome. Let me be very clear. None of these syndromes is an illness to be cured. The so-called treatment to reduce what the authors describe as risk is a termination of pregnancy. That handbook uses the word risk 60 times. And that is a document that has been updated as recently as 2019. No wonder then parents are being met with the language of risk in antenatal care. This is not a narrative we want to see growing in Northern Ireland, though I note the language of risk is already being used on NI Direct websites with regard to congenital conditions. We need to act now. Some have said that the law as it stands is about giving women choices. In June last year, members spoke about the need to provide compassionate care for women in extraordinary circumstances. And at this point, I do make reference to the brave disability rights campaigner Heidi Crowder, and anybody that has had the pleasure of meeting Heidi cannot but be impressed by that young lady's vision and determination to see her rights being respected as somebody with Down syndrome. And that's why I take great notice at the comments of the Chair of the Health Committee, Colm Gildernew, because Heidi quoted to Colm his comments last June when Sinn Féin put forward the very amendment giving effect to this, where Colm said, and Heidi quoted, "Sinn Féin does not support CEDAW's recommendations to provide abortion in the case of severe fetal impairment, such as Down syndrome. Our amendment welcomes the important intervention by disabilities rights campaigner Heidi Crowder, who has been referred to today, and rejects the specific legislative provision in the abortion regulations that goes beyond fetal abnormalities to include non-fatal disabilities such as Down syndrome." I support the amendment. Let me acknowledge today that being a parent without doubt must be a scary thing, and all the more so when you are aware of particular hurdles you and your child will have to navigate. One woman describes her experiences of receiving a positive screening result for Down syndrome, saying, "I was 19 weeks pregnant. I had a much longed-for baby growing inside me that I suddenly felt so far detached from. I was left with a list of characteristics, a list of everything that could go wrong with my baby." And she goes on, "We were scared of the unknown, scared if she would be accepted by others, scared if she would be okay, scared of the impact she would have on Florrie, scared for our future." But that is only part of this woman's story. Of the day she gave birth to her daughter Matilda, she says, "That was the moment everything changed. Once Down syndrome was the worst thing that had ever happened to us. Today, it is a very small part of what makes Matilda fabulous." A point I'm sure many members across this House can attest to. Certainly those that have indeed met Heidi or others with Down syndrome will know what incredible lives they live. She has been a trailblazer for disabilities rights, and I know she'll be watching intently to the debate today, and I thank her for her interventions thus far. The bill is about creating an environment that sees beyond the diagnosis. This is about creating an environment where women are first and foremost not given a description of perceived risks that fill them with fear, but are told all the ways their medical team will support them so that they can flourish. No woman should have to make a decision about pregnancy based on fear. One of my colleagues in the Health Committee mentioned the question of growing waiting lists for support services such as speech and language therapy for children with disabilities. I do indeed appreciate the member's intent, and I welcome the chance to discuss how we can better support these children and their families. We must ensure appropriate wraparound services are indeed in place. But let me say categorically, the length of waiting lists is not a reason to object to this bill. We need to ensure no family feels so under-supported that termination of pregnancy is seen as their only option. Sinead McLaughlin made reference to a number of statistics today, but as Robbie Butler quite rightly pointed out, each statistic is a life. Sinead McLaughlin talked about this bill being an overreaction on a small number of abortions. Well, I say today, Mr. Speaker, that if means of this bill we can save just one life, it will have been worth it. I implore the members of the House to vote with me and vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Emma Sheeran. Emma Sheeran.
As alluded to by others, it's unbelievable that 7 short days ago we stood in this chamber united across our party divides to celebrate International Women's Day in sisterhood and collaboration. And it's a sad reality, as Sinead McLaughlin pointed out, that the good nature and solidarity shown last Monday did not set the tone for the week. This has been an incredibly weary time for anyone who identifies as a woman. I'm sure many of you have seen the post on social media that went viral a few days ago. It related to a story that was making headlines at the time. And I think it's apt for this conversation as well. It issued the warning, Meghan Markle won't see your post about how you don't believe that she was suicidal, but a friend or a loved one on your timeline who has had that same battle will. Words to think about when we're discussing the issue of abortion. None of us know what anyone else has went through. None of us know how we would react when faced with an unthinkable scenario. And when we're standing here talking about this, there are women and men out there who have lived through those same unthinkable situations. There are women listening to this debate who should have been mothers and weren't, still getting over the trauma that something like Mother's Day would invoke, trying to just get through a time that's meant for celebration when they are instead dealing with loss and emptiness and what could have been. This PMB is an attempt to change legislation which has never been implemented or acted upon properly. The real focus of this Assembly should be on delivering the services that women are entitled to. In the simplest of terms, people in need of abortion services need health care. That there is political or moral objection to abortion is understandable on a personal basis, and the views of those who have strong opinions on this issue should be respected. But we cannot allow personal objection to block health care that has already been legislated for. Sinn Féin, as a party of rights, recognise that women in Ireland, north and south, have been treated as second-class citizens for long enough. In recent weeks, we've seen the publication of reports into the so-called mother and baby homes, north and south, both of which were damning and depressing and highlight significant human rights abuses. While services are denied in the north, those same human rights abuses continue. The veil of secrecy and shame that hung over our island, created and perpetuated by the Church and states working hand in hand, must be removed once and for all. We had a system in both jurisdictions where sex education in school was non-existent. So whilst misogyny was internalised, gender roles were literally enforced in legislation, and childbearing and rearing was the sole responsibility of our women. They weren't even afforded the dignity of information, let alone contraception. All those young women and girls taken away from their family homes and forced into what was effectively slave labour, serving sentences without crimes. For the few that could afford to, escape to England was the only option, where they were exploited by backstreet abortionists masquerading as clinicians. The shipping of women in crisis overseas should never have been the norm, but to all our shame, for far too long it was. And to think that this is still happening in 2021 is heartbreaking. While services are not properly commissioned, that is our reality. Women forced to fly to another country during a pandemic to access health care that they are by law entitled to here. So while the DUP complain about a border down the Irish Sea, when it comes to abortion provision, and indeed human rights in general, they are quite content for the North to be completely at odds with what Britain is doing. What we should be doing, no thank you, what we should be doing in this Assembly is looking at ways in which we can better support people living with disabilities and ensuring that they have access to the basic rights that many of us take for granted. Last week at our Bill of Rights Committee, we heard from a young woman with autism who told us that when her personal assistant is off for the day, she doesn't get an education. We should be addressing matters like that. We should be prioritising providing better pre- and postnatal care for new mothers who are struggling in the lead up to and following birth. To re-traumatise women in the most difficult of circumstances imaginable is wrong, and to attempt to score political points by pitting vulnerable women and couples against a minority grouping is reprehensible. So I'm going to be joining with my Sinn Féin colleagues in abstaining. Gora Maigat.
Thank you. And I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alliance Party policy is that start and end of life matters, including abortion, are a matter of individual conscience, and so I speak in an individual capacity on this important matter today. Although I would like to acknowledge the robust contribution of my Alliance Party colleague Paula Bradshaw MLA, which was self-evidently based on her sustained and extensive work on this matter. I've spoken on this serious matter of abortion in the Assembly on a number of occasions. I've done my best to engage with health staff and families affected by it, and with widely different views on it. I voted in favour of legislative provision for medical termination on the grounds of fetal abnormality in this Assembly over 5 years ago in 2016, on legislative amendments brought by Trevor Lunn MLA and Stuart Dixon MLA, legislative provision that the courts have since required of this jurisdiction. I do, however, have concern regarding legislative provision for abortion on the grounds of severe fetal impairment, particularly if it provides for abortion on the grounds of disability. I will therefore vote at this stage to permit the bill to progress for more detailed scrutiny at the Health Committee and consideration stage of the legislative process in this Assembly, scrutiny that a public consultation ought to have already facilitated. I acknowledge that there are people who support the legislative provision for abortion on the grounds of severe fetal impairment due to concern that its omission could limit and endanger access to termination in cases of fatal fetal abnormality. I will do my best to engage with those concerns and heed those concerns should the bill pass to Health Committee and consideration stage. I also acknowledge that it remains to be seen whether Northern Ireland Assembly legislation can actually change a legal duty on the UK Government to implement the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women recommendations on abortion, which include the grounds of severe fetal impairment. I had hoped that the UK enacted legislative provision for fetal abnormality would have satisfied CEDAW recommendations on severe fetal impairment, but that does not appear to be the case. It is also an inescapable fact that this abortion legislation exists because the Northern Ireland Executive did not. If MLAs were serious about delivering comprehensive, fit-for-purpose abortion legislation in Northern Ireland, they would have accepted that a 3-year executive hiatus and narrow private members' bills of this nature are not the best way to achieve this aim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Gordon Lyons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate today, and I want to thank the member for Lagan Valley, Mr. Givan, for bringing this legislation to the floor of the House. Although there is much that could be said about abortion law in Northern Ireland and the manner in which changes have been made, that is for another day. Today we are here to discuss the second reading, and second reading, as we all know, is an opportunity for us to debate the general principles of a bill. And I believe that the general principles and aims of this short bill are simple and easily understood. Quite simply, it is about equality and ensuring that everyone is equally valued, regardless of his or her abilities. Mr. Speaker, without this bill, we are saying that children with disabilities, while in the womb, are not equal with other children. I cannot emphasise enough how strongly I disagree with that sentiment. But I want to share with the House today not my own views, but rather the views of a friend and former constituent of mine who has sent a letter to many MLAs in this place, sharing her experiences of her child, her son, who has Down syndrome. And I think it is important that we allow other people's voices to be heard today, not just those who have been elected to this place. She says, Harry was born at just over 37 weeks, and following his birth we were told he had some of the markers for Down syndrome. A few days later, his diagnosis was confirmed. Were we shocked? Yes. This was totally unexpected, as there had been nothing picked up on our scans. Did it change how we felt about Harry? Absolutely not. Are we anxious about the future? Yes. But then Harry amazes us with his strength, progress and determination. And this reminds us, as a nurse did in the hospital, that Harry isn't Down syndrome. It does not define who he is or who he will become. She goes on to say that this bill is simply asking that babies who receive an antenatal diagnosis, or even when the parent is told there is a possibility of a diagnosis of a disability, that they be given the same rights as other babies. This is about equality. We live in a society that constantly talks about equality, inclusivity, yet here we are taking away the rights of a baby before he or she is even born. My older son would be protected after 24 weeks, but my youngest could have been terminated right up to birth. Why? I hear the experiences of women in England who have been told their unborn baby may have a high chance of having Down syndrome, and how they are asked repeatedly at appointments if they are considering termination. At times, right up to just before a baby is due to be born. It scares me that this could become the experience of women in Northern Ireland. Do we want to live in a country where Down syndrome and other disabilities are viewed with such negativity, such fear? She then says a close friend who has a daughter in her 20s who also has Down syndrome came to visit me while I was still in hospital after having Harry. We were able to compare our experiences of the first few days following diagnosis, and despite the amount of time that had passed, I will never forget her words to me as we sat in the hospital canteen. Grace, we consider it a privilege to be the parents of a child with Down syndrome. I have never forgotten these words. She finishes her letter by saying, how would a change in this legislation impact adults and children with a disability? It would make them feel equal, help them know that their lives are valued. So let's work together to end this discrimination against those with a disability, or as someone put it recently, those with a different ability. So I ask you to consider your vote carefully when you are given this opportunity, and recognise the strength of feeling that exists within Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, I could not have put it better myself, and therefore I support the bill.
Thank you. And I call Kiva Archibald, Kiva Archibald.
Gurmaga Cancorlia, and Cancorlia, nothing we debate and discuss in this chamber is done in a vacuum. It's done in the context of the time. And in years to come, if anyone is minded to look at what we do in this Assembly, that's how it will be judged. Last Monday, as has already been alluded to by a number of members, we celebrated International Women's Day. And International Women's Day began as a campaign for women's rights, and it's a reminder that gender equality remains elusive. In the weeks since, the lack of equality and how women are subject to different treatment has become all too apparent. We unfortunately all came to know who Sarah Everard was for the worst possible reason. Sarah was walking home and never made it. Instead, her life was brutally ended by a man. Sarah's murder touched so many other women who have experienced harassment and violence. And then when those women turned out in solidarity to say no more to violence against women, they were themselves subject to disgraceful and disproportionately harsh response from the police. Gancorlia, my party colleague Emma Sheeran referred to the publication of the Mother and Baby Home reports, both North and South, a stark reminder of the result of institutionalised misogyny of our not too distant past. The continuing impact of those homes is still felt by far too many people. Mother and baby homes were how the establishment of the church and state exerted control over women's lives and bodies in the past, how women were held to a different standard then. Cancorlia, gender inequality is one of the root causes of gender-based violence, which can manifest in rape, sexual violence and have devastating consequences. The DUP are seeking to perpetuate gender inequalities. They still seek to control women through limiting women's access to modern, compassionate healthcare, holding women to a different standard still. Let no one be in any doubt about what is actually happening here. This bill that we are debating today may be focused on one aspect of provision, but this is the thin end of the wedge. This is a transparent attempt to reopen abortion provision as a whole. No, thank you. The utter hypocrisy of this bill seems to have escaped too much scrutiny. The DUP are trying to amend legislation that they are apparently opposed to in principle, while also being complicit in facilitating the UUP Health Minister's failure to implement the legislation that has been passed. They, along with the UUP, are failing women. Amidst the lack of leadership from the Health Minister, health trusts here have been left to pick up the slack and put in place early medical abortion services, which has led to, at times, a postcode lottery and access to those services. That is unacceptable. As my colleague Liz Kimmins pointed out earlier, women accessing those services are being subject to protests and harassments, including, Mr Speaker, disgracefully, one of the male members of this House and a former Health Minister is at those protests. So the Health and Justice Minister need to also look at ensuring safe zones around clinics. The Health Minister has also disgracefully failed to put in place adequate facilitations for women to access abortion services through telemedicine in the context of the pandemic. Concollia, there's a deep irony in what the DUP, who are never done demanding the same treatment as Britain when it suits them, are trying to do here. They have spent the past 10 or more weeks cozying up to loyalist paramilitaries and ramping up tensions to try and undermine and roll back an international treaty because they are so exercised at the North being treated differently when it comes to trade arrangements. But they have no such principles when it comes to human rights, as our LGBT+ citizens, Irish language speakers and victims of the conflict can all well attest to, and they certainly have no regard to the disparity in the rights of women here when accessing health services. Of course, it's also worth remembering why Westminster has legislated for abortion, and marriage equality for that matter. It's because parties here, and not just the DUP, but predominantly, failed to deal with this issue. They left women to fight through the courts for access to healthcare. It's contemptible that they would now attempt to roll back on the hard-won rights of women. And moving this bill may well be an exercise in futility, as the British Government has made it clear on a number of occasions that while abortion is a devolved matter, any legislation passed here in the Assembly on abortion must comply with the CEDAW recommendations from the 2018 report, and this bill clearly does not do that. So knowing that this bill will not make any material difference, why are the DUP cynically pitting people with disabilities against vulnerable women and women in difficult circumstances? Why are they deliberately conflating the issues while standing shoulder to shoulder with the UUP Health Minister and failing to implement the legislation that is in place? Is it simply for electoral purposes, or is it, as I and others believe, also the case that this bill is just the beginning of their attempts to unravel the legislation that is in place? As a woman, I'm tired of having to debate the right of women to access appropriate healthcare. I'm tired of being lectured about morality. I'm tired of women being held to a different standard. And I'm tired of hearing about women and girls subjected to abuse and violence. And anyone who thinks those things aren't related is deluded. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Women's rights to modern, compassionate and appropriate healthcare should not still be up for debate. Instead, the Health Minister and the DUP should quit obfuscating and ensure the health services that have been legislated for are put in place as a matter of urgency. It is time we all trusted women to make decisions about their lives and their health, and trusted doctors to do their jobs.
Thank you, Your Majesty, and I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in favour of the bill. Many of my party colleagues will be supporting the bill today. And I believe, Mr Speaker, I was getting a bit confused about what debate I was involved in, because I thought we were dealing directly with this particular bill. And I can't speak for the Health Minister, but I'm quite sure he very seldom gets a leg up from the DUP. But we'll see how that pans out for him in the coming weeks and months. And I'd have to say, Mr Speaker, I want to keep this very compassionate, because we all have family members who have disabilities, who were born with those disabilities and who lead very fulfilling lives and have enriched our family lives as well. But I do have to make comment on Ms Sheeran, because she said that human rights abuses have there's a shadow of shame hangs over our land. Well, I would welcome the opportunity to debate on some occasion with you about human rights abuses that have fallen as shame over this land in the past number of years. But in relation to this particular bill, many people have already referred to the excellent briefing document that we have been provided with by Don't Screen Us Out campaigners. And I think, given more recent comments, and it might be hopefully worth repeating, Mr Speaker, that the Supreme Court has given a non-binding judgment that there is no human right to have an abortion on the grounds of a non-fatal disability. Lord Mann said about children with non-fatal disabilities, and I quote, "But in principle, a disabled child should be treated as having exactly the same worth in human terms as a non-disabled child." This is also a consistent theme of the United Nations Charter on the Rights of People with Disabilities, expressing concerns about the stigmatising of persons with disabilities as living a life of less value than that of others. And Lord Kerr said that the Charter was based, and I quote, "on the premise that if abortion is permissible, there should be no discrimination on the basis that the fetus, because of a defect, will result in a child being born with a physical or mental disability." And many children born with disabilities, even grave disabilities, lead happy, fulfilled lives. In many instances, they enrich and bring joy to their families and those who come into contact with them. Finally, the difficulty in devising a confident and reliable definition of serious malformation is a potent factor against the finding of incompatibility. For these and the other reasons given by the judge, I would refuse to make a declaration of incompatibility in the case of serious malformation of the fetus. And Mr Speaker, many members in their contributions recognise the fact that we don't give enough support as a society, as government public bodies, to people with disabilities, to their families and to their carers. And my goodness, during the last pandemic we've seen the generosity of people, but we've also seen how difficult and how straining it has been on families to be able to be the sole carers. But that's no reason to abort a healthy child, otherwise healthy child. We don't abort people because they're going to grow up in poor families where there are disadvantages, so why would this apply? So I, Mr Speaker, come from the perspective that when we're dealing with such sensitive and compassionate matters, or in a compassionate way, that we're talking about two lives, not just the one life. And it is not just about women, it's about the whole family as well. So I would hope that the message will go out from this chamber that we all across this chamber have recognised that we can and must do better in supporting people with disabilities, in supporting the women who have got that devastating prognosis or diagnosis in relation to their unborn child, and that we help them to support and care for that child throughout its life's journey. Some have also talked about the thin end of the wedge in terms of rollback. Well, others might see it as a thin end of the wedge in terms of who can and who cannot be aborted, and where that might start and finish, and what that then means later in life in terms of acquired illness and disability. So people are right to say these are big decisions, and history will reflect very much on what we have said. But in the debate today. But, Mr Speaker, I hope I've contributed in a sensitive way and in a compassionate way, but I will be supporting this bill and be very happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. And I call Alan Chambers.
Can I say at the beginning of my contribution to this debate that this bill involves a very sensitive and emotive topic that I personally do not find particularly easy or comfortable to speak about publicly. I'm sure that there are many in this House that share that sense of discomfort around debating this issue. I acknowledge the Speaker's cautious opening remarks, and I recognise and agree with him the effect of what is said in this chamber today may have on many individuals listening to or watching these proceedings. I understand that there are many people who fully back the position of pro-choice in relation to the availability of abortion. There is also equally a huge number of people who support a pro-life position. I find it regrettable that a few members who have previously spoken today have chosen the line of attacking the messenger rather than the message. Such a tactic is, in my opinion, a distraction and only serves to diminish their case. In relation to this bill, I received over 700 pieces of correspondence asking me to support it. I also received emails from 2 professional medical bodies asking me to oppose the bill. Just today, an open letter landed in my mailbox signed by 190 local GPs challenging some of the comments contained in the correspondence from these professional bodies. Our task, Mr. Speaker, would be made so much easier if every medical voice was saying the same thing on the subject. The challenge we have is in deciding what is best for the unborn and those who are carrying them. I listened closely and with admiration to what campaigner Heidi Crowder said last week in front of the Health Committee. She has not let her disability hinder her in any way, and indeed is making a huge contribution to society through her campaigning. She is loving and loved, as was evidenced by her interaction as she sat with her mother by her side and shared with the committee the joy that she had recently married. There are many examples of individuals just like Heidi who enjoy a full life and give much joy and love to those who care for them and help them to live as independent a life as is possible. Indeed, in many cases, they enjoy a fully independent life. It cannot be right that the stroke of a legislator's pen could deny them the gift of life. The medical profession do not even have a definitive definition of what constitutes substantial risk or what seriously disabled actually means. How then can informed decisions be made as to what babies should be aborted? On that basis, decisions can become subjective, and that could not be right. I believe that the bill is a step in the right direction in confirming that every baby has the right to be treated equally, no matter what the pre-birth scans are showing. What sort of a society would we be if we allowed the abortion of a baby with a cleft palate, a club foot or Down syndrome? It is plainly wrong, and I will be supporting this bill. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I must challenge comments around the commissioning of general abortion services in Northern Ireland. The Health Minister has, I understand, brought a number of options on an early medical abortion service before the Executive, but there was no agreement, and since then he has tried on a number of occasions to have the issue discussed and agreed at the Executive, but with no success. In relation to the future commissioning of abortion services, the Health Minister is bound under the Ministerial Code to bring the matter to the Executive to discuss and agree before the matter can proceed. This is a legal fact. Given the ongoing lack of political census, a decision as to the scope of abortion services is likely to be regarded as controversial. If the Minister were to make a decision to commission and fund a new abortion service without Executive approval, he would be in clear breach of the Northern Ireland Act and the Northern Ireland Ministerial Code. I suggest that those pointing a finger towards the Health Minister in relation to this matter need to take further advice around this matter before they continue with their misleading attribution of blame on Minister Swan I was amazed today to hear two Sinn Féin members of the executive demonstrating that they seem to be unable to grasp the working of the ministerial code. Others in this chamber have made similar erroneous statements today. Please check the facts. There seems to be an attitude in this House that if something is said often enough, it can become the truth. And Sinn Féin are well practised at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief, but I feel it's important to outline the rationale for how I will vote today on what is an important and a complex issue. In approaching how to vote, I have been guided by the legislation it seeks to amend and also the legislative process in this place. In terms of the legislative process, as the Assembly website details with regards to a second stage of a bill, and I quote, "This is the first opportunity for all MLAs to debate the general principles of the bill. Members may indicate the issues they are likely to want to debate in more detail at later stages. The Minister or member in charge of the bill begins the debate by outlining the bill's objectives. Other members, including the chairperson of the relevant committee, give their opinion. The Minister or member in charge speaks last in the debate in order to respond to questions and comments about the bill. At the end of the debate, MLAs vote to decide whether to agree to the bill's second stage, meaning it can proceed to the next stage. The Assembly may reject the bill if it disagrees with the general principles. If approved, the bill is referred to the appropriate statutory committee. In approaching the second stage, I should note that the first sight I had of this bill and its specific proposals was on the 16th of February of this year, when the bill was first introduced. No prior consultation was undertaken, and this, whilst permissible, is, I feel, a serious oversight. I know the argument has been made about the issue that the issue was previously debated in the Assembly on the 2nd of June last year, but this is no substitute for proper consideration on the bill, giving everyone, including those with specialist knowledge, the right to comment on proposals before legislation is lodged and debated. The last time the Assembly debated specific actual legislation concerning abortion was back on the 10th of February 2016, at which point Mr Dixon and Mr Lunn presented amendments concerning fetal abnormality to the Justice Bill. I am therefore surprised that, despite the fact that the then Justice Minister David Ford stated, and I quote, "The consultation made specific recommendations to allow for termination in the case of fetal abnormality. These amendments were rejected, citing the need for proper consultation. But the Assembly is now asked by the bill's proposer to enable the passage of a bill without any prior consultation. It may be both legally and procedurally in order to proceed as planned without a consultation, but it is not, I believe, any fit and proper way to deal with such a sensitive, detailed and complicated issue. In terms of the legislation, the bill seeks to amend the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women report in February 2018, which made clear findings and recommendations. The Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act was amended to give these recommendations from CEDAW legal effect, with regulations subsequently made which this bill seeks to alter. As members will be aware, abortion is a matter of conscience within the Alliance Party, with a free vote for all elected representatives. Many genuinely held views exist in this place and throughout society, which I respect. It is, however, my view that the legal obligations enshrined in law at Westminster must be upheld, respecting and upholding the recommendations within the CEDAW report with respect to the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls. The failure of the Department of Health to commission and fund services should, I believe, be the current focus, including the recommendation concerning ensuring appropriate and ongoing support, social and financial, for women who decide to bring pregnancies to term. The private member's bill under consideration by the Northern Ireland Assembly seeks to amend regulations and is, I feel, contrary to the Fetal report and the overarching legislation, namely the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act. The obligations arising from this Act and contained within the regulations must be implemented without any more delay. It is my sincerely held view that legislative reform concerning reproductive rights enacted at Westminster in 2019 should not be amended as proposed today in the Northern Ireland Assembly. It is my firm belief that we need to trust women to make their decisions in consultation with their doctor, recognising that there are many very different circumstances faced by women and girls. As I have outlined, the second stage of a bill involves a debate and vote on the general principles of the proposed legislation, which, since I disagree with same, I cannot support and vote in favour of. I do not feel it can be approved to such an extent at committee consideration and further consideration stages to the degree that I could support passage at further stages, and thus I cannot support the bill today at second reading. Lastly, in conclusion, when considering this bill and debate today, I was struck by the fact that for so many years I have stood on the outside of this place, seeing rights and equality denied by the DUP and others. These actions have had a devastating impact upon so many, particularly my fellow LGBT brothers and sisters, who had to wait till the collapse of these institutions to get marriage equality via the same Act this bill will now seek to amend. Now Stormont is back. I stand in here as an MLA, and I cannot, in good conscience, see those rights for women and girls enshrined in law by the Executive Formation Act rolled back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As legislators, when we come to debate this issue of all issues, I think an obvious but important starting point when we're going to discuss the right of we as legislators to decide who should and who shouldn't be aborted. It's important just to remind ourselves that we're all here because we were not aborted. No one chose to abort any of us. That, I think, is a sobering starting point, particularly for those who are so willing to defend and support abortion. They would do unto others what wasn't done to them. Of course, when we talk about abortion, we are talking about the deliberate, calculated act of snuffing out human life. There's nothing accidental about it. Yes, in pregnancies, sadly, miscarriages occur, still deaths occur. But abortion is so different. It is the deliberate killing of the babe in the womb. However you dress it up, that is what it is. And to me, it is quite shocking that today, from some, that the saving of even one life of a Downs baby could provoke such opposition. And tonight, this Assembly and this vote will decide whether it's on the side of life or on the side of death. It will decide, and this I think is the nub of the matter, it will decide if disability justifies death. It will decide if we as legislators are going to validate by the state disability justifying death. That's how chilling and how awful the proposition is, that if someone is in the womb, which should really be the safest place for any unborn, and they are detected of having a serious impairment, then the state can validate their death. This House will decide tonight if what some see as imperfection offends to the extent that we warrant the killing. I heard talk in this debate today about ensuring, heard Ms McLaughlin talking about, ensuring that we have a progressive, inclusive society. It's neither progressive nor inclusive for the aborted, for the unborn, whose only crime under this limb of the legislation is that they're not as others. Really? Is that what we as legislators think we should be doing? Should we not be in the space of being the voice for the voiceless? Those who cannot speak, but those whom we would authorize the killing of. Should we not pause and think as legislators of being the voice of the voiceless? I would have thought we should. And what are we talking about? Well, we all had a briefing from the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. They give us a definition in that briefing of severe impairment. This is what that briefing said. Severe impairments are wide-ranging, can include chromosomal anomalies, congenital anomalies, and anomalies related to the nervous system. Now go and look up any respectable medical textbook for congenital disorders, and you will find this list. Common congenital disorders include the following: cleft lip and cleft palate, cerebral palsy, Fragile X syndrome, Down syndrome, spina bifida, cystic fibrosis, heart conditions. This legislation that the member is seeking to amend admits for abortion for those suffering congenital anomalies. I've listed them. That's what we're talking about. And when you then go to the World Health Organization, you will discover that under a section called Treatment and Care, that many structural congenital anomalies can be corrected with paediatric surgery, and early treatment can be administered to children with functional problems. But it seems, don't worry about that, just abort them. How callous is that? If we are a caring society, why do we not care for those unborn with congenital anomalies? Why do we not care about them? I say most forcefully to this House, we should, and shame on us if we don't. And yet those who support abortion want the right to terminate, what an ugly word, to terminate such children. And without a blush of embarrassment, they do it in the name of human rights. What a perversion. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, what offends me. The invocation of human rights to justify the deliberate killing of human beings. That's the greatest offence. And thus I have to say, what a charter for death and destruction, the very antithesis of human rights, is the CEDAW report. And it's that what we're absurdly told we're tied to by legislation. I say to this House, for all of us, we have a choice to make. Are we on the side of the voiceless, the unborn, those that some would call imperfect? Or are we on the ruthless side of terminating them? Now, this legislation which brought in abortion, of course, is forever infamously linked to the restoration of these institutions. The clues in the title: the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2020. And whether slipping through same-sex marriage and abortion in such legislation suited some whose greater priority was a return to office, that remains a matter for valid speculation. But the bounden duty on us is, if we can roll back some of that, then we most assuredly should. And here we are talking about a modest, a very modest step to deal with one specific and discrete aspect of the abomination of abortion. Just one aspect. And yet it infuriates those who defend and promote abortion, that this House would dare to even think of protecting Down syndrome babies or those with other classifications as serious impairments. And Mr. Speaker, as for Sinn Féin in this debate, they told us this debate was a distraction from the DUP doing this or that or something else. Yes, it was a distraction. Their contributions. A distraction from the fact that they were the very people who on the 2nd of June last year proposed the very premise of this bill. It was Ms Sheeran, no less, who proposed the amendment in this House. Yes?
Thank the member for giving way and raising this important point, but I think it is worth noting that we put on record Ms Sheeran's comments that day, where she said, and I quote, "To serve disabled people properly, we need to build infrastructure that is totally accessible. We need to have inclusivity to properly service Section 75 obligations across all public sector bodies, and to raise awareness of the issues that face less able people in their daily lives. Sinn Féin does not believe that a non-fatal fetal abnormality is an appropriate criterion for an abortion."
But here, it's word for word what Sinn Féin said through Ms Sheeran in proposing their amendment. And of course, in the Republic of Ireland, to which they would wish to join us all, this is exactly the legislation they have. And yet today, they are unwilling to support the very thing they called for in this House, what, 9 months ago? The very thing they voted for in the Republic of Ireland. But today, it's a different tune. We had Miss O'Neill coming in and talking to us about injustice and cruelty, but not a thought of the injustice and the cruelty to the unborn who are to be terminated. Not a thought of it. And so I do say that not for the first time in this House, Sinn Féin stand exposed in their rank hypocrisy on this issue. The very people who proposed the very wording in their amendment that lays the basis for this bill are today the people who say, oh no, we mustn't do it. And they find all sorts of excuses, none of which are credible. I've never heard such porous excuses in all my life for not standing up for what you told us you believed in 9 months ago. Which was the real Sinn Féin? Maybe I better not know the answer to that question. Might be even more disturbing. So here we are today with a most modest proposal. And of course, I say to this House, unlike the member who seeks to intervene, who refused mine, I will.
Unlike the member, I didn't quote you, Mr Allister, and I'm going to intervene because you're all quoting me. Would the members who make reference to things that I said in this House in June of last year acknowledge that the British Secretary of State has already outlined that any decision that this House takes that is not in line with the recommendations of the CEDAW report will be overturned in the way that they legislated for this issue, for this jurisdiction in the first place. And therefore, the conversation that we are having is totally without point, because it will not change anything. Therefore, the rationale for our decision to abstain. Gormagat.
2 points about that, if I might, Mr Speaker. Of course, the legislation had already been passed last June, whenever the member proposed her opposition to this tenant. So it is the member who has shifted her ground, not anyone else. And isn't it intriguing that when it suits the ally of the Secretary of State is Sinn Féin? It is Sinn Féin who are saying to this House, we have to accept British rule. We have to accept what the Secretary of State has said on this issue. And of course, they also, in doing that, seem to have forgotten that abortion is in fact a devolved matter. Aren't they the great champions of wanting to extend the realms of devolution? My goodness, they even want to put their hands in our pockets through taxation under devolution. But here, when it comes to this devolved issue of abortion, oh no, we will kowtow to those who have put this upon us. Is that the best that Sinn Féin can do? Yes, I'll give way.
For giving way. You'll not be surprised that the SDLP has a fairly steadfast view of this particular British Secretary of State. We wouldn't trust him as far as we could throw him. But will the member also recall that whenever the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act in 2019 was going through the Westminster Parliament, it was acknowledged by no less a person than Viscount Younger of Lecky, who, I quote, said, as abortion remains a devolved issue, the Assembly is now able to legislate or indeed amend the regulations should it so wish.
Sorry, Mr Allister, we're in danger of straying way too far and for too long off the subject of this bill. So I invite you to go back to the purpose of the bill. That should not be so difficult.
Yes, Mr Speaker, this Assembly today is being invited to do the very thing that the government said it could do in terms of amending the legislation on abortion. And that seems to me to be what this bill before the House is seeking to do. I, of course, believe we need to go further. 79% of the people who responded to the government's proposals expect us to go further because they rejected those proposals. And I regret, I have to say this to the member, that the long title of this bill probably impedes much by way of amendment to make a real assault on the abortion trade. But at least it's a start. And I hope no one who brings it or supports it sees it as an end, rather as a beginning. For so long as babes in the womb can be summarily killed by the gruesome practice of abortion, then we would be legislators failing the unborn. And I don't want to be in that category. Thank you.
They call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll declare an interest, first of all, as a board member of Informant Choices Northern Ireland. They were formerly the Family Planning Association in Northern Ireland. And I rise and speak also as a mother. And a mother who supports my right to choose how many children I have, when to have them, and if I want to have them at all. I support my right to choose if I continue with a pregnancy, and my right to choose to terminate a pregnancy. I support that right for any and all women to have that choice. The only role for anyone else who is not me or not the woman who has to make that choice is to support them in making their decision. And at no stage should a state government even be involved in that decision, never mind a devolved assembly, be able to legislate to remove or restrict my choice. The role of a state government or devolved assembly lays in the commissioning of services to allow for free, safe and legal health care for all women at home. Now, back in 2014, we all know that the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women carried out a full inquiry in the UK. And that included us in Northern Ireland. That was a very rare thing to have ever happened, and to my knowledge, they have only undertaken such action in 4 other jurisdictions. When they were here, we know that they held meetings with, among others, our Ministers of Communities, Justice, the Attorney-General, officials from the Department of Health. They interviewed members of the Northern Ireland Assembly from the 5 political parties, from civil society, academics, trade unions, numerous women who sought or procured an abortion, to hear from them. I was part of that evidence-given session. And the committee's confidential inquiry took place under Article 8 of the optional protocol to the CEDAW Convention, which the UK acceded to back in 2004. Now, what we know, when the CEDAW inquiry published their report in February 2018, was that the report published their findings on Northern Ireland and says that thousands of women and girls in Northern Ireland are subjected to grave and systemic violations of rights through being compelled to either travel outside Northern Ireland to procure a legal abortion or to carry their pregnancy to term. The situation, they say, in Northern Ireland constitutes violence against women. Now, we had a debate and a matter of the day accepted this morning where everybody spoke against violence against women. Now, the pro-choice and anti-choice debate has been well rehearsed and acted out in this chamber, long enough for us all to know that this is not where we change mindsets. Where we have seen mindset shift is when women have been forced to come forward and publicly bare their souls by telling their personal stories to us as legislators, to our media, to our courts, to the very states that have removed their right to choose. It is not now, nor ever has been, my desire, nor the desire of the Green Party of Northern Ireland, to legislate away a woman's right to choose. This Assembly and five-party executive do not have a notable record on standing up for women's rights. The UK Government have rarely stepped in to uphold equal rights for our citizens. And I know that every member has been lobbied on this, so I know that every member has been given the briefing papers from professionals and medics working here in Northern Ireland. So I want to just point to a few key points that they are raising. So the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists are telling us to consider the issues around this bill, that by removing the ability for clinicians and women to terminate a pregnancy for a severe fetal impairment after 24 weeks will have a substantial impact. Women will be rushed to terminate their pregnancy before 24 weeks. We know that Doctors for Choice in Northern Ireland have said that in their view, along with the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, that women should be supported in difficult circumstances during pregnancy, and this is best accomplished by permitting decisions to be taken by women in discussion with an expert and multidisciplinary clinical team. And they go on to give everybody the reasons why this bill will not do what we're hearing it's seeking to do. Amnesty International, Informing Choices NI have also sent a bill, briefing paper, apologies, and they're pointing to the same things, that this bill will not do what we're hearing that it is seeking to do. Now, as I listen to members of the DUP and the UUP, and of course the TUV, their outrage at not being able to import trees and plants and cricket field loam in from GB, and blaming the protocol for threatening their sense of Britishness and being treated differently to other UK citizens. Well, you have been reminded several times today that this Irish Sea border has always existed for women in Northern Ireland. And today, we still continue to force women in Northern Ireland to travel, to access safe, free, legal healthcare, regardless of there being a pandemic, and putting them at further risk. Shame on us. And this bill will only exacerbate that, because this is what a clawback of the hard-fought-for and hard-won small amount of women's rights looks like. There is nothing about this bill that will stop abortions happening. Everything about this bill will simply make it harder and riskier for women to access. But I suspect that that is exactly the intention from the proposer. And even if passed, will not be implemented if we are to believe the Secretary of State. So perhaps it's a stunt, who knows? Either way, I look forward to continuing to work with Westminster and the Secretary of State to have free, safe, legal services commissioned here for women in Northern Ireland, where they can access the treatments and be free to make the choices that affect their own lives. So I will be calling on everybody to reject this bill and that abstention is not an option, because abstention will simply allow this to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Arlene Foster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, I'm speaking from the backbenches to support my friend in the proposal of this bill. I think we've heard very clearly from many that it is not what many of us would like to see happening in terms of abortions. However, we feel so strongly about the voice of those with Down syndrome, and I have many in my constituency. I think especially today of Hannah Wilson, such a happy young person who I speak with often, and how she feels that what has been spoken about here today is very distressing. And I want to say to Hannah that I will always stand up for you, Hannah, and I will always stand up for those people who don't have as strong a voice as some people have in this chamber today. So I do want to commend my friend for bringing this piece of legislation today. I know the amount of work that he has put in to this. And of course, this is not a technical or a statistical piece of legislation. We're talking about real lives. We're talking about real people who are our constituents, who feel that we don't value them. And I think that that is incredibly sad today. And I've listened, I share a constituency with the chairman for the Health Committee, and I just ask him to reflect on some of the things that he said today. I know my friend from the Ulster Unionist Party from the same constituency will view those comments as being very disrespectful to many of our constituents who have Down syndromes and non-life-threatening disabilities. But I mean, that is a matter for him. I have to say also I'm very distressed that Claire Bailey would seek to equate this matter with violence against women. Of course, it's nothing of the sort. All of the women in my party, all of the women in the Ulster Unionist Party feel as strongly about violence against women as anybody else. Of course we do, because we are very concerned about our daughters and what they have to put up with as they walk about the streets of various cities. And I really find it astonishing, Mr. Speaker, that someone would try and take my voice away in relation to the violence against women just because I don't agree with that particular person in relation to the taking of life through abortion. And I feel incredibly strongly about that. But I very strongly believe that we do need to come forward with a strategy on violence against women, and I hope that the Justice Minister will bring that forward in the near future. I know it's something that many of us in the Executive will want to discuss tomorrow. It does really upset me, Mr. Speaker, when I listen to people talk about women's rights as if those of us who believe in supporting those who have disabilities and Down syndromes should not have a voice. Well, let me say this. People in this House will not take away my voice to stand up for women who believe in protecting those young people who have Down syndrome and who have a value in our society. I feel very strongly about that, and I have been deeply saddened. I didn't plan to speak on this bill today, but I've been trying to keep an eye on what's been going on, and I've been really distressed about some of the things that I've heard from some of the members in this House today, and I wanted to put the record straight today. This is a devolved matter, as the member for North Antrim, Mr Allister, has pointed out, but that some people seek to hide behind the skirts of the Secretary of State in relation to this matter, and they shouldn't do that. Because if they do believe in devolution, and I've heard much over the weekend from members of the SDLP and members of Sinn Féin about the British government having an office here in Northern Ireland and how that is going to damage the devolution settlement, notwithstanding the fact that that's in the New Decade New Approach Agreement, may I say, and people should look at the New Decade New Approach Agreement and read that again. But this is a matter for this House, and I feel very strongly about it. As someone who's an Anglican, I do feel obliged to comment on the issues that Sinead McLaughlin raised in relation to the churching of women as well. There's a churching of women service in the Anglican Communion. That is about giving thanksgiving. It's not about judging or stigmatisation. I don't know whether it's different in the Roman Catholic Church, and maybe some of my friends opposite might seek to help me about that, but I really felt that there was a need to clarify that issue, because the churching of women is about giving thanksgiving, actually. It's not about stigmatisation, and I was really struck by the comments that were made in relation to that. But let me say this, as I say, I didn't plan to speak on this matter today, but I felt moved to speak on it because of some of the issues that have been raised today. This past year has taught us much about the fragility of life. I have tried, we have all tried to save lives over this past year. That's what we've been trying to do. In a recent television debate, I think on a Sunday morning, Lord Resumption dismissed concerns of a clinically vulnerable woman suffering from cancer by describing her as having a less valuable than the rest of us. Now, rightly, a lot of us were outraged by those comments about lives less valuable. No one's life is less valuable. And this standard should apply to life inside and outside the womb. We are entering, I have to say, into the realms of eugenics, ladies and gentlemen. And if you can deny that all you like, but we're on a very, very slippery slope. And everybody should be very careful about that, because it's Down syndrome and non-fatal disabilities today. What is it in 10 years' time that we are deciding is appropriate for abortion? Think about what you're doing today in this House, and please send a message to those constituents of ours who have non-fatal disabilities, who add so much to the lives of their families and add so much to society. Don't make them feel as if they are second-class citizens, because there is very much evidence out there that if this goes through, that people will feel obliged to go through with abortions, even if in other circumstances they wouldn't have. So I'm asking you to think about this bill today. And whilst we can talk about the rights of women, and nobody is more happy to talk about the rights of women than I, but there should be a recognition that those of us on this side of the House have as much right to talk about the rights of women as anybody else in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Abortion is an issue of conscience within the Ulster Unionist Party, and I rise to speak personally on this matter. And I would indicate my support for the general principles contained within the Severe Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill, which is designed to give protection to unborn children with disabilities. And can I thank Mr. Givan, a member for Lagan Valley, for bringing this bill forward, and again for the disability campaigners such as Heidi Cullers, who have highlighted this issue and publicised it, and made a greater awareness of the reality and the potential outworkings of the bill on those who have disabilities. At present, under our current legislation, under the heading Severe Fatal Impairment, the protection of our disabled unborn children are removed. They're removed right up until birth. And then suddenly they've got protection. I have to ask, why? How is that reasonable? Their lives can be terminated until that very last moment, until they're born. Surely there's something wrong about that. Others have indicated that there's a wide range of disabilities that are covered by the terminology. As basic as a cleft lip, or someone who has Down syndrome. Why? I asked. Why? I personally know members, friends in my community who've had a cleft lip, who has Down syndrome. Why should their lives risk being terminated at some point whilst they were unborn? I think there's something wrong with our legislation at present, and it clearly needs changed. Many have quoted the 2018 report from the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, which was the trigger for the Westminster legislation that has brought the current legislation into being in Northern Ireland. However, it's also important to recognise the 2018 UK Supreme Court judgment, which did not find that the absence of legal abortion in the cases of severe fetal impairment to be incompatible with Article 3 or Article 8 rights. What of the UN Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability and their report in 2011, where it was stated disabled people have suggested a bias towards termination of pregnancies if a child is likely to be disabled. Disabled people believe that clear consistency is needed in the approach to resuscitation of disabled people and non-disabled people when seriously ill. Surely we have to value all life, whether someone is disabled or not. I would say we need to think of the very basics, and that is the basics rights to life. And it's important in determining what we do that we should value all life. And it's for that reason that I will be supporting this very reasonable amendment to the current legislation to give protection back to those who are vulnerable, who have disabilities, those unborn children in their mother's wombs.
Thank you, and I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I intend to keep my comments on this second stage very short. As a woman and someone who trusts women, I believe in a very important principle that women should be allowed to make their own decisions when it comes to their health. And to all those women that are watching this debate, I want to be clear with you, and I believe those who would support this bill should be equally honest, because if this bill is passed, it is saying to you, as a woman who has found herself in a really difficult circumstance with your pregnancy, that you're on your own. This bill would do nothing more than shut women out and cut them off from reproductive healthcare services when they need it most. It is a deliberately orchestrated attempt to roll back on hard-won rights when it comes to women's health, and for that reason, we in the Green Party Northern Ireland will not be supporting it. At a time when we should be looking to improve healthcare options and commission services for women, this bill seeks to restrict it and limit them. Mr. Speaker, the entire basis for this bill rests upon a false claim that the current regulations discriminate against disabled people. That is wrong. It is a completely flawed argument to begin with and exposes the falsehood upon which this bill has been presented to us. If the current legislation breached the human rights of disabled people, then the relevant statutory bodies tasked with advising government on compliance with human rights frameworks would have made such a public determination, but they haven't. I won't. This is an extremely important point because, as I have said, it is the grounds on which the bill stands, very shaky ground to say the least. The current law was designed to meet the recommendations of the UN Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women 2018 report, which stated that it was for the UK Government to ensure that legislation did not perpetuate any disability stereotypes, and this is what's happened. This is a similar model to the rest of GB, whose regulations were tested in 2011 by the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which found that disabled people have the same right to life as non-disabled people and are not subject to arbitrary deprivation of life. So if this bill has been introduced to address something that has no basis in fact, then what is it really about, and what does the bill actually do? And as I said in my opening remarks, it is no coincidence that the bill is supported by those who do not support reproductive choices for women. Too many, in my view, do not pay enough attention to the work of government, yet are happy to thrust themselves into decisions that are best made between a woman and her doctor. Again, I speak to our women out there, all of our women and girls, no matter what your background, disability, age, religion, income. When it comes to your health, no politician should decide what is best for you. It's 2021 and we shouldn't have to remind people of that. The only person who should get to make decisions about your health is you. Mr Speaker, if this bill is passed, it will breach human rights of women and girls in Northern Ireland, and it will force those in the most difficult circumstances to have to travel where women will be treated differently. It will be a return to the unequal access to reproductive health care, and this will be detrimental to our most vulnerable women and girls, particularly those from low-income backgrounds or those without family support. We cannot and must not go backwards. We should be discussing the real issue at the moment, the failure by this executive to commission services, and it is absolutely disgraceful that this has not happened despite the new law coming into force last March. Mr Speaker, this is a bill that breaches human rights and will entrench health inequalities. It will negatively impact our most vulnerable women, disabled and not disabled. For these reasons, we will not be supporting it.
Thank you, and I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I want to begin by saying that it's an absolute disgrace that abortion services, which are legislated for by Westminster, are still not in place because this Assembly failed to do so. Still have not been commissioned. The denial of abortion access by the Minister of Health is not compliant with human rights and should not have been tolerated by the wider executive for this long. Women have been told to travel during a pandemic when planes were grounded, boat costs soared, hotels were shut, not to mention the risk of contracting a deadly virus. There are women who couldn't afford to travel or who were at high risk who've had to access treatment outside of the health system. What a disgrace. And this pandemic forced too many into economic peril and risked our health, and this issue in particular has exacerbated those conditions for women who deserve better. I'm relieved, Mr Speaker, that this is beginning to face serious challenge within the executive, and as always that seems to be down to the pressure built outside of these four walls by women who have had to campaign for far too long for basic medical care. I want to pay tribute to those campaigners who work tirelessly for little thanks or return from the Executive or from most members of the Executive. However, their efforts will be noted today and should go down in history for creating the only progress we have seen to date. And to come on to the specifics of the bill, I will be clear, Mr Speaker, I want to and will oppose the bill for a number of reasons. I seriously question the justifications made for this bill today, and I will speak to them now. I believe it directly contradicts the recommendations of CEDAW, as we've already heard. I believe in a woman's right to choose because reproductive coercion is abhorrent and dangerous, and I support the Canadian model, whereby abortion is treated as a medical issue rather than a legal or criminal one. And I believe this is a gross effort to play off the needs of women to have proper, modern medical care against people with disabilities, many of whom have been very clear that they face greater barriers to abortion access and that they would like to see abortion care provided locally for women themselves included. Indeed, the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, or the UN Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination against Women, issued a joint statement in September 2018 pointing out that restrictions to abortion access often hit disabled women harder than others. I think that is worth emphasising and stating at this point that in a letter sent to all MLAs from Mr Givan on the morning this bill was first moved in this Assembly, the words woman, women or even a pregnant person were not written once. This is important to say because the proposer of the bill attempts to separate the bill from the wider issue of restricting reproductive rights. We have seen a wave of abortion restrictions implemented internationally, Mr Speaker, from various right-wing politicians. These have varied in specifics, but there's one common factor, and in my view it's present here in this bill proposed by Mr Givan, the attempt to control a woman's actions with regards to her body and her pregnancy. In the same letter, Mr Speaker, Mr Givan acknowledged, and I quote, the tragic and complex cases where babies have a fatal diagnosis. But of course we know that late diagnosis of severe fetal impairment are also tragic and complex, that they are usually given in cases of wanted and loved pregnancies. And the women who receive those diagnoses are impacted in a way which many of us will never be in a position to understand or question. Many of these diagnoses are only possible after 20 weeks, and medical experts tell us their patients need time to process the information while also dealing with the shock of it. And this bill would strip them of that time by rushing them to make a decision about termination before 24 weeks, potentially leading to more abortions, which the member, I presume, does not want to see happen. I am not a medical expert, so I wish to refer Mr Givan to Doctors for Choice and the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists, who have stated preventing access beyond 24 weeks is not workable because most serious abnormalities are only detected at the 20-week scan or later, and women need time for diagnostic tests and specialist advice in order to decide what is best for them and their families. Only women will know what they can manage within their individual set of circumstances. Moreover, we know from doctors that making a diagnosis of a fatal abnormality can be incredibly difficult, and I wonder how Mr Givan can be so confident in what exactly constitutes a severe fetal impairment and a fatal impairment when doctors are very vocal about how difficult this can be. And again, I want to refer him and others to Doctors for Choice, who have stated this bill seeks to remove abortion in cases of any severe impairment. Severe impairments are wide-ranging and can include complex abnormalities that are likely to shorten lifespan or lead to significant lifelong disability with complex needs. From a medical standpoint, it is not always possible to clearly distinguish between a severe fetal impairment and a fetal disability. And the member, while speaking at the Health Committee last week, didn't confirm whether he has spoken with a fetal medical consultant. To me, that suggests that he hasn't done it. And since the Health Committee last week, Mr Speaker, I've spoken with a fetal medical consultant who's very, very concerned and angry that this bill is being brought forward at all. They've expressed that it's very rare that terminations happen after 24 weeks at all. They strongly refute the idea that terminations happen on a whim or that women decide to terminate based solely on cleft palate or clubfoot diagnosis. They made it clear that this is simply not true. It's an inaccuracy. And when late terminations do occur, and this is because there is a severe fetal abnormality or when a woman's life is at risk, something that doesn't seem to be part of the consideration of the member in bringing forward this bill. And the irony of this proposal, Mr Speaker, is if it were to be implemented, like I said, it could lead to a possible increase in terminations as women before the 24-week period receive the news that there may be a difficult pregnancy. Rather than having time to consider their options or what's best for them, they could be effectively forced and rushed into a termination they may not have the option of doing after 24 weeks if the diagnosis is severe or fatal, especially as they wait for various scans to come through. It's worth repeating that consultants, Mr Speaker, don't decide on a whim what happens in these cases. They have MDT meetings, come to consensus on issues around fatal, very severe and life-threatening issues in regards to later terminations. The reality is, if these changes being proposed are implemented, women will be forced, as others have said, to travel, or they will be forced to have a pregnancy. Just because pregnancies are common and can be very happy for many families doesn't denote the fact that over 300,000 women die in childbirth every single year, a very frightening figure. It is the case that we have a higher rate of genetic conditions in other regions in the UK. For some families, this may not be the first time that they are faced with such a diagnosis. They may have already watched a child die after a very short life or been forced to carry to term a pregnancy they knew would not survive for long beyond the womb. And I ask those supporting this bill to consider the impact on those women and their families to put them through this very traumatic experience again by stripping them of their right to termination. Mr Speaker, unlike the DUP and parties supporting this bill, I trust women and their doctors to decide whether they should continue with a pregnancy or not. I do not question whether those women inherently devalue people with disabilities because they have had a termination or they may want to consider a termination. I do not question their ability to love and care for their other children or future children who may have disabilities simply because they have opted for a termination. In essence, Mr Speaker, I do not presume that women are simple-minded and callous people. I believe there has been an insinuation today that people who support or choose abortion in cases of severe fetal impairments devalue the lives of people with disabilities. I utterly reject that, and I implore those on the opposite benches to go away and speak to women's groups as urgently as possible on that issue. I also implore them to look in the mirror. Mr Givan asked what value we would like this Assembly to place on people with disabilities. My answer is a hell of a lot more than the discriminatory and degrading treatment that far too many people with disabilities have to endure because of the policies of this and previous executives. Disabled people and their families were effectively abandoned during the public health crisis. People whose support workers needed to shield themselves or a family member were left without an alternative. Families caring for disabled children or adult children were effectively abandoned as schools, day centres and respite provision closed without safe childcare in place. Those who had support workers who could not continue to support them had to find their own PPE. And of course, disabled people living in care homes, many of whom were younger than the average resident, had to take their chances with the virus. Many families were pushed to breaking point by 24/7 caring without any break for months at a time. Those same families and people with disabilities have been hammered by the introduction of PIP via welfare reform, which his party strongly supported. So it's no wonder that many are cynical about the Southern interest in disability rights. But this debate isn't, in my view, about disability in the way certainly that Mr Givan hopes to portray it. If it were, it would focus on the lack of services, which terrifies new mothers with disabled children. It would take to task the lack of access to services like speech and language therapy or respite for families. It would have prevented attempts to cut the amount of special needs schools in Belfast several years ago, which people had to fight to resist on the streets of Belfast. If this bill were about discrimination of people with disabilities, and why doesn't it scrap or propose to scrap welfare reform and detail a new social security system which values and provides for people properly instead of sending them to food banks, a high proportion of which people with disabilities are they? It would set about ending privatisation in our care sector and invest in better care for people who need and deserve it. This bill is about abortion, but abortion at any stage does not threaten people with disabilities, and that needs to be emphasised. And I think we should dispel the assumption that we have any right, especially male MLAs, any right to tell women what to do with their bodies, that women who terminate certain pregnancies are wrong to do so, that some women are inherently frivolous or callous when it comes to making decisions about termination, and those women need to be kept in line with the law. In Canada, Mr Speaker, and I'll bring my remarks to a conclusion after this, where abortion is treated like any other health care and there are no restrictions and no time limits, the proportion of abortions carried out after 20 weeks is considerably less than in Britain. While in Britain, 1.9% of abortions are after 20 weeks, in Canada it is just 0.6%. Why such a difference? Mainly because there is no red tape. Doctors and patients can make decisions based on clinical need, and I would suggest to those bringing and backing this bill that their interests might be better served with a Canadian approach, which would also treat women with a good deal more respect than was done in this chamber today.
Members, I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting for 10 minutes until 7 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended. The next speaker will be Trevor Lunn.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed, and I call Trevor Lunn.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the big build-up of these last 10 minutes.
Just wait on the drum roll.
I'm glad we're having this debate, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a discussion we needed to have, but it's just quite amazing that the amount of heat that's been generated by such, a one-line bill, effectively. But it just shows the level of feeling and around this issue. We've experienced this before, and I have a feeling we'll experience it again. But it's right that we have a discussion. And I want to say before I go on that I thought in the early part of the debate when we had contributions from Sinead Bradley, Sinead McLaughlin, speaking against the bill, and also from Rosemary Barton and Joanna Bunting, who was speaking for the bill. Very, very thoughtful, very thought-provoking, and very emotional, I thought. And it was quite right that we have those sort of contributions. And that's not to dismiss any of the other contributions. That's been a very interesting day. And we've also had an astonishing amount of advice in the last few days from experts, interested groups, interested parties, individuals. And again, that indicates the level of interest that is in the issue. Mr. Speaker, I need to say it straight away. I'm pro-choice, always have been, and always will be. I respect the rights of women to conduct their own affairs, look after their own bodies, and to a large extent to decide what to do in terms of termination of pregnancy. Somebody mentioned the various discussions that we've had before on this issue. I do remember the 2016 debate we had on the first Justice Bill, when the DUP actually introduced an amendment which would effectively have almost banned abortion in this country, and it threatened to put medical professionals in jail for 10 years if they stepped outside the very strict guidelines at the time. And the reason I mention that is because during the debate, Jim Wells, who's been in and out here today, congratulated me on being the first MLA, along with Stephen Agnew at the time, to openly support abortion on demand and a woman's right to choose. I don't think he meant to use the word congratulate, but he did. And I treasure that moment because he quite accurately summed up my feelings about this. Also, the debate that we had, which has been referenced today, on fetal abnormality, which Stuart Dixon and myself brought an amendment to the second Justice Bill. Now, the reason I mentioned that, we did lose, but during the course of that debate, we were heavily criticised because what we were proposing was actually being made out to be the first step down the road to exactly what this Act says now. The First Minister mentioned the word eugenics, and that word was used a lot during that debate, which went on until nearly midnight. We had to really defend ourselves, because what we were about was to make room for abortion on the grounds of fetal abnormality and nothing else. And that, I can say at this point, I am absolutely in support of Paul Givan's bill. I must say, as far as the Act that's provoked this discussion is concerned, I'm broadly in support of that Act, apart from the few words linked at the end, referencing severe fetal impairment, I think it is. Now, Paul Givan and I come at this from different directions completely. I take my view, it's in direct contradiction of anything that Paul would believe, but we can still manage to have a friendly discussion about it and try and chart the way forward for this wee country, and to do the right thing, principally by our women, but also to some extent by our men. Looking at the advice just briefly, Amnesty International has been referenced a few times today, and I have huge respect for Amnesty International. I think they do a terrific job in the area in which they work. And I've worked with them several times on issues such as same-sex marriage and this particular issue as well. And they take the view that we are legally bound by the CEDAW recommendations to provide access to abortions in case of both severe fetal impairment and fetal abnormality. They conclude that should this bill pass the Assembly, the UK government, as others have said, would have to withhold royal assent because of the breach of human rights of women in Northern Ireland. I would normally give great weight to anything that Amnesty would say, but I would say a few things about that particular opinion. The bill, at least, has been confirmed by this Assembly as being legislatively competent. And I also have this Supreme Court judgment, which others have read out, but I'm going to read a wee bit of it too. it said that non-binding judgment, there is no human right to have an abortion on the grounds of a non-fatal disability. It's very, very straightforward. And Lord Matt said about children with non-fatal disabilities, in principle, a disabled child should be treated as having exactly the same worth in human terms as a non-disabled child. So somebody's wrong. There's two sides to this. I don't know what way the Westminster government would handle this situation if it comes to that. There's also the comment I think Mrs. Kelly read out from Viscount Younger on the 15th of June, which is just after the bill was passed. And abortion remains a devolved issue. The Assembly is now able to legislate or indeed amend the regulations should it so wish. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not, but it wasn't contradicted. The other bits that catch my eye, the Disability Discrimination Act 1995 defining discrimination as treating a person less favourably by reason of their disability than one treats or would treat others to whom that reason does not or would not apply. And finally, Section 75 of our own Northern Ireland Act, statutory duty on public authorities to have due regard to the need to promote equality of opportunity for persons with a disability. Now, when does that duty start? That's my question. It must start before birth. It must do. You know, it must confer that right on the unborn child, just as much as somebody perhaps looking for a job. I know it's not a fair comparison, but you know what I mean. We also have the disagreement across the medical profession. Doctors for Choice and the Royal College argue against the bill, apparently because of the medical challenge in distinguishing between FFA and serious fetal impairment, and the short period they refer to between the 20-week scan and the 24-week limit. I don't quite know where they're coming from in that respect, but we'll leave that hanging. Along the way, we've all received a letter from Dr. Couples representing 190-odd GPs in Northern Ireland, which contradicts that view, and is very much supportive of this bill and urges us all to support it. So, who do you believe? There's also an ongoing debate in the Republic of Ireland, and they have a reluctance down there amongst the medical profession to make a diagnosis of fetal abnormality in case they get it wrong, and they're subjected to criminal proceedings. Now, criminal sanction. I would just say this, Mr. Speaker, doctors have to make difficult decisions every day of their lives, and sometimes they will get it wrong. Most of the time they'll get it right, but I don't know a doctor, and I doubt if he ever will, if he didn't do his very best to make the right decision in these circumstances. So against all of that, and much more, Mr. Speaker, I have a mailbox full of pleas from the public to support this bill and to honour the commitment I made last June to do so. Now, it hasn't always been my practice to respect public opinion, Mr. Speaker, let's be honest. I've had my moments when I didn't run with public opinion, but prefer to do what's right. I think we're doing what's right in supporting this bill. I believe that as a society, we're better than to allow a measure which allows abortion of babies with a non-life-threatening impairment up to full term. I cannot believe that this Assembly would accept, and that's the thrust of this bill. There's other issues that have been brought in here around abortion services, around funding for women, support for women through their pregnancy. I completely agree with all that. I think that the executive is completely at fault here, dragging its heels in terms of implementing what was agreed up to 2 years ago. I don't think it's the fault of the Health Minister, and having praised Paul Givan, I think it's his party that's holding up the issue, and it shouldn't be happening. We're bound to do this, so we might as well get on with it. Let's get it done. But bringing that issue and the other issue of rollback, that there's a spirit of a conspiracy theory here that the DUP are on a track to roll back the progress that's been made in this area. Now, I'll put it this way. Paul Givan and I have known each other. We sat in Lisburn Council together. We sat here together. We're neighbours and we're friends. And he and I had a detailed discussion about this before this came before us. And I asked him straight, is this one step down the road that people like me would not like to go? And he assures me that it is not. Now, if you go back to the debate we had, private member's motion, where I accepted the Sinn Féin amendment rather than the DUP one, and I remember I did ask Paul when he was winding, I think, on the motion, that was this the preparation for another assault on the abortion regulations that we now have? And he assured me that it is not. This is a one-line bill designed to remove a few words, but to rectify a situation which none of us should be happy with. So I regard the actual wording of that clause, severe fetal impairment, as being downright offensive in terms of trying to produce that as a grounds to have an abortion. I just think the notion of aborting a fetus at over 30 weeks, right up to, heard about situations here up to 35, 38 weeks, a fully formed child whose only offence is that it has a non-life-threatening disability or impairment, whatever. We shouldn't be going there, Mr. Speaker. We just shouldn't be doing that. And I really hope that the Assembly will do the right thing here, will support the bill as it stands. And I don't always agree with the DUP, as everybody knows, but there's always a first time, and this is an important issue. And an awful lot of people are watching us here, Mr. Speaker, to see what we'll do. So I sincerely hope that the will of the Assembly and of our population, because I believe that the population is on our side in this, will be clearly expressed tonight in support of the bill, and we can send an unequivocal message to Westminster about our decision. Now, where it goes after that, or back where it started, I don't know. I don't know. There's different. When you see CEDAW and the Supreme Court in opposition to each other, I don't know who's going to win. I hear the comments of the Secretary of State, somebody else, might have been Dolores Kelly, said she wouldn't agree with a word he said or believe a word he said. I think you're being very kind to him. I wouldn't. I would go much further than that. So who do you believe? What's going to happen? I don't know. But I would ask everybody here to support this bill. I look forward to hearing Paul Givan's closing comments after Claire Sugden.
Okay, thank you. And I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Givan's bill seeks to amend only one element of the abortion NI regulations, 7(1)(b), to remove or repeal the regulation which allows termination of pregnancy up to term in cases of severe fetal impairment. Can I therefore assume that, as the bill does not attempt to address any other elements of the abortion legislation, in particular fetal abnormalities, that the proponent of the bill accepts these types of cases? And I say accept rather than agree, because I do understand the member's personal view on the issue more generally. I would say that there does seem to be much focus on the debate on the interpretation of Regulation 7, in that it mirrors the law in the rest of GB, which allows abortion up to term for conditions such as Down syndrome, cleft palate, clubfoot. But does it have to? Because I cannot see anywhere that suggests that Northern Ireland cannot develop its own interpretation, especially as the GB interpretation is, at this point, outdated, was interpreted at a point when there was less information, and is not reflective of views in the UK today. And to be fair, I think it does suggest that people with these specific conditions cannot lead fulsome lives, which is entirely wrong. I have a nephew who had quite severe club foot, and at this stage he's now 11 years old and can run rings around me. He has a fulsome life. But what I would point to is that maybe our focus needs to be on interpretation rather than legislation. I do have concerns about this particular bill, that in some cases, severe cases, and I don't mean Down syndrome, I don't mean club foot, I mean severe cases of fatal impairment that may be a reasonable medical choice for parents. And I'm not an expert, I don't think any member of this Assembly is, but I'm sure there are examples of severe fetal impairment where most of us would accept, not necessarily agree, with the choice. And if I recall the discussion around fetal abnormalities in 2016, some did not agree or accept it as a reason then, but interestingly, it's those who are now inadvertently accepting it now. And that's not a criticism. Opinions change and more information becomes available. But I do think it's a fundamental difficulty of this debate. And further, I believe definitions of both severe fetal impairment and fetal abnormality are ambiguous and subject to interpretation. It remains a point of debate about fetal abnormalities, and I don't intend to cause distress in asking, at what point is it fatal? Surely, shortly after birth, or within 28 days, as it's defined in the Republic of Ireland. I have a constituent who was diagnosed with a fetal abnormality, and she chose to carry that child to term. She gave birth. The baby was beautiful, as all babies are, but was severely disabled, and she died at 13 days old. Is this experience of severe fetal impairment or fetal abnormality? It seems that fetal impairment as a term has developed because of the uncertainty around the definition of fetal abnormality. Poor guidance and interpretation meant that doctors do not want to be responsible for these decisions, and that was government's fault. I think Mr Lunn pointed to this in saying that people don't want to make a decision around this, so they want to keep it as loose as severe fetal impairment so that, that they will not potentially have a lawsuit against them. Maybe that's something that we need to consider about protecting doctors, particularly if we are still content to leave the fetal abnormality within the legislation. Mr Speaker, I do not judge the choices of parents in these circumstances, because I have compassion to know that the decision to terminate is probably the most difficult decision they will take, and I will never undermine anyone for saying that it is less than that. Another constituent had a diagnosis of fetal abnormality, and she very much wanted the baby to give her son a brother or sister. And upon diagnosis, she treated it almost like a miscarriage and assumed that the health service in Northern Ireland would help her. She was wrong. She journeyed to England for an abortion. And she told me that she felt so much guilt, but equally, she also knew the joy of being pregnant and how people responded to her as a pregnant woman, her pregnant belly, her glow. And understandably, she did not want to spend 10 weeks explaining why her feelings did not match theirs. Rather than provide her with healthcare and support at the time, government's failure scarred her. And my biggest concern with this legislation is that we're going to create a similar situation again. Because it's not about Down syndrome, it's not about cleft palate or clubfoot, it's about severe impairment. And depending on the doctor, depending on their subjective diagnosis, whether they diagnose as severe or fatal, you might potentially accept their decision. So what is the issue here? It's interpretation. And I do have concerns about the abortion law as it stands. My biggest concern actually comes from abortions up to term for a range of circumstances. And if this bill has the scope to address this element, then I might consider supporting it. So I would be keen to hear what the proponent says in relation to this. Because term limits require legislative change. Interpretation of legislation doesn't. The proponent has leaned heavily on disability discrimination. And as members, you will know that constituents will regularly come to us and tell us that they have suffered discrimination. And advising them, I refer them to Disability Discrimination 1995, Section 75. My point being is that discrimination is very specific in law. So people may feel discriminated, but our discriminations are not explicit enough to address those concerns. And I am curious because I genuinely don't know. Is the discrimination described as a principle of this bill? Is it discrimination in law? Or is it Mr Givan's interpretation of discrimination? Some of the legislation that has been referred to in respect of this issue, and I don't know if it applies, given that the person being discriminated here is an unborn child. And I would really welcome if any learned members, for example, would intervene to enlighten me. Does our disability discrimination legislation apply to an unborn child? It's something that we're not sure about, so whilst we can point to discrimination, what do we mean by that? And to labour the point around the law, what about women? Is it a form of discrimination to prevent access to public health services that only affect women? Indirect discrimination? I'm not a legally trained barrister or solicitor to consider this law in the way, but this bill does throw up so many uncertainties for me. And if this bill makes its full passage through this House, I do expect to find it within the courts, and then it won't be implemented. So what was the point of this? Mr Speaker, I just want to let the House know that I take this issue very seriously. I spend hours speaking with all sides of this view because it's really important, not least because of my own confliction around abortion. But I just want to say, abortion is not a binary choice of pro-life and pro-choice. It is an incredibly complicated issue in the context of an imperfect world and years of bad governance. Perhaps if we provided better public services, supported women and families, addressed societal attitudes, strengthened communities, and addressed mental health, my goodness, we are a post-conflict society having suffered years of trauma, yet we don't even scratch the surface of mental health. And people are saying that we have to support women more. Maybe that's where we need to start. It's not a choice when society doesn't give you a choice. If we are truly pro-life, then we fix society if we can take this forward. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I now call on Paul Givan to wind and conclude on this debate.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, as we close today, let me thank everybody for their contributions, challenging as that may be to extend it to everybody. But nevertheless, people are entitled to express their views, and that has been done very forcefully by members. It has been a passionate debate, and I think that's right. It should be a passionate debate because we're dealing with the value that we place on life, the very serious issue of disability discrimination. And I also want to take a moment in thanking members for contributions to thank all of those people that have written to us, that have emailed, they've called my office and they've shared their stories, and that's been, I suppose, the most humbling part of this experience, that this has given a platform to many families to speak about how much they love their child that has a disability and what they mean to them, and we have heard many stories in that respect. And it's because of them that this bill has been brought forward. But, Mr Speaker, when I do look at this bill, and I think it was my colleague Mr Lunn indicated how short the bill is, and yet this debate, for some members, has taken us into loyalist paramilitaries. I think that was Dr Archibald talked about loyalist paramilitaries. LGBT rights, welfare reform, the Irish language, churches. I've never mentioned churches. I've never once lectured Dr Archibald on morality, and I never heard any member supporting this bill invoke religious belief as the basis for it. So some members have taken this debate well beyond the general principles of this bill. I sought, Mr Speaker, to follow your guidance at the start and kept my speech very much in line with the general principles of the bill. I think it was Mr Chambers mentioned how some members have spent more time attacking the messenger than actually looking at the message. But, Mr Speaker, my own personal sensitivities are neither here nor there. And I've sponsored this bill, but I've done it on the basis of other MLAs. The Assembly doesn't allow multi-signatures on a private member's bill, because I asked and I inquired. Only one member can sponsor a bill. Or I would have had other members to co-sign this bill with me. So this bill is much more representative than me as an individual, than the DUP as a political party. It's much broader than that. And beyond the party politics of this, Don't Screen Us Out as an organisation have led on this campaign. They don't take a position when it comes to the wider abortion debate. They don't describe themselves as either pro-life or pro-choice. And this is the organisation who is engaged with a number of members in this House and that has led this campaign. So I think members need to ask themselves why some of the members opposite singled out the DUP and used other issues to cloud what this bill is actually about. And I think it's important that we stick to that. I suppose I do, and I state the obvious. I speak on this as a male. I almost feel like I need to apologise for that sometimes. But I'm a father of 3 daughters. I'm a husband. I represent thousands of females that have voted for me. Does that make my voice less important just because I'm a male? Some members have seemed to indicate that no male member of this House dare ever get engaged on this type of issue. I say to members, we really need to raise the level of the debate when we're considering this. Because again, Mr. Lunn made the point, there's people outside this chamber are watching. My phone has not stopped with the hurt and the distress that has been caused to people like Heidi Crowder's mum, who's been messaging me throughout this debate, devastated at some of the comments that members have made in the course of this debate. So there is an audience outside this place that goes beyond me, goes beyond the political parties that are represented, and we do need to take cognizance of that. If I went through every single member's contribution, we would be here a very long time, and I don't intend to do that. But I note that we have had 26 members of the Assembly contribute, 4 executive ministers, the First and Deputy First Minister being 2 of them. So there is no doubt that this very short bill has engaged a lot of interest across society and indeed within this House in terms of members' contributions. Let me just pick out a couple of things that I do need to deal with in terms of some of the inaccurate commentary around this. Some of the presentation that I made to the Health Committee, whether deliberately or not, has been misrepresented. Things that I apparently said I did not say, and the way it's been characterised by some of the members of that committee. I'm not going to go through all of the particular incidences, but there was certainly more than one. But the member for South Belfast, Ms Bradshaw, challenged the Assembly. Do we need another courageous woman to fight for their rights? Absolutely we do. And Heidi Crowder is fighting for her rights and the rights of people like her, and I commend her for it. Whenever we considered a lot of these issues, there were some general themes that members raised, and I do want to touch on them to assist folks in reaching their view. And I appreciate that there are some members who are waiting on my response to take their final decision on this. Others have taken a predetermined position in respect of it. And how a political party navigates their internal politics is not for me to get involved in. And I wouldn't seek to get involved in it as to what they're trying to do. Members have highlighted, I know, in terms of Sinn Féin's own position on this, it's for them to speak to it. I note they're going to abstain today. And I suppose there's some hope for me, because whenever we brought forward a private member's bill on the human trafficking bill, there was one element of that Sinn Féin at the start were reluctant to support. And once we got through the process, they came on board. But I know that the quotes attributed to Ms Sheeran, I don't need to repeat them because they're now on the record. Colm Gildernew, the chair of the Health Committee, who Heidi Crowder praised when she appeared before the committee because of what he said about her on the 2nd of June. And because in that debate, this is Colm Gildernew saying it, Sinn Féin does not support CEDAW's recommendation to provide abortion in cases of severe fetal impairment such as Down syndrome. Our amendment welcomes the important intervention by disability campaigner Heidi Crowder, who was referred to today, and rejects the specific legislative provision in the abortion legislation that goes beyond fetal abnormalities to include non-fatal disabilities such as Down syndrome. I support the amendment. That was the Sinn Féin amendment. They're choosing to abstain today. It's a matter for them. Issues have been raised in respect of justification for that, around what happened with the mothers and babies homes, around commissioning of services, which my bill doesn't touch on, but that's been the main plank. And let me acknowledge injustices that have happened in the past. And I do want to touch on Sinead McLaughlin's contribution. And I could tell from listening to her, there was pain there in terms of her mother's own experience. I could feel it when she was speaking about that. But in that wider context of those injustices, that is not resolved by perpetuating injustice on our most vulnerable, those that have disabilities. So let's put right the wrongs of the past in terms of how people were treated, but let us not think that by keeping in place this regulation, it in any way deals with the hurt and the pain of what went wrong in the past. It doesn't. So, Mr. Speaker, some of the key themes that members alluded to, and I do want to turn to those now. Some members raised the issue about my consultation process. I think it was Mr. Muir indicated that he had concerns about the way in which I had consulted. However, went on to say that he opposed to the general principle of the bill. So whether it had been, in his view, consulted by the way he would want, he still would have opposed it, because that would have been the consistent position to take. Other members have cited that and indicated that I'm seeking to rush this through. I'm not seeking to rush anything through. It was introduced as per the normal procedures. The convention is 4 weeks when it comes to the second stage. We have waited for 4 weeks. I have briefed the Health Committee. It is subject to the vote now in this Assembly. It then goes through the subsequent processes. Compare that to Stella Creasy's amendment at Westminster. No consultation at all. An amendment brought to legislation about the re-establishment of this executive. There was no engagement with disability rights organisations whenever this amendment was passed. None. Whenever the regulations were then produced and they were put through as statutory instruments to committees which weren't subject to any member of Parliament from our jurisdiction being part of, there was no consultation when those regulations were drafted and put through the system at Westminster. The NIO, yes, there was a consultation, a broad one in terms of that, of which 79% of those respondees said they were opposed to. So when members seek to use their interpretation of consultation and wanting to go through the normal Assembly processes, I just say to you, and gently, the standard applied to how Westminster has dealt with this and cheered on by some of those who are now criticising my bill, cheered on, doesn't compare. It doesn't compare at all with the process followed by Westminster. Members have raised the legislative competence of this bill, and I don't intend to repeat. Obviously, the Health Committee got a closed session in terms of the legal advice from the Assembly's legal services on this. They're privy to legal opinion that I'm not privy to. I assume they interrogated that in detail. But that would have been the same legal opinion that comes through to the Assembly and the Speaker whenever I first put this bill forward before Christmas. It was subject to the normal considerations. I assume it was compliant because the Speaker allowed it to get to this stage. But I have got legal opinion on a whole range of things, and I've got legal opinion from quite a number of different Crown Counsel in respect of this that are supporting this bill. But whenever we look at this aspect about the legal competence, because I think some members have raised, Ms Sugden, one of them, about if this ends up being judicially reviewed, it may well be. All legislation is subject to judicial review. That's not unique to passing laws. But that it's going to be struck down and it won't stand. Well, here's some Crown Counsel legal opinion in respect of the Northern Ireland Assembly. Let me read it into the record. Northern Ireland is not a member state of a federal union. A consequence of the present devolution settlement set out in the Northern Ireland Act 1998 is that both Parliament and the Assembly may legislate on the same topic, and that each legislature may repeal or amend the acts of the other. The Sewell Convention is designed to avoid such overlapping occurring in practice, at least as far as government legislation in Parliament is concerned, but that such an overlap exists is an obvious element of our constitutional law. That advice goes on to say none of the barriers set up by Section 6 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 apply to the present bill. The bill deals with a transferred matter, i.e. abortion. Parliament has also dealt with that transferred matter, but that does not make it any less a transferred matter. It has not ceased to be a transferred matter. The Assembly is entirely free to amend the regulations in the manner proposed by the bill. So if it is subject to judicial review, I'm almost sure there's going to be, if there is, arguments in respect to that, but there's Crown Counsel advice, and hopefully that will reassure the Assembly's legal services that the advice, I assume, given to the Speaker is actually correct. Members also raised about international human rights legislation. I think it was the Minister, Deirdre Hargey, said that this was not in line with international human rights, and I think it's important that I just touch on that for a moment. Again, Crown Counsel legal advice in respect of this issue. I think it's Brett Lockhart, QC, members will be familiar with. He gives me this advice. The United Kingdom has ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in 2009. The preamble at paragraph G recognises that discrimination against any person on the basis of disability is a violation of the inherent dignity and worth of the human person. Article 10 of the Convention reaffirms that every human being has the inherent right to life and shall take all necessary measures to ensure its effective enjoyment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with others. Article 12 reaffirms that persons with disabilities have the right to recognition everywhere as persons before the law. And this is the United Nations Convention, not a committee, the Convention. The UN Convention on the Rights of the Child states that a child, and I quote, needs special safeguard and care, including appropriate legal protection before as well as after birth. UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, before birth. Not just after, before. That's international human rights. This bill is entirely in keeping with human rights legislation. Then I think it was, again, I think it was the member for South Belfast, Ms Bradshaw, indicated that whenever this goes to the UK Supreme Court, it'll be struck down and the UK Supreme Court is going to rule against us. Oh, I would love to have such foresight. I would start playing the lottery if I knew exactly what judgments are going to be when it comes to these kind of things. But what the member for South Belfast doesn't say, and some other members alluded to it, wrongly in my view, but nevertheless, the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission took a case to the UK Supreme Court. It sought a declaration of incompatibility on human rights laws, not just on non-fatal fetal abnormality, but also on this aspect, on severe fetal impairment. So I think that was wrong of the Commission, but it did it. They went to the UK Supreme Court and they lost. So we know what the UK Supreme Court will do, because there was a case brought by the Human Rights Commission which they failed in. And some members have aptly quoted some of the judgments that were read out at the time. Lord Mance, but in principle, a disabled child should be treated as having exactly the same worth in human terms as a non-disabled child. This is also the consistent theme of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, expressing concerns about the stigmatising of persons with disabilities as living a life of less value than that of others, and about the termination of pregnancy at any stage on the basis of fetal abnormality, and recommending states to amend their abortion laws accordingly. Lord Kerr said, the UNCRPD is based on the premise that if abortion is permissible, there should be no discrimination on the basis that the fetus, because of a defect, will result in a child being born with a physical or mental disability. It was a UK Supreme Court. In our own courts, this was judged upon as well. And it was Judge Horner, in a preceding judgment, said, I do consider that it is a legitimate aim to keep in place a prohibition on abortion where the fetus will be viable, but the unborn child faces non-fatal disability. There should be equality of treatment between, and on the one hand, the fetus which will develop into a child without physical or mental disability, and on the other hand, the fetus which will develop into a child with a physical and or mental disability which is non-fatal. So we have judicial decisions in this area of law that we're speaking about. And I think those judgments do go to some of the problem facing those that are trying to get around this issue that they're clearly wrestling with, around what's framed as the woman's right to choose. And to be fair to the Green Party, I don't agree with their policy, but their policy is quite clearly now in the record. It's the right to choose in any circumstance at any stage. That's the Green Party policy. So therefore, when it comes to this legislation, I can understand what the approach that they're taking. However, to be consistent on that and to eradicate the discriminatory aspects of this law, which is what the United Nations Committee, by way of a statement on CEDAW and the UNCPRPD said, you just make abortion available at any stage for any reason. Therefore, you eliminate the discriminatory aspect of the law that singles out somebody with disability. That would be a consistent position to take, that if you don't want legislation in this area which is against preborn babies with disabilities, then abortion is allowed in every circumstance, at any stage. Then you eliminate discrimination on the basis of disability. But you can't get round that. And this is the problem with those that have quoted CEDAW, and in terms of paragraph 85, which is the paragraph that blunt instrument at Westminster put in, because that paragraph actually recognises the conflict that exists in this area, which I note the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecology actually omitted in theirs. But in terms of Article 5 of the CEDAW recommendation, and it is B3, which is the area that this bill relates to, severe fetal impairment, including FFA, without perpetuating stereotypes towards persons with disabilities. There's the key phrase in terms of the internal contradiction of paragraph 85 in CEDAW. They are advocating for abortion in cases of severe fetal impairment, including fetal, without perpetuating stereotypes towards persons with disabilities. This law does perpetuate. So therefore, CEDAW and paragraph 85 is internally contradictory. So this bill, one could argue, is entirely in line with paragraph 85 of CEDAW because it removes that contradiction in terms of the perpetuation of stereotypes with peoples with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, some of the other broader points that were raised by members in terms of this area, and we spoke about the disability discrimination laws. Some members highlighted this, and I think it's right that we do, because members have campaigned for equality of treatment, equality of opportunity. It's been at the core of some political parties' essence as to what they are. That's why we have the Disability Discrimination Act of 1995, but that's why we have Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act, 1998, came about through the Belfast Agreement. And that Section 75 places a statutory duty on public authorities to have due regard to the need to promote equality of opportunity for persons with a disability. Part of the Belfast Agreement comes through Section 75, which I hear consistently from members on a regular basis. Then we also had the Disability Discrimination Northern Ireland Order of 2006, and that amended the 1995 Act. Again, that requires public authorities to promote positive attitudes towards disabled persons. How are we promoting a positive attitude towards disabled persons when, in and of itself, for no other reason, a termination of pregnancy can be granted because of a disability? That doesn't engage the mother in respect of that pregnancy. It is, in and of itself, a ground for termination. So, in our law, up to 12 weeks, termination can take place for any reason. After 12 weeks, there are 3 reasons on which a termination takes place: the mother's physical and mental welfare, fetal abnormality, and then this one on non-fatal disabilities. So, members, I don't know what more I can say around how this is against people with disabilities and flies in the face of international human rights declarations, how it goes against legislation passed by the Assembly in terms of disability discrimination. We have the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. They have made it clear, and I quote, "That committee is concerned about perceptions in society that stigmatise persons with disabilities and about the termination of pregnancy at any stage on the basis of fetal impairment. The committee recommends," and this was to Great Britain, "amend its abortion law accordingly." Members, Great Britain, in terms of this legislation, when they first passed this and changed their 67 Act in 1990 in respect of it, this was before UN Convention declarations. It was before the Committee on People with Disabilities made their proclamation around abortion law. But now they have. And yet some members seem to advocate that I should look to Great Britain as a model and an exemplar. It's not. I have much more affinity with my Irish brothers and sisters in the Republic of Ireland on this issue than I do with anybody in Great Britain in terms of the political representation. I will look to Dublin more on this issue than I look to London. So the argument that some members make that somehow this is contradictory to unionist credentials, really and truly, this transcends that type of identity politics of whether you're unionist, nationalist or other. And for those that make that argument, is a very strange argument to be making. I'll give way to Mr O'Dowd. Yes.
A very detailed, interesting presentation from the member, but I'm always very cautious of listening to quoted or selected quotes from legal determinations, because you'll find over the page is another legal argument that will actually go against you. But I'm sure that will all be sorted out at committee. If you want to follow your Irish brothers and sisters in relation to this matter, will you encourage your party to commission services that were acted in law in relation to this legislation that you're about to amend? I think that would be an important step. Maybe you'll come to Mr Lunn's point, where Mr Lunn has said that you have told him that this is the end of your legislative journey in relation to this matter rather than the start.
Can I thank Mr O'Dowd for that? And I welcome the engagement, and I do welcome, when I get to the Health Committee, being able to engage further with them. On those two issues, I think Mr Allister alluded to this. The bill is exactly as it says. It's the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Bill. It is a single clause bill, not for me to rule what will be within scope. But I don't believe this can be either added to or taken away from, unless you voted against. I don't see where you can do that. For my part, I'll not be bringing amendments to the bill. The bill is as it has been produced. What other members seek to do in another time and another place, I'll make decisions upon that at that point. But nobody, I suppose, in that respect, should be surprised at my position on the wider issue in respect of these matters. But that's not what this should be viewed upon in terms of looking at it as to what does Paul Givan think. The bill speaks for itself. On the other issue around the commissioning of services, again, I appreciate the member wanting to draw me into this. But this bill doesn't deal with the commissioning of abortion services. It's not part of the general principles of this bill. Where there's a discussion of that at the executive, I'm sure my colleagues will facilitate that at the executive. But on that wider point, it does go back to the way in which this legislation was brought in. I have some sympathy for the Minister for Health on this. I've asked numerous questions in writing to him. He has indicated to me that this legislation Westminster has imposed. So his position up until this point has been, well, then they should pay for it. Let's see how the executive manage that particular issue. But that's not what my bill is about in respect of this. In terms of some of the other points that members raised, and I think Mr O'Dowd neatly brought me to the end of legal arguments in international human rights law and how Westminster has dealt with this. A number of colleagues have spoken about the different medical opinion on this and quoted the Royal College of Obstetrician and Gynaecology, Doctors for Choice. I dealt with that at the opening part of my statement. I appreciate not everyone will have been there for that. I put on record contributions that have been given to me in terms of medical professionals that have disagreed with that. I know we did get this letter that Mr Lunn spoke of. I understand that that is now at over 200, and whenever I say 200, that includes not just GPs, it includes consultants. So those that seem to proclaim to speak on behalf of the entirety of the medical profession and somehow the Royal College is representative of them aren't listening to then those that are saying that's not the case in terms of the responses. And we have consultants in the Belfast Trust who have put on the record their position around this, in the Western Health Trust, and I can go on, and I did say that this extends to the sexual and reproductive health care, palliative medicine, emergency medicine, general surgery, psychiatry. All of those medical professionals are saying, support this bill. We support this bill. So those that are advocating that they should be against it because of the medical profession are closing their ears to that different opinion that exists there. I accept there are those within the medical profession who are advocating against this. I don't deny that. But neither should members deny that there are significant numbers of people within our medical profession who are asking for this to be supported. The letter that was sent to members, I suppose I should not read it all, but it's worth putting it on the record, the opening paragraph. The open letter read, and this is now signed by over 200 doctors, consultants, medical professionals. We read with real concern the submission to MLAs presented by the political advisor to the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists. There can sometimes be a tendency for doctors or doctors' bodies to give the impression that there is a unanimous medical view which should be respected, or even the impression that a body's members have been consulted on topics such as these. We, the undersigned, are all doctors who fundamentally disagree with the contents of the ROCG submission. It is, of course, the right of the political advisor to the RCOG to make a submission to MLAs, but it is also our right as doctors caring for patients with disabilities to do the same. Some of the other issues raised by members in terms of this issue spoke about where the public are in terms of this. And again, Mr Lunn, he pointed that he doesn't always go in line with public opinion, and neither do I. I suppose that's something we have in common. If we hold a conviction on an issue, we're going to keep to that, and I do, as do others. But it is worth again noting that there has been a public petition for this private members' bill. I think it's the highest ever responded to. 26,814 people have signed it, calling on the leaders of the political parties to support the bill. We've also had 1,618 people with Down syndrome and their families calling for MLAs to support this bill. We've had 200 plus doctors now asking us to support this bill. But there was public opinion polling carried out by Lucid Talk on this issue as well. And it's interesting, again, members sometimes will seek to represent their constituency, even if that doesn't necessarily correlate with their own opinion, but they see their role as being representative of their broader constituency. There's a specific question polled for, and this is only going back to June last year, and they were asked the question around abortion for those with Down syndrome and cleft lip, and in those two areas there was only 20% of people that said they supported the law. Only 20%. 80% either oppose it or didn't have a view. The overwhelming majority opposed it. On the issue of cleft lip, only 15% supported it. The overwhelming majority were against it. So if members want to represent wider public opinion, I appreciate we all need to be influenced by legal issues and in terms of courts and international human rights, but I believe that we have the law on our side. I believe we have international human rights on our side, and we also have public opinion on our side in respect of supporting this bill going through to the next stage of the process. And I hope that in that engagement other people will come on board. I think, Mr. Speaker, I have covered as many issues as I wish to do so. Please don't, members, think that not name-checking you or addressing your specific issues that in any way I'm being disrespectful. I wouldn't want any member to do that. But obviously, I would hope that we can move this on into the next stage of the process. It does go into the committee stage process when obviously the committee will then be in a position to put that out for a wider call of evidence, and different people can respond to it at that particular stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I trust that these issues have been covered in as much detail as I can possibly give them, and that I've given due courtesy and respect to everybody, even whenever they have disagreed to me. And I commend the second stage of this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. And the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The House will divide. The question will be put in 3 minutes. And I would remind members to respect the social distancing requirements in the chamber. Okay, members, can members resume their seats, please? Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Resume your seats, sir, please. Order, members. The tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Dolores Kelly and Rosemary Barton. Tellers for the noes are Rachel Woods and Paula Bradshaw. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Okay, members, please resume your seats. Clerk, please read the result.
48 members voted aye, 12 members voted no. 27 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The motion is carried.
And the motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. And that concludes, members, the second stage of a severe fetal impairment abortion amendment bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Health. The item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.